Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you are like 15 from the UK.
Wait, I'm literally... No, wait. Let me just give you my story.
I'm sorry.
Literally.
I actually can't. I don't think I don't think I could say the word literally with a British accent.
Dude, my British accent is horrible.
Literally? No, because that sounds weird. Literally. No, that's very... Literally. Oh, there you go. Literally.
What's up, everyone on YouTube? I actually set up StreamYard for today, so I can start taking guests on YouTube now.
Literally.
Literally.
Hello.
What's going on, Ronnie? Sports Trump?
My mother really does, and I try to send her a lot of your content to try to open her eyes a little bit, but even like straight from Trump's mouth, her argument is there's more to the story. That's not the full story. That's not real.
So
it's
out of
really
context.
hard. It's so hard.
Do you see your mom a lot? Do you see your mom a lot?
I live with my mother, so it's very difficult.
Is she with you right now?
No, she's on her way home from work, but we try our best to not like watch this kind of stuff around each other for like respect. But then at the same time, it hurts my brain because I'm like, open your eyes, woman.
Well, Ronnie, if you ever get to a point when you want to come up here and throw her on the mic, I'll keep your name in mind. All right?
Hey, thank you for that, because she might be down for that sometime. So I'll ask her.
All right, awesome, Ronnie.
We will.
Have a good one.
Cool. Thank you.
What's up, Straps?
Salem, thank you. I really appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you so much.
You support Trump, Straps?
Yeah, he's gonna make everyone loads of money, and that's
okay. Mr. Britt, get out of here. Well, we're moving on to the next guest. We got Jace loading up into the box right now, quite frankly. It is a rough day out here. Wow. 5.5 thousand people, not one person that wants to debate me. Rough day, you guys.
We can try my the new account if you want to.
I mean, do you think that we're going to beat 5.5K?
I don't know. We'll see.
It's up to you. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's your call. I mean, hey, man, if we're just not getting guests.
It could just be worth it,
Yeah. What's up, Pollock? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, why do you consider him the worst?
For sure. I mean, bad policy, but shocker, presidents have bad policy. I'd say it is how undeniably bad they are, such as intentionally ushering America into a recession, crashing markets, while also stripping women and girls away of their human rights, while also serving as the largest threat to the American Constitution since the Civil War. And that's on top of the fact that he's a rapist, narcissist, felon, who is very xenophobic and tried to ban all new Muslims from coming into America in his first term. I mean, I could go on and on for days, but there's just a general look over.
What's up, JB? There. How you doing?
So, for starters, I'm going to say for one, I am a Muslim, and he wasn't banning Muslims; he was banning Middle Easterns. That's what it was.
He called for a total and complete shutdown of. Wait, actually, let me restart. If Donald Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into America, would you still support him?
Probably, yeah.
Motherfucker, I was just getting my laptop open to play you that clip.
Wait, can I ask?
And it doesn't even matter because you don't even hold red lines. You cult member.
You'd be okay with not supporting. Wait, would you be okay with voting for Donald Trump if he wanted to restrict all Middle Easterners from coming to the country?
Yes, because you could restrict any group of people you want. You could
okay. So then I'll ask you this question: would you be okay with him restricting everyone from Africa?
If he wanted to, sure, because it's just a continent. It's just a populace within a continent. You can do that if you want. Just
what about this? Would you be okay with him restricting everyone from Europe?
If he wanted to, sure. Would I follow that? No, but he's.
Oh, now you won't follow it.
No, what I'm saying is I will support anybody's policy in the aspect of if they have certain things that they want to get done, go achieve that at all costs. I don't care, except for, of course, let's say if you're going to extreme measures, as in killing people to get that done, that would obviously be, off the, off the table. But if you've got policy that you want, regardless of whether or not someone supports that, you should go at it. And
Okay, how about this? Would you be okay with him restricting all Christians from coming to the country?
well, no, because that would be anti-Christian values.
Would Jesus support banning all Muslims from coming to the country?
Well, as a Muslim, we believe that he's a Muslim.
Did you just
Whoa,
advocate
whoa,
that you'd be
hold on,
okay with
Parker.
banning
Hold on,
Muslims
whoa.
from coming to the country, and you
Yo,
are Muslim?
Hold on, Parker.
Yo,
Hold on, Parker.
yeah.
Wait,
Just
hold
real
on,
quick.
wait,
You
hold on.
just said anti-Christian values.
What is going on? Stop.
Wait.
Hold on.
Just
No, hold
real
on,
quick.
hold
Hey,
on.
I have a question. Who's Aisha?
What?
You're not a Muslim.
No, what did you say?
I said, who's Aisha?
That would be the wife, wouldn't it?
Okay. So you know what? Who Prophet Muhammad's wife?
No, just ask him what the 5 pillars are. What are the 5 pillars?
Yeah.
I'm a recent convert.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you name one of the 5 pillars?
I'm so
Not
sorry,
off the
bro.
top
But
of my head.
no, you're a Christian. Because you said that it would like violate Christian values. Why the fuck would you care about Christian values? You think that
Because
Christian
when the nation was first built, it was built upon Christian values.
but you think that Christian values are literally the corrupt word of God? You think that it's been corrupted by man? It's been reiterated by too many people too many times, and it's all corrupt. And then also, if Christian values founded this country, holy shit! I
Okay,
don't wanna be Christian.
so for starters, just because I believe
Wait.
that.
Wait. You just said that you were a recent Muslim.
Hold on.
Wait.
hold
So I
on.
have a question. Did you
Let's
convert to
go-
Muslim?
let's-
Wait. Did you convert to Islam?
Yes.
No. No. Because you know what one belief of individuals that follow the religion of Islam think, it's that you were born a Muslim, right? And when you become Muslim later in your life, you're not converting to Islam, you're reverting to Islam.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've never really heard that before. I was raised Jewish, so it's like,
Ask yourself. Think of the $5. Thank you so much. I
So
will
if
definitely
you were
make sure. Look, I
raised
do
under the
apologize.
Jewish
I apologize.
religion,
And
then you
Sapphire, thank you for the
apparently
12
quote,
PLN.
unquote,
Thank you so much. I
converted
really
to
appreciate that. Thank
Islam,
you.
why the fuck would you care if something contradicts Christian scripture? Like
because
for half your life, you thought this guy was like a false prophet claiming to be the son of God that wasn't the son of God. And now for the second half of your life, you just think that Christian values are the corrupt, false beliefs of God. Like why the fuck would you care about Christian values?
because at the very core of it, it's all still worshiping the same God in a sense. It's like the Jews worship Adonai or Elohim as it would be stated in, I think Adonai is the Hebrew word for that. Aramaic for God would be Allah, which is the language that Jesus spoke, and anytime that he would talk about God, he would refer to it as Allah. Muslims call God Allah.
Okay. Stop.
And so
Did you just say that there's a difference between the word Allah and Allah?
No, Elah, Elah, and Allah. It's 2 different languages, but it's all referencing the same type
Also,
of.
wasn't like the
can I
New
ask him this
Testament
question?
I thought also like the New Testament was written in Greek. Listen, I don't understand how this is relevant. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Dude.
Look, we're getting off topic here. The thing is I respect all Abrahamic religions, all their values. I think that those values
Why?
should be protected at all costs.
Why?
Because I think it leads a more righteous life.
Okay. So can I lead a righteous life without holding to any of those? Like as an atheist?
Not in my belief, no.
Okay. Why can Christians or anyone else, who's a part of Abrahamic religion, do so, but not me?
Because it's inside the word. It's inside. I mean, you read it in the
Like,
Torah. You read it in the
do you
in
think
the
there's
gospel,
someone
you
that's
read
a
it in the
Christian
Quran.
out? Do you think there's anyone that's a Christian out there that commits more sin than me?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then what's the reason?
I'm saying the value should be protected. A person can commit sin. That's anybody can do that. It could be any Muslim, any Jew, any Christian, any atheist, any agnostic. Anybody can commit sin. A Muslim could be worse than an atheist. A Christian can be worse than an atheist. A Jew can be worse than an atheist. And the same way could be around that an atheist could be worse than anybody around.
Okay. So then I guess here's my question. Then why are you okay with banning Muslims from coming to the country?
Well, I didn't say that I'm okay with them banning Muslims.
Yeah, you did.
All I'm saying is
You
that
did. You said you were totally. You'd still vote for Donald Trump, even if he called to ban all Muslims from coming to the country.
Yeah.
Because he's not banning Islam.
What? What?
If he wanted to ban Islam in general, yes, I'd have a problem with that.
So you're okay with banning Muslims from coming to the country, but not Islam?
Well, it's any group of people. If he wants to ban any group of people outside of the nation, absolutely.
So you'd be okay with them banning Muslims?
Would you be okay with Donald Trump banning all new black people from coming to America?
Well, my personal thing is I think that we should ban all immigration, set everything. I'm kind of an isolationist, I would say.
Would you say that America's a white country?
Statistically speaking, yes.
Do you think that America should remain a white country?
No, because in the aspect of should we remove white people as a majority due to race, or
do you think that white people being a majority of the people in America is a good thing?
Well, that question could be asked anywhere, because if I were to say yes, you would be like, "Ha, you're a white supremacist."
You're right, I would.
So how are you going to answer that question? Because I know how I would answer that question.
Yeah, my answer would be like, no, like there's nothing necessarily good about like white people being a majority of the demographic of individuals.
What about is it a good thing that?
No, we're not going to let you ask a question.
Harrison, thank you for the 10 Canadian. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind note. Thank you.
Well,
I really appreciate it.
Like I said, I'm an isolationist. Don't let any immigration whatsoever.
You're not answering the question.
Wait, you're against all immigration? Wait. I have a question. Would you be against your parents or great grandparents or great grandparents? Would you be against them immigrating to the country?
Well, that's the past.
Okay, I'm asking you in the past, would you be against them immigrating to the country?
Well, it doesn't matter what happens in the past. It's just about what's present and what we can build on in the future.
No, I'm asking you, if you could go back to the past, would you be for restricting them from coming to the country? Chris, thank you for the $1.23.
Well, obviously I'd be for that, because obviously I wouldn't exist today.
Okay.
Why would I support?
Okay, so you're for immigration if it benefits you, but you're against immigration if it benefits anyone else?
No,
I think that isolationists like this guy should just go like isolate yourself on a desolate island.
Yeah, seriously. How about you go live with the penguins that you just tariffed?
Why would you tariff an animal? That's the stupidest statement ever.
That's what Donald Trump did. They tariffed penguins.
You don't tariff penguins.
He did. He literally tariffed penguins.
They don't have monetary means.
No, listen. He tariffed an island made up of only penguins that have no imports or exports.
And who owns that island?
Does that matter?
Yes, it does.
There's no imports or exports.
That's because that's who he's actually tariffing, is whoever owns that island.
So why would he individually tariff them rather than just tariffing the country?
You do tariff that country by proxy. You can't just sit there and say,
if you tariffed the country, wouldn't you just tariff the island by proxy if that's true? Why'd he uniquely tariff the island?
Well, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about Trump tariffing an island made up of penguins.
And what's that island called?
I can find the name if you would like me to.
Yo, real quick before Kobe starts cooking, I would really like to thank
Now you
Christian.
Kobe.
I'm sorry, Athena, Kobe, one of the same. One of the same. I honestly, I really like the name Kobe, and I really like the name Athena. Which one do you prefer?
Athena, I think. For people who know me, Athena.
Athena.
I think
All right.
prior
You
to
got
the
it.
Kobe era as well.
You got it.
It's called the Herd in McDonald's Island. It's a remote territory inhabited only by penguins, seals, and seabirds.
All right.
Does this? Oh, you wanted to thank somebody, by the way, Dean.
Just real quick, I did want to say thank you to Christian for the $200
what'd you say
donation
that?
over on PayPal. Oh my God. Christian, thank you so much for the $200. Oh my God. So Christian says in the note here, thank you for supporting LGBTQ plus rights, and then says, don't read out loud. And I will not read the rest of that out loud, but thank you so much for the love, man. If we could all please get at least 2,000 big Christian W's down below. That'd be so incredibly kind. I do not deserve that amount of money. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Christian. And then I'd also like to thank Catherine with the $15 and Maya with the $20 over on PayPal as well. Thank you, Catherine, Maya, and then Christian with the $200 donation. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. I mean it. I do not deserve that. But I want to go ahead and pass the mic off to Athena to cook Pollock. The mic is yours. Take it away.
Cool.
There you go. Yep.
Hi. Pollock, you said you're a Muslim?
Yes,
Where are you from? Like originally, like ethnically?
America.
Like ethnically though. Are you like a revert or were you like born Muslim?
Are you talking about my like race?
I'm
or what are
asking
talking
you,
about?
Muslim is not a race. I'm asking like, are you a revert or are you like born Muslim?
No, like I said, I was raised Jewish. Well, actually,
You were raised Jewish and then
Yeah.
reverted to Islam?
Well, he actually converted to Islam.
Okay. Well, first of all, I mean, if you want to be snarky, my bad if I accidentally mistake a term. Like it's not like I was being, rude to other Muslims. Like my bad for not saying reverted. But
No, I think it's just a bit odd because usually like people who are newly reverted, they're called Muslim reverts, So it's kind of like something like it's a known terminology to people who like revert to Islam. Like when you said you were Jewish, you don't say convert, you say you do a giur. If you're Jewish, you convert. If you're Christian, you revert. If you're Muslim.
Well, any time at the masjid here in the city I live, anytime I've said convert in front of any of the other Muslims, I've never once been corrected. Not by a single one. I have a Muslim friend in Canada. I've never been corrected by him anytime I said convert. And so how am I supposed to know the correct terminology if no other Muslim has corrected me?
Okay. And you think like a Muslim ban is specifically like is good?
You said what?
You think a Muslim ban is good? Like Trump's Muslim ban? Banning people from predominantly Muslim countries, like Muslim majority countries?
Well, I mean he's banning the people from those countries. He's not banning the religion, the people of religious faith.
But why is he specifically targeting Muslims, though? Especially when there is no evidence of these citizens from those particular countries having committed T attacks on U.S. soil.
Because what you see in the West is Islam fear-mongering in the aspect of, I mean, when I was a kid, I'll be honest here, when I was a kid and we were being taught about like 9/11 and stuff like that, I used to hate Muslims and I used to want to join the army so that I could go to war and kill these people. But
you used to go to war to want to unalive Muslims?
Yes, because that's the type of propaganda being taught in the West, is that Islam's bad, like especially with, I mean, I'm going to speak in specific instances and I'm not, what I'm about to say is not all encompassing. But if you take a look at what happened with the whole Malala situation, I don't know if you guys remember who that
No, I know who Malala is. Yes.
Right. So obviously, what they did to her was not appropriate, and to the other women, banning education, and I guess in some countries where they force them to wear burqas and whatnot, there is nothing in the Quran that states that they need to cover every ounce of their body.
But I would. Okay, you're saying all of this, but I'm confused as to why a Muslim revert is saying this. Because
Well,
like if you're a Muslim revert, you would have had like deconstructed these Islamophobic beliefs that you held, because now you have studied Islam and you've reverted because you believe in Islam. So I don't know why you continue upholding these Islamophobic beliefs.
What are you saying? Like, what Islamophobic?
What?
Yeah, when you're specifically talking about what happened to Malala and trying to pin it on Islam,
No,
when the people who did it happened to be Muslims.
I was not pinning it on Islam. What I'm saying is that the people, the governing powers that were doing that was not okay. But what the Western media does is, instead of trying to say, oh, hey, like these people, the women there wear hijabs and stuff like that, it's because they're oppressing these women. Whereas in the Quran, it states that the women are to cover everything up to their hands and their face to protect their purity and innocence.
So
that's not taught. What is taught is that they're being oppressed.
Okay, so do you believe any of these things that you just said with regards to the hijab oppressing women and stuff like that?
I don't think that the hijab oppresses women, no.
Okay, so then if you don't believe it, I don't understand why you don't have an issue with people from Muslim majority countries having restricted entry. Because you clearly are saying that these beliefs are not rooted in truth, that they're Islamophobic and people are being fear-mongered to hold these Islamophobic beliefs. Then why are you okay with a Muslim ban?
Well, before I fully answer that question, you do understand that God gave us free will, correct?
I don't necessarily fully agree with that, no.
Well,
I think the Bible is full of
Are you a religious person?
I did grow up religious. I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily religious anymore, but I would say that the Bible is full of stories of people exercising their free will and being punished for doing so. But I don't know what that has to do with you being for like a Muslim ban.
Not a Muslim ban, a Middle Eastern ban. And it's not that I'm for that. It's that people have free will. And if someone wants to do something, God has given them the ability to do it, regardless of if it's righteous or sinful.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is Somalia in the Middle East?
No, Somalia is in Africa, is it not?
Okay, so Somalia is also like on the list. So it's not Middle Eastern countries. It's Muslim majority countries.
Yeah, well, I didn't know anything about African countries. I just knew about Middle Eastern.
No, Somalia is also on that list, right? So it's not only Middle Eastern countries. It's specifically Muslim majority countries. I'm pretty sure Sudan is on that list, if I'm not mistaken, as well, which is another African country. So if you have deconstructed your Islamophobia, why are you then okay with people from Muslim majority countries where there is no evidence that these citizens from these countries had committed T attacks on U.S. soil? Why are you okay with them being banned or having restricted entry?
Well, again, it's like I said, it's not Muslim. It's the propaganda that's being fed, and obviously someone's going to react off of whatever propaganda is being fed. And there's, you could point at tons of instances that happened pretty recently, actually, within the past couple, I'd say, 4 or 5 years. And people just react off what they see on the media. So if what you're seeing on the media all the time is, oh, hey, these Middle Eastern countries, these Muslim predominant countries are behaving in certain ways or whatnot, or these people have like a certain lifestyle that's evil or that's oppressive, right? Of course, you're going to react off that. So
No, but I'm not. So again, I'm not arguing whether Western society holds these beliefs. Western society is inherently Islamophobic. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing as to why you are holding these beliefs. Because if you are a revert, you should know that these stereotypes aren't necessarily rooted in any truth, right?
So should I not vote for someone because of one specific thing that may not be?
No, but you should be able to critique him. You should be able to criticize him.
Right.
Do you not?
So I can support Donald Trump. I can criticize him, and he can be taught certain things so that he may be taught the truth, rather than sitting there and be like, oh, well, he's banning this, so therefore I'm just gonna.
Do you criticize him for the Muslim ban?
Well, where is it? Does it explicitly say? I mean, you can look. I've never personally seen it or heard it. If you can point me to him specifically saying that, like,
he called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Look up Trump Muslim ban, you'll see it. Grace, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo. Can we do W's for Grace in the comment section? And Linda, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Can we do W's for both of them? Thank you.
I can play a clip as soon as my computer turns on. It's just dead.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, look,
Yeah,
I'm all
real
about
quick.
the
I
pursuit
just
of
have to
truth.
thank Gabriella real quick for the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Gabriella. And I read your message there. That is incredibly kind. And then also Nick once again with the $10 saying, "Hey, Dean, it's my 23rd birthday. Yo, can we get some happy birthday Nicks down below in that chat? That'd be phenomenal." Okay, I kind of want to shift the conversation. Why did you vote for Trump? Why do you support Trump today?
Well, I didn't vote at all, but I do support Trump because he supports more of my values,
Like what?
protecting religious values and whatnot, keeping those.
What? Dude, I swear to God, I swear to fuck, he tried to ban every person that holds to your religious values from coming into America. And that's exactly what we were just talking about.
So let's
but then
say,
you tell me
look,
biggest reason why you support him is because he protects religious values?
Look,
No, I'm going to put it out there. It actually doesn't even protect Christian values. I want to make that one known. No, his economic policies redistributed wealth from the poor to the rich. You read Psalms, you read Matthew, you read John, you read the gospel of Jesus Christ. That is the furthest thing from religious values. The persecution of predominantly Muslim countries when Jesus would sit at the round table with anybody, regardless of their religion, regardless of their faith, that's against Christian values. Wow, dude.
Okay.
How exactly is he protecting religious values?
Should I vote for Kamala Harris?
Yes. She was a more Christian candidate. Kamala Harris was objectively the more Christian candidate.
True.
Yet when someone at a rally said Christ is king, she said, "You guys are at the wrong rally."
Complete misinformation. You want to know why? Because it is the case that they were literally a Trump supporter heckling the crowd before that, and you listen to like literally a cut off clip, right? That only references that part. That was not in what she was saying that in response to.
And so when you promote homosexuality and
wait, how is Kamala Harris promoting people, one, to be gay, and two, how is that wrong for her to be like it's okay to be gay?
Because God made man for woman and woman for man.
So you're homophobic?
I have religious values.
That's not religious values. It's called being homophobic.
I just want to
run this real quick. I have a quick question.
What's up?
You'll be able to point us towards. So why exactly is it wrong for two men to fuck?
Yeah, tell me.
Well, I want the reason.
Because God did not make that for a man to be with a man.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Then what about the P spot? Why did God make it that there is a P spot within the male asshole that literally produces sexual pleasure when stimulated? Please explain that one to me.
The what?
The P spot within the male asshole, right? That when stimulated produces sexual pleasure. Why did God create that?
If you're Muslim, why are you not calling God Allah?
Because Allah is just the Arabic translation of God.
Yeah, but I think it's like incredibly typical for individuals that would follow Islam to use the Arabic translation of God, which is Allah, as the correct way to reference. Like,
that's absolutely true, Dean. I do want him to respond to that point though. Like, why did God make the P spot?
Isn't that just a prostate?
Yeah, but it produces sexual pleasure when stimulated. Why did God make it that way?
Why are things that are sinful pleasurable?
Oh, okay, wait, no, but like, okay, so then are you saying that like because it is the case that it's pleasurable to engage in like vaginal intercourse, that's somehow wrong then?
Yeah, because just because something is feel good doesn't mean it's right.
Well, it doesn't mean it's bad. So what's
Just-
wrong with
just-
it? Wait, you got to
just-
tell me what's
just
wrong with it.
because-
What's wrong with it?
I'm gonna get there. I can go and do drugs and it can feel good.
No,
right?
but what's wrong with it? You got to tell me what's wrong with it. What's wrong specifically with people, two men engaging in sex?
Because it's unholy, it's unclean.
So I'll ask you this question: what's wrong with a man, right, giving oral to another man? Do you think oral's wrong?
Yes, it's unholy. It's
You think
unclean.
you don't like oral, bro?
Why would you're talking about a man giving it to another man?
Okay, what about a man giving it? Like, what about you giving oral to your like wife? You think that's wrong?
No, that's fine because
that's fine. Okay, so then why would it be wrong for a woman to do that to another woman?
Because it's unholy. It's unclean.
Why is it unholy? Why unclean? How is it unclean now?
By unclean, I mean spiritually, not.
How is it
physically.
spiritually unclean? Please tell me.
Because God made man for woman and woman for man.
Where did God say in the Bible that it's wrong for a woman to lick another woman's vagina? Not like literally, like you I'm in a figurative sense, of course, because that's not what you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, in the Bible, it states. I mean, I can't give you the exact places
Why the
in the Bible.
fuck are you quoting the Bible?
Because in Islam, it says first came the Torah, first came the gospel, then came the Quran.
And the Bible today, in accordance with Islam, is corrupted. It's false. It's wrong. It's been corrupted by the translation of man.
The likelihood that 100% of every single word inside of the Bible being corrupted is impossible.
Can you tell me? Wait, can you tell me where in the Quran it says that it's wrong for a woman to give another woman oral?
Quick question, Pollock. What is the 5 pillars of Islam?
Oh, he didn't know.
That's because I'm still learning the religion.
And I asked you to name one of them. I asked you to name one of them, and you didn't know.
Y'all want to act like these people are saying he's not Muslim. That's crazy. I believe in the Prophet Muhammad.
What is the Shahada?
Yes, I did my Shahada.
Okay, what do you say in the Shahada?
I didn't memorize it.
Wait, but okay, what do you say in English in the Shahada?
Like I said, I didn't memorize it.
No, but you don't have to memorize it. You just have to like literally know what the Shahada is. Like just give me like a translation of what. You don't even have to say it in Arabic. Like, what do you say in the Shahada?
Like, what did I say verbatim, or the premise of it?
The premise of it. What is a Shahada? Like, yeah, what is a Shahada? Like the premise of it. What do you say?
That the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the messenger of Allah, and that Islam is the one true religion.
No, you don't say that in the Shahada. Are you Googling it?
Yeah, he's probably Googling it.
Is there anything that y'all want to go over with him? Because I just like want to kick him.
Go for it.
I don't know why somebody would lie about being Muslim just to.
I'm not lying about being Muslim.
Okay.
Like.
Oh, Dean got banned. Dean got banned, everyone. That's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate that Dean got banned. I really hope that like a recording stays. That'd be very unfortunate if it doesn't. All right, let's just go and let's go onto my other account, onto my girlfriend's account, and we will go stream from there.
To Obama, then somebody said,
okay, all right, let's turn it on there. There we are. Alrighty, everyone. Let's get it going. What's up, everyone on the YouTube stream? Do make sure to like the stream. I think currently right now we've got 1,000 people in the stream. We've got about 223 likes. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes, y'all. Let's get everyone in here. How y'all doing? What's up? To tap that screen, do share the live. You're not Marge, I know. but I have no other account. Okay, no other one. Very sadly, very sadly. Let's get Dean to join up the live. Oh wait, hold up. Trinity, to debate me. Come on,
Why?
because you're always in the live. Let's have a conversation. Come on. What's the reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
Because he has experience.
What experience? Trinity, what experience?
Why are you asking questions?
Because we're in a debate.
Well, I don't want you asking questions.
Okay, what do you want me to do? Don't run away. Come on. What do you? I literally said I wouldn't do it. Just tell me. What do you want me to do instead of asking questions? Do you want to ask questions? I'll answer your questions. Okay, you left. It's very unfortunate. Trinity, join back the live. Come on. Come on, Trinity. Join back in the live. Come on, come on. In the meantime, everyone, do tap that screen if you're on YouTube. Do make sure to like the stream, everyone. We've got a Dean raid coming in, everyone. A Dean raid coming in. What's up, all the people joining from Dean's Live? Make sure to like the stream. I really would appreciate it. I'd appreciate it so much. We actually, depending on how everything does here on TikTok, we might just decide to do StreamYard on the debates today. So we'll see what we decide to do. But make sure to like the stream, everyone. It really helps send it out to more people. Maybe Dean will join. Let's get this first person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello, Parker. My name is Brian.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you?
Sorry?
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay, so why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because I don't like Kamala.
What's bad about Kamala Harris?
She changed the way that she talked too many times. And I'm coming from Colombia, and I know the amount of people from my country that came illegally and make crimes.
Did you know that undocumented immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens? You also voted for a guy that released violent criminals into the country who beat police officers?
Yeah, but I just vote for the way that he's closing the country. I'm immigrant, and I do it in the right way, and I know people from my country. I know people that came and made crimes, very bad crimes, and I just have 2 kids now, and I think the job that they've been doing for these 3 months is good. The amount of people that is not crossing the country. I think that's a good point of his politics. That's why I vote for him.
Okay. Can you name like one Trump policy that you like?
Yes, that one. I mean, closing the border and
the border. What border policy?
Well, the policy as he's using to save the sovereign.
Hello? Yes, people in the chat asking Dean's Law did get banned. Everyone here joining in, make sure to like the stream. Trinity, join the live. Hello? Okay.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Well, join back. I literally, as soon as you said hello, I hit the X button. So you can make sure to send a guest request right back. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump, y'all. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
You were saying?
Yeah, thank you for getting Trump elected.
Oh, it's a different person. How old are you?
24.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because you and Dean and all those other annoying kids on TikTok.
Okay. What did we do?
You guys are just annoying.
What did I do that was annoying? You just left? Okay. All right. Well, let's get to the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, again, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Maybe it would be smart to hit a restart here on this account. If not, we can just pull people from the YouTube stream. To be honest. We'll see if we can get some people this way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course I did.
Okay, why'd you do that?
I did that because I didn't want, plenty of reasons. I didn't want Kamala in office. She doesn't know what the hell she's doing. What
showed that she didn't
hold
know?
on, let me finish.
What showed that she didn't know what she was doing?
Multiple stuff. She lets in illegal aliens all over. She's letting them swarm our country up and ruin our country and unalive multiple people. Like the illegal aliens that she lets in unalives multiple people and commits multiple crimes and crime rates we've never seen before under Kamala, the worst vice president.
So, one, it's fucked up to call people aliens and incredibly dehumanizing. Two, undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, DRUG crime, and property crime.
Slow down. Repeat that.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower violent crime, DRUG crime, and property crime comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens, meaning that they're going...
Wait, could I answer that?
Answer that. I didn't ask a question.
Okay. No, I want to answer how you're wrong. How what you said, sure, but at the same time, the more like illegal aliens that come into the world,
wait,
not
hold up.
world,
don't do that again. Try it one more time. I'll kick you. That's
okay.
Incredibly
you have to be scared of me. Okay.
It's incredibly dehumanizing to refer to someone as an
okay.
alien.
Okay. The more that illegals, the more that illegal.
The more
I can't say illegals.
Undocumented immigrants.
Okay, the more that undocumented immigrants come into our country and pouring into our country, and because the more amount of people that come into our country is the more you're gonna have to pay for gas and pay for housing, etc., and so on. So it's gonna ruin the economy of our.
Wrong.
Wait, let me.
Wrong.
No, it's not. No, it's
wrong.
not. No, the more. No, it's not. The more undocumented. Could I say immigrants? The more undocumented immigrants that come in and pour into our country, the more like our pricing for housing.
You're just going to repeat the same point. Can I respond? You're just repeating the same point.
Yeah, let me just say this and you can respond. The more our housing process.
Yeah, I understand. You're going to say housing prices go up. They increase supply.
It's another thing. Also, oh my God, Jesus Christ. Less jobs as well. Less jobs. There will not be as much jobs openings for others because there will be less jobs because too many, undocumented immigrants will be taking all of them. So yeah, you can respond to that.
So undocumented immigrants, not only do they increase demand, which will cause an increase in the amount of jobs because it will increase the profitability for American companies, therefore allowing them to create more workers or hire more workers in order to.
That's wrong. Nope. The more don't
fill that productive capacity, right? Yeah. So can you please let me finish? I just let you finish. I would love to finish. So right. Yeah, so increase the productive capacity also, which would specifically lead to a greater level of supply of houses, which will then lower the price of houses. So honestly, what you're not taking into account is also that there's like equilibrium created by like the increase in supply and demand.
Okay, can I respond?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I don't know if I talk, you might cut me off. All right, so let me get back to what I was going to say. So
that was just for fun.
So the greatest president of all time, he's to make America great again. Because clearly Kamala doesn't care about, Kamala doesn't care about our country. She doesn't care. She also let me tell you something else. You're all over the place. Just listen and use your brain. If more undocumented immigrants come into our country, okay, the more housings will be like taken. We'll have less opportunities to like housing prices would boom out the store. They'll raise up. Gassing prices would raise up because there'll be less oil. So everything would just raise up and get crazy. That's why. Hold
Can you
on.
tell me what I just said?
That's why. Let me. I'm gonna talk about it. That's why the more immigrants that come into our country and pour into our country and ruin our country, and because we've had multiple, just like 9/11 happened because of immigrants, and now Kamala,
I
if
think
you're
you're a
looking all
troll.
over the
I'm
country,
I'm about to kick you because you're just like a troll at this point. Like everything you just said was ridiculous, right? 9/11s are not being caused by immigrants. Is just like honestly fucking disgusting that you're just
because you're
saying that.
libtarding.
You just slurred. Now you're going to be kicked off the live. Secondly, it is the case that you have to literally respond to the points that I'm making, right? You can't just repeat the same claims over and over again that it's going to increase the prices of things without responding to the idea that it's going to increase the productive capacity of the economy, therefore offsetting any sort of inflationary pressure that you would associate with that. But yeah, let's go on to the next person. Only sending guest requests if you haven't been up here before and you voted for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello? Can you hear me?
How old are you?
46.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but can I give you a different perspective?
I'm sorry. I am just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump who have not been up here before. But if you did, actually, here, you know what? I'm probably going to hit a restart here pretty soon. We should probably hit a restart, see if we can get it to work. If it doesn't, we'll just do StreamYard today. I'm going to hit a restart real quick, everyone. I would recommend to go over to YouTube. Parker, get a job. Just go to YouTube. Parker, get a job. We'll try to see if we can get it to send out here, everyone. All right. I love y'all so much. Go look up Parker, get a job on YouTube. I'm going to hit a restart here, though, real quick on TikTok. Let's actually see what the percentage was for the push out on that stream. Yeah, had definitely limited push. Which TikTok we're restarting on Parker got a GF. Name one of Trump's policies ever. URL for YouTube calls. I will put that in the chat here pretty soon. If I don't get it to work here on TikTok, I will just start taking the calls on StreamYard here, which means I'll just all have to do is put the link to join in the chat and then just pin it, and then y'all will be able to click on that link and then join as a guest over here on YouTube. So that's why I recommend to stay here on YouTube, because y'all will be able to join as a guest if you are a Trump supporter that way. All right, let's get some of these people up here. What's up, everyone? How y'all doing? If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate it. We have 2,000 people in the live right now. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I would really appreciate that. If we can just run up the likes today, it would really help push it out, y'all. Alrighty, we're going to start getting some debates here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. You have so many accounts that felt like an Easter egg hunt. That's what I'm saying. You just got to go on the YouTube. I don't get banned on the YouTube, so. What's up, everyone joining in now? What's up, everyone? Do give it a second for people to join up. Like the stream if you're on YouTube, y'all. Just debate on YouTube yet now? Yeah, we might be moving towards that, everyone. Debating just on YouTube. I don't know if we're gonna get some push out here. Why are you on this account? Because all my accounts are banned. Yeah, there's not push on this account, and then yeah, I have no other account to go live off of, chat. No other account to go live off of. So this is my only shot here on TikTok right now. But yeah, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, we're going to start getting some people up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Seems like we just got a bunch of trolls in here right now, so do give it a second. Why were you banned? TikTok just always has been doing that recently. Here, all right. I'm going to type the StreamYard in the chat and people can try to join up. Let me do that just because like we can do that while we wait. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, yo. Let me grab a link for that, guests. Must authenticate. There we go. All right, we'll see if we can get some stuff. Invite. There we go. There we go. Copy. Okay, we're good. We got it. Let's see if we can get some people up here for some debates. Otherwise, we're just gonna go do YouTube for the rest of today, everyone. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I am 20 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
For sure. Yo, Zachary, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Zachary. I really appreciate it. As well as Heather, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Heather in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. W's in the comment section right now. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Heather. Thank you. Can we get some W's, everyone? Thank you so much, Heather. All right. Alrighty. And then Grace, also, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. And Ramar, thank you for the $5. All right. So why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I wanted to speak about an issue that I feel like you speak over quite often is Planned Parenthood. As of now, 79% of Planned Parenthood surgical abortion facilities are located within walking distance of Black and Hispanic communities. This would not be an issue if it was solely based off the fact that low-income areas are often associated with abortions. However, it is an issue because the sole purpose of creating Planned Parenthood was to target Black individuals. There was called the Negro Project, which...
Oh, that's crazy for you just to say that on the live. One, two. Sorry, my mom just like called me. Two, right? It is the case that like I just want to address something. Like it disenfranchised and disproportionately negatively impacts Black women to restrict their access to like literally abortion. So restricting women's rights, right, will disenfranchise Black women to a greater extent, right? That's like pretty insane that like he makes that argument when we're talking about people's bodily autonomy here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I think I clicked on accident.
You're good. Don't worry. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Because I felt like it was the right choice for me, you know, because I don't think we need Kamala Harris running this country. She's a drunk.
Kamala.
She's a, and I think
do
that.
You have any evidence that she like drinks alcohol all the time?
Listen to her speak, dude.
I have. She completely dog walked Trump for the debates.
A couple Jack and Cokes every morning.
Okay. Are you okay? Also, can you turn off the background noise? Is that possible? Like, so one, there's no evidence of what you're saying. Two, if you want to like look at literally like the effectiveness of them in terms of like speaking, right? Clearly, Kamala Harris is significantly more aware, cognitively speaking, than Donald Trump. As Donald Trump literally talked about like sharks and batteries. Donald Trump talked about Hannibal Lecter endorsing him for president of the United States. Donald Trump talked about literally using that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, using nuclear weapons to prevent hurricanes, right? By blowing them up in the hurricane. Like he's just like proponed.
Just bring
like,
up their
insane
Hannibal Lecter
views.
crap. She's talking about Wakanda bullshit.
What are you talking about?
She's always talking about Wakanda.
I never once heard Kamala Harris talk about Wakanda. What are you talking about?
Look it up. There's clips. She's talking about Wakanda.
Okay. Are you okay? Is your brain functioning properly?
Yeah, look it up. Look up Kamala Harris Wakanda.
And how many times did she talk about that?
At least 4.
4 times? Can you give me 4 separate clips?
Thinking it's like a real place.
I would put money that there aren't 4 separate clips of that. How much money you want to put on that?
What?
I would put money that there's not 4 separate clips.
Sure there are.
Okay. All right. How much money you want to put on that? 4 separate instances where she did that. How much money?
I'm not a betting man.
Todd, how much?
I'm not a betting man.
Because you're a wrong man.
No, I'm a right man.
Then bet. Put your money where your mouth is.
I'm not a betting man.
Because you're fucking wrong.
No.
Then,
I'm right.
Then okay, if you're right, put your money on it. You'll only make money, right?
I'm not a betting man.
You're fucking terrified because you're wrong.
I'm right.
Are you trolling?
No. Also, another thing I want to address is
no. Well, are you gonna engage with that point or no?
How come you only abandon your boy Harry when it makes you look bad when you knew damn well what he was doing this whole time, and you only abandon him?
Are you just so you're just a troll? 1, no, I didn't. 2, I've made my thoughts very clear on this. 3, you're just trolling. And how many beers have you had today, sir? Because you sound like the drunk.
So you didn't know about Harry's involvement with the pedophilia with Camille and all that?
I don't even know what you're referencing specifically. And 2, no, obviously I wouldn't know anything about like any of the bad things, as it is the case that, again, if there's something that's bad, I would clearly condemn it. Right? Would you like to actually engage with like any actual arguments, or do you just want to troll me?
Hannah explains it how he was working for a guy who was a pedophile, and Harry.
Are you just gonna like engage with my points here, or are you just gonna troll?
I'm not trolling. This is real stuff.
No, but like you're trolling, right? Because you're not engaging with any of the arguments that I've brought up. You're not having a conversation with me.
I'm trying to see why you were friends with a guy who was complicit with pedophilia.
Wait, how am I accountable for anything that like they did where I didn't know anything about it?
Find it hard to
make sense, right? Makes no sense, right? Okay, so you by the way, you also just voted for a guy that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years and bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent.
Well, I don't know about all that.
What do you mean? I can show you the videos of that. Would you like to see the videos of Donald Trump saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years and bragging in front of Howard Stern on the Howard Stern show, right? Specifically that he liked to walk into changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place?
Yeah, let's see it.
You've never seen this before?
No.
Would you like not support him given I show you this? Emil, think of the 10 pounds. Thank you.
Depends what I see, what I hear.
Now, if I play these clips, would you not support him?
Well, I don't know what these clips are.
I just told you. Given that he said those things, would you not support him?
You vote for a dude who sniffs children, little girls. Fucking weird.
Did Kamala Harris do that? 1, and then 2 is really this. You're referencing right you're referencing his grandchild, right?
No, there's clips of him sniffing random children. It's fucking weird.
Go ahead, provide me the clip. Because I can literally show you Donald Trump. And did you ever once look up Donald Trump saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
No, I didn't know that existed. But
no, you didn't. Okay, well then why don't you look it up?
So would you vote for a guy?
Wait, why, can you look it up right now and play it out loud?
Would you vote for a guy who sniffs little children?
Can you play it out loud?
Answer me.
I would vote for Joe Biden, who sniffed his grandchild, right, over Donald Trump, who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, who bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls from his team USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, who also specifically was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that released violent criminals in the country, who beat police officers, who also advocated to decrease taxes on decrease taxes on rich people while increasing taxes on lower and middle income individuals, destroying unions, destroying environmental regulations, right? Destroying regulations, particularly on lead within water pipes for clean drinking water, which Joe Biden passed, limiting the regulations that are on pharmaceuticals, right? Plenty of things. Is that clear, or do you stand behind all of those things I just talked about?
I think at the end of the day, he was a better candidate than Kamala Harris.
Kamala? Why can't you say Kamala? Is it difficult?
What is it?
Is it difficult to say Kamala? Or to say Harris?
Harris.
No wonder. Dude, is in your profile picture you holding a fish, bro?
Yeah, you got a problem?
Is that on your dating profiles?
What's my link?
Let me guess. You put moderate or apolitical.
No, that's my LinkedIn.
That's your professional LinkedIn?
Yeah, I'm a bass fisherman.
Okay, that's your job?
Yeah, I'm a pro. Look me up.
You're a pro? What's your name?
You can see my name right here.
Really? That's your name? How old are you, Todd?
32.
Really? So if I were to look you up right now, that would tell me you're 32?
Yep. You find my LinkedIn too.
You are not 32 years old if you are Todd.
You look me up?
Yeah, I did.
What's my name?
Todd.
Todd what?
Lerfondler?
Yep.
What about it?
What's my name?
Oh, that's crazy.
Get.
I just realized it was a. Okay. That's a fucked up name. That's actually a fucked up name. I didn't realize that, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's good? I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that when earlier on Teens Live, when I was watching someone.
Same person. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, tax cuts.
Okay, can you name one provision within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that you like?
Well, where he cut each bracket. That's the part I like.
By how much?
Well, it's different for each bracket. He changed one from 15 to 12, and then it goes on.
15 to 12.
He doubled the child tax credit.
For what? Oh, double the child tax credit, so you'd support Kamala Harris wanting to increase the child tax credit even more, right?
Yes,
and I think the $5.
I supported that.
Then why didn't you vote for Kamala Harris? Because she was advocating for a higher child tax credit.
Well, Republicans vote Republican.
Oh, you're trolling.
Democrat? Huh?
You're trolling.
What do you mean? Democrat?
All right, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like this stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes here on YouTube. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. What's up, how old are you?
Saying Negro in a historical context is not racist.
In saying that the same person who does the same thing. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Not really. Did you finish your smoothie?
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
24.
Oh, and Najia,
I
thank you
sure
so
did
much for
let
the
me step
$2
out.
on YouTube. And by the way, I did see that. I needed to. I'm on my phone, so I literally it doesn't come up like it used to. So give me one sec because I actually have it behind this. There we go. Right, there we go. Najia, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Give me some W's for Najia in the comment section. Thank you. Yeah, so why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I thought he was a more compelling candidate than Kamala, or is it Kamala?
Kamala. So why so?
I just thought that she was very dishonest.
How is
she wasn't
dishonest?
very compelling or inspiring.
How is Kamala Harris dishonest?
Well, I mean, first off, the McDonald's thing.
What
Changing
about it?
accents with different crowds.
Code switching?
Yes, which I understand.
That's not
everyone does
changing
that.
accents. That's dialect. And
Okay.
vernacular.
Well, but she was changing her accent too.
I have a question. When you speak Spanish, do you change your quote unquote accent?
Yeah, that's a whole different language.
Oh, okay.
Different phonetic.
Different vernacular?
Because it's a whole different language.
Wait, so do you know African American vernacular English is?
Yes. Okay. Is that what you're going to go on? We'll answer this, Parker. Why couldn't she go on a single podcast like Joe Rogan? Why couldn't she match Donald in the same way? When she went on What's Her Daddy, why did they have to remake that whole
Is a
studio
you just gave an example of a podcast she was on.
Yeah, because
why didn't she go on the podcast? But when she went on this podcast, why did she do this? Why did she do that on this podcast? That I just said that she didn't go on. She didn't go on any podcast, but she went on this podcast.
No one liked her because no one knew her. She didn't feel like someone that you actually know, like Donald Trump.
I knew her, and if you feel like you know Donald Trump, you're delusional.
Well, I don't. But he makes it seem like he's very relatable and he's a personable person.
What do you mean he's relatable? All he did was go on Joe Rogan. Dude, that's it?
Oh,
you
no,
seriously you feel
Theo
like he
Von,
relates to you more because he went on
them.
Theo Von and you fucking went on Joe Rogan?
He went
Give
on
me a break.
multiple.
He went on your God Aiden Ross live stream, huh?
No, I don't like Aiden Ross.
So tell me, in which way do you relate to Donald Trump?
It's not about that. It's just he made himself more of a personable candidate.
In what way do you relate to Donald Trump?
Can you
just tell me? In what way do you relate to Donald Trump?
It's not about that.
You don't. What do you mean? It's not about that, sir. It's not about that. It is about that, sir. That's what you brought up, sir.
I said he's a personable person. Kamala did not do that.
Kamala. And what do you mean by he's personal? How is he personable?
By going on all these podcasts, which she refused.
He went on the podcast.
To do.
Okay, so
you wanted to fly.
Wait. Why didn't Donald Trump go on 60? Wait, I have a question. Why didn't? Wait, hold on. Here's my question. Why didn't Donald Trump go on 60 Minutes?
Because didn't they edit her thing?
They edit
whenever she went on.
Edit every single one of them.
Yeah, but they edited out parts that kind of made her look bad.
They actually released the entire video, which is not something they've ever done, even with Donald Trump's in 2020. So Donald Trump literally dodged it for 2024, but he did it in 2020. And every other presidential candidate since the inception of 60 Minutes has done 60 Minutes, except for Donald Trump in 2024.
But can you concede that they did edit hers to make her look better?
Laney, think of $2. They edit every single one of them. They edited Donald Trump's in 2020. Did you hear me, sir?
Okay, well, they didn't purposely release the full thing. I think it got leaked.
They did purposefully release the whole thing for Kamala Harris, but they didn't do so for Donald Trump in 2020.
But then it made her look a lot worse, didn't it?
No.
You sure about that?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and look at it and tell me what you think is so bad.
That was pretty much the consensus on it, was it not? Well, not for you, because you're a leftist, so of course not.
I'm a leftist. Can you tell me what a leftist is?
You're not a liberal. You're kind of just super
I am a liberal.
Okay, well, you're a liberal then.
Okay. You're a leftist. Okay, you're a liberal.
Okay. Well, what else would you like to get down to?
Did you know that you're a liberal too?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Don't you ever put that in my mouth, boy.
Okay, now you're trolling.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Don't kick me off, Parker. I still want to talk to you if you're cool with that.
You are a liberal though, like actually.
Why would you say that?
Like by definition,
I'm a Christian. I believe in
in
conservative values.
You believe in some social safety nets that should exist. That's liberalism. Now there's classical liberalism, which is associated with conservatism now, but it's still a form of liberalism, ironically. So I know that you don't like the term being applied to you, but in a certain context, you are a liberal. Not in the same connotation that I'm a liberal, but you're still a liberal.
Well, I mean, society is very liberal nowadays as opposed to conservative. Wouldn't you agree?
It's better than
everyone has to. Everyone has to concede.
And the liberal aspects of society are the good parts, right?
I wouldn't say that all the way.
Really, like for example, women's suffrage, right? Like for example, racial integration. Like for example, right? Like Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security and the work week and like the work weekend.
Well, racial integration's good. Voting's weird. I think all households should have a vote. I wouldn't. Don't make me look. Don't.
Whoa! This guy just said that. This guy just said women should not. This guy. Well, this is what it is. You just said women should not individually have the right to vote. You just said households should have the right to vote.
Did I say that? Did I say that?
Yes, you did.
Or did I say that households should have one vote?
That means women should not have the right to vote, and that the households should have the right.
That is not the.
Okay, then I'll ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. The woman, right, wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, and the man wanted to vote for Donald Trump. Where does the vote go to?
Wait, what'd you say? My bad. I was looking at.
Yeah, the woman wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, and the man wanted to vote for Donald Trump. Where does the vote go to?
I don't get what you mean. What do you mean?
There's one vote for a household, and there's a man and a woman in a household, and the man wants Donald Trump to be the president, and a woman wants Kamala Harris to be the president. Where should the vote go?
I would say that they need to dice that out.
Well, they did. Given that they didn't, and that they both have a disagreement, what happens with the vote?
I don't know. I guess they would have to come to a conclusion, would they not?
Okay, so if they don't come to a conclusion, what should it be? Divorce?
Of course not.
So then answer the question. Tell me, what specifically, where does the vote go?
I don't know. They'd have to come to a conclusion. Whatever values that they come to and they want to vote together on, then that's what they would go to. I'm not saying.
So given that they don't come to a conclusion, are you saying that they should?
Because you pose these questions to try to vilify me. Do you not? I mean, you're trying to get me to say, "Oh, it goes to the man," just to make me look bad, but that's not true.
Wait, no. I'm asking you what your position is to see what your position is. If your position is that it should be left up to the man, well, then essentially you are getting rid of the woman's right to vote.
But I'm not saying it's the whole man. It's not. It's a 50-50 thing that they need to come to a conclusion.
I have a question. Should all women of age be able to vote?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay, so then they should have their individual right to vote, correct? Instead of it just being a household?
I mean, I think different people do more for society, so they should have. I don't know. I haven't really thought about this.
So then CEOs and business owners should have less of a vote than the workers because the workers do more for society?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so just because you do more for society doesn't mean you get more of a vote, right?
I still don't think everyone should have equal vote. I haven't thought this one out fully, but I don't think that everyone should have equal vote.
Hannah, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Society.
Yeah, exactly. Like you should have less of a vote than me because you have less education on the matter, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so then what should be the determination of how the vote is distributed?
I really don't know, Parker.
Tell me. Give me an idea.
I really don't know.
So I have a question. Are you against equal voting rights?
I already told you I don't believe that everyone should have the same vote.
Are you against equal voting?
From a billionaire to a homeless person.
Okay, so to clarify, doctors should have more of a say over medical policy than average constituents, correct? Right, so then there should be vaccine mandates, correct?
No, I don't believe in that.
Okay, so then you don't believe in that. Okay, Kristen, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's such a based statement there. Kristen.
You think that everyone should be mandated to take vaccines?
Certain vaccines, absolutely. As long as you medically can. As long as you medically can. If you medically cannot, then you should not have to take it.
Did you think that? Can I say go, or will you get in trouble?
During the pandemic,
can I say it on here?
During the pandemic, I absolutely believe the C-19 vaccine should have been mandated for people who medically can take it.
You think so? Even kids?
Yeah.
Really?
Absolutely.
Even all the problems, the long COVID.
What? Yeah,
long
COVID was at a greater threat if they didn't get vaccinated.
You sure about that?
Yes, the data is very clear on that.
I'll need to see that. Do you have it on hand?
Linktree in my bio, sources in my Linktree in my bio. I'm not trolling.
Okay.
25 plus pages of sources directly from Matt, who's my friend, who's a librarian, of peer-reviewed studies, right, that have been literally accredited by the entire international community to be true.
So you agree with the short amount of time that they worked on?
And by the way, I just want to clarify: this isn't just from Pfizer. This isn't just from a pharmaceutical company. These are international studies that have verified, right, the data, have verified the information. Third-party sources that have verified the information. It's not just coming from a pharmaceutical company.
So you
and Tam, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're wholly with everything that went down with COVID.
I don't 100% agree with
the whole thing. I don't
100% agree with the way that we did lockdowns, right? But I do agree with the vaccine
the
mandates,
medical
the mask
interventions?
mandates, and things like that.
All the medical interventions.
Not every
even though masks make you inhale 35 to 80 times more carbon dioxide, which gave kids like speech impediments, all sorts of things.
Can you give me a single source on that?
Yeah, it's in the real Anthony Fauci.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Have you read the book?
Oh,
have you read the book?
Wait, hold up. Sorry, I thought you were just referencing Anthony Fauci. If you're referencing a book,
the real Anthony
who
Fauci.
wrote that book?
RFK.
I'm not taking RFK as a source. RFK is not a biologist. RFK is not
because
a specialist.
He doesn't agree with you?
RFK is not a...
But he's an environmentalist, and he's done a lot of studies on vaccines.
He's not an epidemiologist. He's not an immunologist. He has no...
I said an environmentalist.
Yeah, environmentalist. I'm an environmentalist.
Really?
Yeah. Me being an environmentalist, does that justify my opinion to be just as valid as RFK's?
No, RFK definitely is. He was a lawyer for environmental concerns.
Okay,
that's why he's all
all
the chemicals and everything in food.
Yeah, and if you want to look at environmental,
stuff.
So to clarify, environmental lawyers typically aren't going to agree with Donald Trump, who literally thinks that the climate's going to start cooling, that science just doesn't know it yet. So if you want to talk about environmental beliefs, well, those environmental beliefs are going to contradict with Donald Trump. Secondly, I just want to reference this: not a doctor, not an immunologist, not an epidemiologist, not accredited within the field that we are considering.
Okay, so do you still think the masks were good?
Absolutely. N95 masks is preferable.
Even though there's multiple sources that they were bad?
Show me a single sourcing N95 masks were bad.
Murray,
think of the $5. Wendy, think of the $15. Thank you so much, Wendy. Can you give me a single source indicating that?
It was a fear tactic like it was in Cold War.
Can you give me a single source indicating what you just said?
Look it up on
and
Google,
absolutely shout out.
Hold
up. Shout out to Wendy's kid.
I'll do it on Linktree. Is that okay with you?
Goober, shout out Goober. What's up?
I'll put it in my Linktree for you. Is that all right?
No, just tell me the title.
I don't have a title. It's in the real Anthony Fauci, which
you mean RFK's book. RFK.
He would get sued for defamation, would he not? Would he get sued for defamation if it weren't true? Exactly. So it is true.
And you don't accept when they get sued for defamation, because Donald Trump was sued for defamation and you didn't accept the results of that sue. So shut the fuck up.
Well, why isn't he in jail?
Robert, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Where is Fauci, by the way?
I don't know. I have a question. Why did Donald Trump take the
shot?
No one
knows, do they?
Wait, I have a question. Why did Donald Trump take the shot?
I don't know. I guess he thought it was okay in the time. But they made the shot very expediently. They didn't do any tests on it to make sure it was safe. They rolled
Vanity,
it out
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And they said I was pregnant and severely asthmatic, and they carry a nebulizer everywhere, and they were fine with a mask. So what are you complaining about?
No, everything with COVID was horrible. Remdesivir caused kidney failure. All of it.
Okay, wait. So
none of it was
again. None of this is medically determined to be true based upon what study? You know, because doctors typically use remdesivir.
Parker. You want me to give you a URL, website URL? I don't have it on hand, brother.
Yeah,
Look it up.
Go find a single source.
I'm not getting off the live to do this. I like arguing with you, Parker.
Okay, well, you can mute yourself.
You're very smarmy.
Dre, you can mute yourself and come back. I'm sorry, but what you just said has no accredited resources that determine that to be true. You have no source. You have no evidence.
Remdesivir.
I have. I appreciate the roses. Thank you so much.
It causes kidney failure.
Wait, saying one of the negative impacts that could result from the usage of remdesivir does not mean that remdesivir has net negative impacts. That's like saying,
You don't think the whole
listen,
thing was a big
listen.
money ploy?
You know, there are some people that have drank too much water where they died. So there is a possible risk from water that you can drown or die that way, right? And it is the case that you don't say that when you talk about someone just drinking water. When I drink water, if I drink water in front of you, you wouldn't be like, there's a risk of dying.
But water is
Oh my
necessary
God,
for all
doctors are
life,
giving
is it not?
water. They're giving
Is
water
water not
to their
necessary
patients.
for all life?
What's up?
Is water not necessary for all life? Remdesivir isn't.
Wait, but it's very beneficial.
It's a bad
within,
analogy.
wait, hold up. It's very beneficial within the context of medicine, and that's why doctors use it and nurses use it. Go talk to a doctor, go talk to a nurse that's actually accredited in the field. Don't just assume things to be true because you feel like it, because on the internet you heard some conspiracy theorists like Alex Jones tell you that the aliens are giving you all the information, and that's wrong from the federal government just because it's from the federal government, when you can look at international sources from around the entire world that are from accredited institutions that indicate this information to be accurate. Okay? Accredited information around the world. It's not just the pharmaceutical industries in this country. It's not just big pharma. It is literally third-party verified information worldwide.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think it was all.
You don't believe that. You don't believe that because it contradicts whatever you just feel like is true.
But I just gave you true things as well, which I don't believe yours are true. I gave you the truth.
Would you take Tylenol?
It's all in that book.
Would you take Tylenol?
Huh? No, I don't actually. No, I wouldn't.
You never would take Tylenol.
Nope. Causes inflammation in your gut. Nor an ibuprofen.
I have a question.
Anything like this.
Would you, if you went to the store?
I don't trust big pharma, brother.
Okay, wait. Then I'll ask you this question: do you trust doctors?
I think they're indoctrinated.
Okay, so then if you were to break
certain things,
if you were to break your arm, would you specifically?
I don't think anything's black or white.
If you were to break your arm, would you go to the hospital?
Yes, but we're talking about medication.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why?
I'm saying like a psychiatric medication. No, I would never take.
I asked you a very specific question. If you broke your arm, would you go to the hospital?
Of course, I'll go to the hospital.
Okay, why?
Because I need medical intervention.
Would you take antibiotics?
Depends on what their psychiatric effects were.
Okay, well, you aren't going to verify. You're going to take the antibiotics if the doctor tells you to, right?
In very specific instances, I might, if it numbs the pain and stuff like that. But I'm not taking like an SSRI or anything like that, Adderall or anything like that. No,
one, they're not going to give that to you if you were to break your arm.
Well, of course not. But I'm making a different statement.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, two, right? Again, why would you trust? Why would you trust the medical studies on antibiotics, but you wouldn't trust them on ADHD medication?
Because antibiotics are just good for you.
What determines that?
They produce your immune
How do you know that?
system.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
There's studies on it.
Oh, there's also studies showing
the third leading cause of death.
There's also studies showing vaccines and masks are effective. There's studies showing that it is the case that you should utilize Tylenol and ibuprofen in certain circumstances, right? There's also studies that indicate, right, that you should use remdesivir, right, within the context of like the hospital, right, and that it's actually safer oftentimes than things like Tylenol and other stuff like that. Plenty of times, within plenty of instances, because it's meant to, again, in certain context, be used to help people out. It's not used in every context. You're not taking it daily, but it's used in certain contexts within the context of the hospitals as, again, identified by medical professionals to be the right time to use it based upon the medicine that is available to those doctors. Okay, so you are not a professional. You have no clue what you're talking about, and you're just assuming things to be true because RFK said
and you're
them,
not a professional
because
either.
RFK. But I listen.
You're not a professional either.
But I listen to the professionals. Okay, I
what
get
is
my
the third leading
information
cause
from the
of death,
professionals.
Parker?
Heart disease.
Medical diagnosis.
Okay,
no, that's first. Then it's cancer. Then it's medical misdiagnoses.
Okay. How do you think doctors?
But you still trust big pharma?
Do you think? I don't trust big pharma. I trust doctors. I trust studies. I trust evidence. If you want big pharma to have less power,
of big pharma.
If you want big pharma to have less power, then you must support universal health care.
Well, okay, I don't understand this pivot. Where are you going with this?
That's not a pivot. You must support universal health care if you are against big pharma. Am I right?
No, I think there are things at the root that need to be fixed that are causing a lot of mental
Really? So
mental problems.
it's not
and
getting rid of the
problems.
power of big pharma, huh? So I'm actually advocating to get rid of the power of big pharma, whereas you're advocating to continue to support their interests, which allow for them to disenfranchise people and what you just said, kill people.
No, I don't believe big pharma should be as powerful as it is. No, I don't.
So again, you should.
I think a
you
lot
should.
of
So
things
you
like
support.
higher problem.
So you support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump because it is the case that Kamala Harris supports policies that give big pharma less power.
No, I don't. I don't agree with Kamala at all in anything.
You
Well, I'm
agree
sure I
with
would agree
Donald
with
Trump,
some
who
things, 'cause
gives big
everything,
pharma.
nothing's
So you
black
agree
and
with
white.
Donald Trump that gives big pharma more power.
Nope. This could be something that I agree with her on. I don't know her policy on it. I don't agree with big pharma how much of a grasp they have on the society. No, I don't.
But again, the point I'm saying is that you would have voted for Democrats then, because Democrats are more likely to hold big pharma accountable. They're more likely to hold insurance companies that are literally harming American citizens accountable. That's what it is. And until you realize that it is the case that Republicans prop up industries that put profit over people continuously over and over and over again, you are not going to be able to actively acknowledge who's the better candidate.
Yeah, no, I don't. If you think if that makes me think that she's a better candidate off that alone, I don't believe that at all.
Okay, can you name one Kamala Harris policy that you disagree with?
No, I just don't find her to be an inspiring leader for the country, the most powerful country in the world.
I asked for one policy that you disagree with.
And why do you think the majority of people didn't think that either?
Can you answer the question?
Can you answer mine?
Okay, can you name, after you answer my question, can you name a single policy of Kamala Harris's that you disagree with?
No, because she never mentioned any.
She did.
And she always
did. $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life. $3,600 through them being 5 years old. $3,000 through them being 18. $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals.
Are you going to guess
out of pocket? You can also look at the
You
can also look at the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. You can look at the $50,000 deductible for small businesses just starting out. You can look at all of these different policies that she supported. I'm not gish galloping. I'm naming policies that she supported that you didn't know any of them. You said that there weren't policies that she supported.
But
you're
going to try to inundate me with all this.
You said she didn't know any of these policies. She didn't talk about the policies, but I just mentioned plenty of the policies that she talked about over and over and over again that you didn't listen to. I'm sorry that you didn't know this because you didn't listen to her speak, because you didn't read it all, and because you did no information and no research on the election, and you just voted on vibes, on trust me bros, on whatever you just felt like at the time because you're misogynistic and probably racist, and you don't like black women being in positions of power.
Labels? What's up with these wholesale
Because you have no
labels, Mark?
reasons. You have zero reason why you supported Donald Trump.
Do you
have
like
no
R.
policy.
Kelly?
Nothing.
Do you like R. Kelly?
I don't know who that is.
Do you like P. Diddy?
No.
Oh, right. So you're racist.
Who is friends with P. Diddy?
What do you mean?
Who is friends with P. Diddy? Donald Trump.
You don't think Kamala was ever seen with him or anything like that?
No.
Never.
No, you believe the X image that was literally photoshopped?
Oh, I haven't seen an X image. I'm just using my intuition. If you don't think that politics in Hollywood,
there's no picture of them together, but there is a picture of Donald Trump and Diddy together.
Ooh, well, that proves a lot, Parker, don't it? That
and
means that
Epstein. He said that Epstein was a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side.
Well,
that's what Donald Trump said about Jeffrey Epstein.
This stuff. Wasn't that before Epstein was doing this stuff that it came out?
Oh, you're saying he didn't know?
Yeah, before. I mean, that was before he said Epstein was a good guy and that he was on planes. I would find that to be more unindictive.
Unindictive? What the fuck does that mean?
Unindictable thing that he showed that he knew him.
What the fuck is that? Is a new word you just created. New word just dropped, chat. New word just dropped.
Unindicted.
New word
that
just
would
dropped.
Unindict him from it. That would, I guess, alleviate thinking that he was up to no good if he was honest about that thing. That's how I see it.
Exonerate?
Exonerate, sure. Where you want to go now, Parker? It's fun.
I'm really just like,
get me off next.
I'm just concerned with like how you operate on a daily basis.
Why? Do you honestly think in any of her, she should have taken advantage of those podcasts and other things, because that's the main point that people are going to see her at. So why didn't she take advantage of it? And why, when she went to the Call Her Daddy podcast, did she make them build a replica room to try to hide the fact that whatever that girl's name is went to her, so Kamala could have all her people in the room with her. Why? Kamala, sorry.
And Sid, thank you for the $100 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm so sorry. But I hope today gets better. Oh, I just got banned for harassment and bullying. What? All right, I guess we'll just accept people on Streamlabs, y'all. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Alrighty. Well, let's plug in and we'll start stuff on here on YouTube. Alrighty, let me audio. MV. All right, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me, everyone? We're gonna do Streamlabs. Let me put this down. Alrighty. Thank you so much, everyone. Y'all are so kind. Y'all are so kind with the support. Make sure to like the stream, everyone, for the 2,500 people who are in here. Make sure to like the stream. I am going to put this in the comment section right now. And we are going to, what's it called? Pin the message. That is the guest box, everyone. Make sure to join the guest box if you did vote for Donald Trump. Make sure to join the guest box if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty. Can y'all see the guest box, everyone? Did I open it? It's been a minute since I've done this. Guess. There we go. I do see the guests. Alrighty, everyone. Alrighty, everyone. We're gonna start getting some guests up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Could y'all hear them? There we go. I should be able to hear. Did y'all hear? No? I would like a friend to be able to join so I can check. Is Matt in here or something? I want to check. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh my God, I can hear you.
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I did not. I love you.
Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Make sure to drop out of the studio. Make sure to drop out of the studio if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? Okay, you're just gonna get banned from the studio. Okay, all guests need to log in. There we go. You just made it so all guests need to log in now. Hoppy Sparkles, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. David, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 for TikTok blows. I know it's really bad. And then Elena, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Is it just me or did my mic get a little bit quieter? Ahmed, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
I don't like illegals.
Can you go a little bit quieter?
Yeah.
So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Can you hear me now?
You're just really loud.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna fix my mic.
Okay, go ahead. All right, everyone. Give it a second, y'all. Oh, actually, my mic was like pretty low. That's actually my fault. I'm sorry, everyone. That is my fault. Let me make it. I also want to make it so that like they can't turn on.
Is it better now?
I think you just got louder, bro. You just like yelled louder. Okay. Oh, they left. Okay. All right. How do I make it so they can't? So guests cannot use webcams. No ban guests. I don't even know. All right, well, we're gonna just try. We'll keep going. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
Yeah, how old are you?
60.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so? Okay, I guess they just went out. Cinema layout, picture. Okay, this is so confusing. I don't know why it keeps like moving everything. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
This is me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18, sorry.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Historic tax cuts.
Okay, so you think, can you name one provision within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that you like?
It's more so with unemployment. So just people with unemployment, people with disabilities, all that sort of stuff.
Okay, so the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, again, right? You can't name a single provision that you like of it, but you say that it's like the better tax policy. Why?
The one in 2017, an estimated of 25,000 tax cut pages. The numbers were pretty good there. I didn't see much numbers with anybody else.
Vol, think of the membership subscription. Well, actually, I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist that indicates around 0.04% annual GDP growth, which is around $8 to $16 billion in GDP growth per year. And according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, it adds $190 billion of debt-related spending every single year, 1.9 trillion over 10 years.
Do you mind sending that to me?
Yeah, look at the macroeconomic effect. Look at the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform bill.
I have the 2017 bill right here.
Yeah, I'm just said
It had a tremendous boost in American economy.
Nope, it was $8 to $16 billion in GDP growth, which is significantly less than the debt-related spending caused into law. So again, if you want to relate to like the benefits of the bill, they were very minimal.
All right. What about the fact that as far as we know, numbers state that there were more African American voters voting for Donald Trump than there were for Biden, or not Biden. Sorry, my fault.
Kamala?
Yeah.
Actually, no. You said Biden comparative to Kamala Harris?
No, Kamala Harris to Trump.
Kamala.
Oh, sorry.
No, Kamala Harris. Kamala. Well, why did this just go down again? Kamala.
Are you saying that hold up. A higher or lower?
Please. Kamala Harris got more votes amongst the African American community comparative to Donald Trump.
Is there proof in those numbers?
Yeah, look at the exit polling.
Exit polling?
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure it was 80 or 90%. So overwhelmingly.
In the 2024 results.
Yeah.
Blacks.
Everyone
no,
here,
you're right. Yeah, 86%.
Black people.
Yeah.
And also everyone in the YouTube stream, make sure to like the stream. It should help send out to more people.
Yeah, I don't know. I got anything else. So no, I'm going to be honest. I never voted for Trump, but I want to see if I can put a good army.
Okay. All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, me, Parker?
Yeah. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I think I misunderstood, and I thought I was just watching you. I didn't mean to be chatting with you. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. So make sure to drop out of that real quick. Oh, why does it keep doing that, y'all? My microphone keeps going down in volume, everyone. Oh my gosh. Why does it keep doing that? That's really interesting that it keeps doing that. All right, well, I'll have to keep increasing it, so. What's up, Holly? Dude, you're just going to get banned from the studio. You authenticated with YouTube. Okay, it keeps, like, going down. Does anyone know how to fix that? Where, like, the audio keeps going down and oh my gosh. The audio keeps going down, and is it because it's too high? And oh my god, why does it keep doing that? Is it too hot in here? Give me one sec, chat. Let me do this. check audio settings or something? Okay, I need to check that because it keeps making it like so you can barely hear me, which is ridiculous. All right, can y'all hear me, everyone? Can y'all hear me? I don't know why StreamYard keeps like check to see if you have background noise filter on or auto leveling. There we go. Okay, it says automatically. Okay, it was automatically adjusted. Okay, it's automatically. Oh my god. Can y'all hear me at all? It's like getting really annoying. Why does it keep doing that? I literally turned it off. I turned off auto adjust microphone. How do I get it to stop doing that, y'all? Y'all can hear me? I know, but it's like significantly lower than it should be because it keeps like changing my audio volume. And it's getting really frustrating. All right, well, we're going to try to get people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Specifically Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Okay, what about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Bonus depreciation.
Okay, all right. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act bonus depreciation is good enough reason to vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? That's it?
Well, I mean, there's obviously other things, but like that was one big thing.
Do you think that Kamala Harris doesn't support bonus depreciation?
Not as much as Trump.
Okay, well,
I mean, I don't even think it was in her. I don't even think it was in her like policy.
So the only policy that she specifically was shifting with the Tax and Jobs Act, she was going to maintain the Tax and Jobs Act, but she was going to replace it in terms of the income that would go to people whose income is over $400,000. So all the tax cuts for people who's over $400,000 would go away. Everything else would be maintained.
Yeah, what Trump didn't do that. So that I agree with that.
Like, let me compare the plans. Donald Trump's plan would increase taxes. Donald Trump. Hold on. Okay, please finish. Donald Trump's plan would increase. Okay. Why does it keep cutting down my volume? Can you hear me? Is it really quiet? Hello?
You're good now. It was fun.
Yeah, I know it keeps changing in volume. Is there anyone that can tell me in the chat like what I can do to change this? Because it's really not fixing. Okay, you were saying, sorry?
We were talking about bonus depreciation, and I'm not that familiar with Kamala's like provision on it.
Kamala.
Sorry, yeah, Kamala. But what were you saying about it? Like she was going to continue it? Because like the Tax Cut and Job Act, I think is phasing out like this year, like the bonus depreciation. So that's why I voted for Trump, is because like he's gonna. He had talked about re-implementing it back to where it was like back when it was like.
Okay, so let me compare the two tax policies because I was in the middle of doing it and it cut me out. So if you compare the two tax policies, Kamala Harris's tax plan will decrease taxes on low and middle income individuals.
Holy crap! Your audio is high as fuck, dude. This is sucks. I'm sorry, Parker. We can just keep going. I'll just like turn down my volume.
Okay. So again, if you would compare the two tax policies, Kamala Harris's tax policy versus Donald Trump's tax policy, the Kamala Harris tax policy would decrease taxes on low and middle income individuals, whereas it would increase, right, them specifically for high income individuals, for people whose income is over $400,000. Right?
Well, I don't agree. But what about? I mean, we can talk about that, but what about?
Donald Trump's tax policy would cut taxes, right, on rich people whose income is over $400,000 a year, right, and it would increase taxes on low and middle income individuals because it is the case that tariffs are regressive by nature, meaning it disproportionately raises taxes, right, for people who are lower income comparative to people who are higher income.
Yeah, I mean, I have my qualms with taxing over 400,000 in income, but regardless, bonus depreciation doesn't have to do with taxing income. And I don't know of any policy. I mean, I did know she had that policy of over 400,000 like higher taxes. I didn't know, were you saying that she had like she supported bonus depreciation in some sort?
I'm
Cuz
saying
I
it
mean,
is
that was a big reason.
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah. So again, what I was saying is that Kamala Harris's tax policy would maintain the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for all the tax cuts that were for people who are lower than $400,000 in income, right? But for people who are above $400,000 in income, there would be an increase in taxes.
So she would keep the bonus depreciation provisions in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act below 400,000.
Yes.
Like she said she would keep all the provisions of the Tax Cut and Job Act
That were applicable to people who are lower than $400,000 in income.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I honestly didn't know that. So,
given that that's true, do you support Kamala Harris?
No, do not.
So then, what would be the reason why you support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris then?
Well, I mean, I wish I would have known that like previously that she. I mean, I do have my qualms with taxing higher. Okay, what was her policy over 400,000 in income?
So 4% increase on income over 400K.
Okay, that's not. Honestly, that is not like unreasonable. I don't disagree.
I know, right?
Because okay, so this is why the media is so bad. Is I never knew that. I just heard like she's taxing over 400,000, and I never heard about like. I wish outlets would have told me that she was keeping the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act like the same. Like I didn't know that. So honestly, I didn't know that. So
Okay, but what's the reason why Donald Trump is a better candidate?
So okay, do you know what bonus depreciation is?
Yes, but like again, you're not answering my question explicitly, and I'm asking you very specific questions here.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, that was the big reason I voted for him. It was the bonus depreciation. I guess I didn't know Kamala's policy on that, but I guess
Kamala.
Kamala. Another
And
big
Ariana,
reason.
think of it $2. Thank you, Ariana. Go ahead.
Another big reason was Trump. Like, I know you're gonna like freak out when I say this, but like intentionally crashing the stock market was a good thing. Let me explain. So what he's doing is crashing the stock market with the tariffs. I mean, I do agree with the tariffs. I don't agree with how aggressive he is with them. Tariffs are like I don't know, like a really hard substance. If you take too much of it, it's gonna fuck you up. But if you take a little bit, it's good for an economy. And
that'd be targeted tariffs, not specifically like Donald Trump doing blanket tariffs on practically every country around the world.
Yeah, and
right?
I mean, I do agree. I mean, the blanket, in my opinion, a lot of the blanket tariffs did work because now they're all like trying to negotiate. I think a lot of, except like China and the EU, are most
but
likely.
like, what did we get from these negotiations? So we intentionally crashed the markets to get negotiations, and we don't even know what we've got from the negotiations. So how could you say you support that?
Okay, so there's two things. There's two different like topics I could go on: the tariffs or like the benefits of intentionally crashing the stock market.
Yeah, tell me what the benefits are of intentionally crashing the stock market.
So it would lower interest rates. It would cause the Fed to lower interest rates, which would, I mean, this was a
no way.
Yes.
So listen, you just said it was justified to intentionally crash. Why is it doing this now? You just said it was okay to intentionally crash the stock market because it is the case that it would lower interest rates because it would cause a recession.
No, okay, so I disagree. Like I said, I disagree with how like aggressive the tariffs were, but it is good. I mean, there's going to be pros and cons to both of this, but like the bad is, yeah, we're basically like having to like reshore all of our manufacturing for any of the companies to even see it worth like doing business with our consumers, because like 104% on China is crazy.
It's more
I
than
would have
104%. Now it's like, dude, it keeps
it's like
doing this.
125. Oh my gosh, bro, the
Like
audio.
140. I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening with the audio. It's being really annoying right now. I'm sorry. I do
You're
apologize.
good. No, you're good. What are we saying? Yeah, so I think it's at 125%. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like I'm specifically China is the one like that deserves the tariffs like absolutely the most, like 100%. Like China is the one that needs the tariffs the absolute most.
No, because obviously they haven't been receptive in a positive way for it. Now the fucking TikTok case is totally off the fucking deal, or totally off, right? The TikTok
Wait,
deal is totally off.
what TikTok deal?
The deal to get a TikTok so it's not banned, so it's sold.
Oh, to sell the
Completely off the
company
table.
to a US or whatever?
Yeah, it's completely off the table now.
I mean, that's a kind of a whole separate topic. Let me explain like why I think the tariffs are so good. I do know that the Chinese government is really like targeting the US for like national security data. They've done this like a long time, and it is a problem. And I don't want TikTok banned, and it's unfortunate like that they took that off the table. But you have to understand that China's freaking out. They're playing hard. They cannot keep up. They're not going to be able to last. It's going to be, I mean, it's obviously going to be rough for us, but it's way rougher for them because they have an aging population. Their currency is in the dumps. Like the good thing about the US is we have so much, because we're the reserve currency and all of the other currencies are pegged to the US dollar, is that when we start doing tariffs, sanctions, we make the rules. But China, think that's why they tried to form like the BRICS. If China was strong enough on their own, they wouldn't have like tried to do the BRICS. They have to combine all their companies to even compete with our dollar. That's how powerful we are.
I'm not disputing that, but like what you're not understanding is that tariffs do not help us. They do not help them. They do not allow for a stimulation of innovation, of growth, right? Of productive capacities that help our economy.
Actually, I would
really
argue
don't.
I would argue it gives more innovation, and let me explain why. It goes back. Yeah, hold on.
That's actually categorically false based upon everything that we've seen within economics. Like
Okay.
I can literally show you studies that indicate otherwise, because it reduces the efficiency of an economy and it limits the amount of competition that like American monopoly organizations have and oligopolic industries have.
Yeah, I do agree with you that like, I mean, but wouldn't you also agree that China is monopoly too?
I don't say what you mean, like the
like
state,
a lot of
like
the
the state
companies
that they have.
the companies. Oh, go ahead.
The state that they have has lots of control over markets. Absolutely, I'm not disputing that. What?
No, I'm saying that they're companies that like a lot of like steel or like I don't know, a lot of the things we get from China, like
they should still be able to compete, right?
Compete,
Yeah, in the market.
Not as unfair as it is at the moment, because the
What's
Chinese.
unfair about it?
So the Chinese have been known for severe like the data breaching, and that's why the whole thing with the TikTok, even it was like Democrats and Republicans were big on
data
this.
breaching?
Of China like trying to infiltrate our like social media. Do you not think I'm not against TikTok being banned, but I am against Chinese spyware. And you think that like ByteDance has great intentions, like they're just the the
until
Chinese
you can
government has.
identify specifically what they've done, they should not be banned, right? There's literally no evidence to indicate that. You're talking about some potential of they could do this in the future. There's no evidence that they've done this. Why are we talking about banning them for things that they haven't done when their data is maintained and controlled in the United States by Oracle? Explain to me. Give me any fucking reason.
Okay, well, I didn't know about it being controlled by Oracle. And
Already been controlled, yeah.
Oracle is a U.S. company, isn't it?
Yep.
But what about ByteDance? I heard like when they were having the congressional hearings on this, ByteDance. I don't know. So there's TikTok, ByteDance, Oracle. What are all the functions that for TikTok?
Like, are you asking like what is TikTok as an app? Like
No, like
live
what?
streams?
Do you know about ByteDance? Like, have you heard the company how it's
company,
associated?
yes.
What's it associated with TikTok?
Like, how is its association?
Yeah.
Like, as the owner of TikTok?
It owns TikTok?
Yes, I'm pretty sure ByteDance owns TikTok.
Yeah, because I think TikTok is not a company; it's a brand owned by ByteDance. So yeah, so I think that's what it is. But ByteDance, who's ByteDance owned by?
There are like when you say
The Chinese
owned,
government.
like, they're like parent company. There's influence of the Chinese company. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
major influence.
And what is China?
That's why there's like a deal that's trying to be made with the Chinese government.
Yeah,
because they have
we don't
regulatory
want to
power
deal
over
with
it.
the Chinese government on our biggest social media platform with our data.
Okay.
Because ByteDance has all the data. Because Oracle controls it, but they have all the data, and ByteDance is owned by the Chinese government. We don't want them having
the data is controlled by Oracle.
Yeah, but Oracle works for ByteDance, and ByteDance
No, they
is
don't.
owned.
Oracle does not work for ByteDance.
I mean, well, they use them, but ByteDance has all
I
of
don't know
the
what you're talking
data.
about. MJ, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, MJ, for Love Watch. Sorry, the audio just I think it's whenever I speak louder. MJ, thank you so much though. Thank you for the $50.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
why did you keep getting banned from TikTok and Dean too?
Yeah, I'd love for you to say that after I finish thanking this person. It's a shame that so many problems pop up. Keep challenging and debating MAGA that don't even know what they voted for against. That. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, MJ. I appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. All right, you can continue. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just we were talking about the ByteDance. So yeah, you're right. Oracle is like they contract Oracle for their data, like I don't know, data management, I guess. But ByteDance still has all the access to Oracle because they're basically contracting or like do you dispute?
Thelonious, go ahead and join my live. Thelonious, right here, you should join my live. You can send a guest request. There's actually a link right above the chat. Click on the link and join as a guest. Go ahead.
Okay. So I mean, we can talk about this ByteDance company or whatever, but do you want me to I think would be more interesting for you is me explain like why crashing the stock market is good for the US.
Yeah, go ahead and try to explain to me how causing a recession intentionally is good.
Okay. So the aggressiveness of I've already stated the aggressiveness of the tariffs was bad. I don't think it should have been as aggressive. I was assuming that was going to be like the tariffs in Trump's first term. Like they're obviously not as aggressive. Like I honestly didn't see that coming. So I do disagree with that, but I did know that when he implemented those tariffs that the market would crash, and that would be good because it would lower the interest rates, which for me me and my family are big real estate investors, so we'd be able to acquire more debt at cheaper rates. And
again, what you're just
things of the such,
and the houses would also be less expensive, right? They'd be less valuable to sell. Less people will be able to buy houses that your family is trying to sell?
No, more people would
Because it's a
the
recession.
the
No,
interest
less
rates are
people.
so high.
Listen, you're not understanding. There would be obviously more of a decrease in demand overall. That's why there would be a decrease in the interest rate in the very first place.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you that there's going to be a recession, and that's a bad thing. What
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
saying
Wait,
is,
you just advocated that it was a good thing. What are you talking about?
no, I'm saying it was okay. So when I voted, I thought Trump was not going to be as aggressive as he was with the tariffs. Like in his first term, they weren't as aggressive as they are now. So that's what I thought. So I'm like, okay, he's going to implement these tariffs that are a little bit more aggressive than like previous administrations, but not like now. I think it went too far. Like too far.
What did?
The tariffs that Trump implemented. Like they're too much.
Okay, way too much. They caused a recession. They're bad, right? Again, if you're advocating for targeted tariffs, Democrats agree with targeted tariffs. What Democrats disagree with are blanket tariffs placed on basically every country around the world to negatively disenfranchise, right? Every country around the world, our relationships with our allies, right? Trade policy across the board, and companies that rely on aspects of the production process that come from countries around the world.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is that I didn't know when. So you asked like why I voted for Trump is because I knew he was going to bring the tariffs. The tariffs would be implemented. I didn't think they would be as aggressive, and I knew that the market would crash, and that interest rates would go down, and that I would be able to acquire debt at cheaper prices. And like I said, with the bonus depreciation also relates to like my real estate investing and of the such. So
again, you're just going to restate the claim that a recession is good, which is going to harm so many fucking people, right? Because it's going to benefit you as a business owner family.
I'm
as a
saying
real
that
estate owning family. That's incredibly greedy.
The interest rates would have gone down even if it wasn't as aggressive, which I thought they were going to
interest
not
rates
be
would
as
have
aggressive.
gone down. Interest rates would have gone down more if it is the case that you supported Kamala Harris, because then there wouldn't have been an upward pressure on prices because of the tariffs.
No, the interest rates would have most likely gone up.
You're just wrong.
No, it's true. It's when debt is more like, okay, so most of the debt in the economy comes from the US government buying or selling bonds to the Fed, right? And when the interest rate on those bonds are higher, when the US government is buying more of that, it boosts the interest rate like skyrockets, and that's what we saw with Biden. And
why are they buying more bonds that are Biden?
Because he spent more money.
Wrong. Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. Also, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget also indicates that Donald Trump will sign off on more debt-related spending given the next administration, comparative to Kamala Harris, right, by 4 trillion over the next 10 years. So again, 8 trillion overall more from Donald Trump being in the position of presidency comparative to there being Democrats.
Okay, I agree with you. I was wrong that yes, Trump did add more debt, but the debt was better, in my opinion.
How so? The debt was better. How so? Oh, did he cut out? Hello?
Debt.
Is it lagging? Can y'all hear me, chat?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do y'all hear me? Yeah, y'all can hear me? Okay, perfect. Okay, are you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, so why'd you vote for Donald Trump? Or not? Sorry, wrong. I didn't. Wrong question. What were you saying?
Oh, we were saying about just how I agree that Trump spent
No. The best debt. You said it was better debt. So how is it better
Yes,
debt?
it was. Because the debt was it he rebuilt the military, which is a big part of it, which most of the military
How do you rebuild the military?
he like invested like he put a ton of money into buying like new is this oh what's up
What's up?
Yo.
What's up?
Hey, thought I'd come up here and hang out for a little bit. How we doing?
How you doing? I want to make it so it's only you, Dean. So it's only just me and you. I don't know how to do that.
Oh, wait, you don't have to show me or anything because I think that there's like somebody else in my profile picture on whatever account I'm on.
Okay, all right, I got you. But yeah, everyone. Dean's in the live right now. Isn't this cool? I can just add up guests. I can see the guests before. I can also mute them, and they can't unmute themselves. Incredible.
Oh,
It's just
really?
there's no
That's good.
algorithm.
This is 10
It's
out
just
of
normally
10.
easy. But Cassidy, thank you for the $50 YouTube super chat from my coworker. Grew up as a Jehovah's Witness and has never voted once in her 40 years on Earth. And we discussed politics today, and it was very satisfying to explain politics to her using your arguments. She seems to swing left, to be honest. Base, Cassidy.
You know what I think is funny is how there's a chat associated with the Streamlabs, and of course the only people like in the Streamlabs queue are like Republicans. So then like everybody in the chat is like right leaning.
Oh, in the private chat.
Yeah.
oh yeah
Like
you should read it
They all get their little hangout over here. All the Trump
Oh,
support.
that's funny. I can go see who it is.
Yeah.
Like what they're saying. Oh, that's kind of funny.
Yeah, it was great.
Parker will kick me later. What? DEY? Why will I kick you?
Well, because they said that they weren't a Trump supporter. I was like, DUI, why do you do this?
Okay, well.
Anyways, hello Dean, I'm TJ.
TJ, how the hell are we doing? Well, I don't mean to completely just throw the conversation off. You guys can continue and I'll hop in.
Okay,
Donald Robson said I don't know what I'm talking about. Donald, why don't I know what I'm talking about?
Get him up here, bro.
Donald, what why don't I know what oh, he left immediately when I added him. Watch, they will lie to you both. That's what he last said. Donald, join back. Are you scared, Donald? That's brutal. All right, go ahead.
Honestly forgot like where we were at, honestly. We were talking about tariffs or right?
Yeah, you were arguing that Donald Trump intentionally crashing the markets was good because it will lower interest rates.
Yes. Okay. And
you were also arguing that even though Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, that it was better debt. So, but you didn't explain why it was better debt.
Okay. Yeah, I was explaining. Okay, so he rebuilt the military, and
Casey, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Thank you, Casey. Thank you so much for the $20. And again, what did he do to rebuild the military? You didn't tell me.
He didn't he add a lot more equipment into like the Air Force and the I thought there was a lot of like innovation. Like you mentioned the figures, like the big.
I actually think that he took funding from the Air Force, for the space agency. I forget what it's called, but there was no like new funding allocated to the DoD, and he just simply stole.
Well, okay, so Parker, what was it that Trump spent? Like you said, and you're right. Like you said, he spent more. What was the figure?
That Trump spent more. It was 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Okay, so the 3.8 trillion, I wonder how much of that was the military. And let me explain it. Let's say for the sake of the argument that it was a lot of the military.
There wasn't much of a difference in military spending given the two different administrations, but there was a slight increase under Trump, but it was not to quote unquote rebuild the military. That's just a complete lie.
Okay, well, I mean, regardless, there was still more money spent and I see that as a good thing because we a lot of the military equipment we use is made in America.
Actually, technically, there was more money spent on the military under the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration in his first time in office.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but Donald Trump's advocating for more spending later on. But like, if we look at the administrations, yeah.
Wait, so
Narc, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
so how
no, I
much
haven't.
of? So you said what was the non-COVID relating spending of the Biden-Harris?
Go to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget and look at all of it there. That's the best place you'll look at it.
Wait, what was it? I'm gonna write this down.
Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. And also for everyone on the YouTube stream, we're only live here on YouTube because I got banned on all my TikTok accounts.
Responsible.
Yep, I banned everywhere, Dean.
Dude, that sucks, man.
Even on my girlfriend's account.
Okay.
What were you even saying? You guys were arguing about like pharmaceutical, and you got banned for that.
Yeah, just they want to ban me on everything for no reason. It's insane. I literally can't even go on there and like have a normal debate. It's ridiculous.
Hey, I also wanted to add on here. You said that him crashing the stock market was a good thing because then
Yeah,
interest
we were
rates
having
will-
a whole debate on that.
Because then interest rates will go down, and then Trump will like refi a lot of our debt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Is someone cooking something?
Yeah, I actually am. Yes, I'm cooking a rice, a steak, and you. I'm just kidding. You've been.
Yo, my yo.
But
That was good.
I
That
knew Dean was
good.
gonna
That
say
good.
that.
I knew it. Yeah.
But anyways, so actually, like in a sense, like you are right that if we refi debt at a lower interest rate, of course, we'll be spending less money. But here's the deal. First and foremost, we don't see any wild projections from the feds to quickly drop interest rates, and that debt needs to be refinanced this year.
Well,
So
because
that's
it's
an
so.
issue. And then I just have one other issue here. Overall, we'd still be losing more money because, like, not only as tariffs like crash the stock market, but they're also barreling us towards a recession. So we're going to lose more than what would have been spent on like higher interest rates just off of a reduction in government revenues via slow GDP growth and the trillions of dollars in which have evaporated into thin air as a result of the stock market crashes. And I mean that's just purely evaluating the issue through an economic lens. Like that's not even considering like the people that will starve or be out of a retirement when they wanted to retire because of crashes in the stock market. So it actually economically would make more sense to refi at a higher rate, given that we don't enter into a recession.
So like I was explaining to Parker, I voted for Trump because I assumed that the tariffs would not be as aggressive as they are now. I don't like them being this aggressive. I do for China slightly. But and I have my reasons for that. But I thought it was going to be more like what was that?
What are the reasons?
So we talked about the data breaching, right? And ByteDance is literally owned by the Chinese government. People say like, oh, it's owned by a Chinese company. China owns a lot of the
No, dude, they have their own servers in Texas that secure U.S. data.
Yep.
Their own servers in Texas?
Yeah, wait, I already told you about this.
Wait, no, you talked about Oracle, not Texas.
Who do you think is managing that in Texas?
It's likely.
Okay, well, I didn't know Oracle
is
was
Oracle.
in Texas, so okay.
You only really see a couple big companies managing like data collection and server management. Like you see like AWS, which is Amazon, Oracle, and like maybe like one or two others, but that's really it, man. There's a huge monopoly over like data management in America. Anyways, that's
okay.
Neither there. Kristen, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Wow, that's very kind of you. I'm surprised.
So then,
Thank you, Kristen.
what would be your response to like in the congressional hearings, like Democrats and Republicans alike having concern? You're saying like none of that really had any merit to it.
I understand your question. Like, what are they concerned about? What's confidential that we don't know? I mean, I kind of thought about that for a while. I'd say, hey, what about this? Even if we assume that there is some confidential issues that expose a huge data breach, well, Terrafin trying to actually kind of like delayed a deal for us to buy TikTok from them when they were willing to negotiate before we
I
placed tariffs
disagree.
on
They'll
China.
cave. China's
So,
gonna cave.
well, it still delayed it nonetheless, even if they do cave. Like, they wouldn't have even had to cave in the first place, which means that the like time that ownership of U.S. data that has led to like confidential security breaches or whatever is extended. Like, there's more
And
time for China to steal our data.
and what again was that made? Didn't Trump like say that he would keep TikTok? Or because I knew that it was going to go into effect like a law. They passed a law, and
Yeah,
then
I think he's just ore farming with it. Like, whenever like things aren't looking too good for him, he's just
yeah,
like, "I'm
I
gonna save
honestly agree with
TikTok.
that.
Here's an extension."
I agree with that. That was honestly kind of. I mean, yeah, that was kind of true. He kind of like last minute, like he's been bashing TikTok like forever, and then all of a sudden, just like last second. So no, I agree with that. But okay, let's say like but back to my question, Dean. What do you think? Like the Democrats and Republicans, like a lot of them agreed that there was like problems with TikTok. Do you think that had any merit or not really because of like Oracle protecting it and things of that like that?
I think it carries enough merit to talk about like we are right now, but I don't just merely think that observing the sentiment of some people in the Democrat Party aligning with Republicans to get rid of it carries too much water. I would say that there's been no evidence presented. Like, seemingly there's been good offers, like good explanations offered by TikTok, by their CEO, by Oracle about Project Texas to kind of quell any concerns. But I mean, it merits enough, warrants enough merit to have a discussion about. But I mean, like I said, Donald Trump placing tariffs on China delays the ban, right? Because we just keep inside, because all of a sudden China doesn't want to enter into a deal, and Donald
Well,
Trump
they
continues
will.
to sign
They
extensions.
will. They will
Well, I said it
eventually.
delays it. Like, can you at
I
least hear
understand.
that? Right? And like, so in other words, they're like delaying a resolution to a huge compromisation of U.S. consumer data, which is a bad thing, right?
Consumer what?
Like, you're saying that U.S. consumer data is compromised and China's getting a hold of it. There's all these security concerns. Okay, well, now Donald Trump placing tariffs on China has delayed the point where the ownership of TikTok will be sold to America, and those security concerns will be, sufficiently
Well, I didn't
fixed.
know about Oracle, to be honest with you. So I mean that is pretty convincing, more convincing to me that's secured. I thought it was like ByteDance. TikTok's a brand owned by ByteDance, and ByteDance is owned by a Chinese conglomerate. That's a problem to me. That's what I thought. I didn't know there was even Oracle involved. I didn't know
In terms
that.
of the data
So
management now.
if you're
Okay. Well,
my
can you
biggest
hear me
thing
now?
is that
Yeah, he's cutting out. He has bad connection. I'm gonna go on mute for like precisely 3 minutes so I could sear the steak that I'm reverse searing.
All right, I got you. Reverse sear that steak.
Okay.
For the people who are on TikTok, join over on my YouTube channel, everyone. That's where I'm only live right now. YouTube is where you can hear the guest, everyone. But yeah, TJ. Okay, let's talk about a few more things.
okay.
I have a question. Would you vote for someone who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Okay. Listen, I don't agree with that. But once you say that people vote for somebody for like they like you can vote for someone for specific reasons and then say like all these things are bad. Like I don't like that he was with Diddy or saying all those things. Those are really wrong. And I don't like
I
the
asked you,
guy.
would you vote for him given that he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Yes. I mean, but listen, but you just ignored my last
What
comment
if
is that people
Okay, so like I'm
people
sorry, what if he
vote
did that
people
to a 9-year-old?
what?
What if he did that to a 9-year-old?
Yeah, it's still messed up.
But would you vote
Okay.
for him still?
Yes. Okay, but let me
You
I
would.
answer,
So
yes,
what
okay.
about if it was an 8-year-old?
Oh my gosh, bro, you're going to go all the way down.
Yeah, I'm just asking if it was an
Yes,
8-year-old.
yes, 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 yes. Okay,
You
but let
laugh.
me
You
ask you.
laugh at that. It's like really fucking disgusting. I'm just gonna be totally fair with you. Lee, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1.69.
Okay,
That's
let
actually gross, dude.
me ask a question though. So like you agree with like all of these, like you have your plethora of reasons why you're gonna vote for Kamala. You voted for Kamala Harris, right?
Kamala. Yes, I have a plethora
Yeah,
of reasons why I
Kamala.
voted for Kamala Harris.
Kamala. Okay. But I would assume there's like, I mean, there could be like less things that you disagree with Kamala on, but I could point out
Kamala
some.
or Harris. Just say
Kamala.
Kamala or Harris.
Okay, I'll say Harris from now on. I keep messing up. Okay. There's some things you disagree with Harris on.
Mm-hmm.
Would, like, for example, do you agree with
Here,
like,
1 second. For the people on TikTok, everyone, it says live on YouTube. I'm trying to. I don't even have guests on here. There's nobody I can get the audio on here. It's only on YouTube, so you got to go to YouTube to watch.
your volume keeps going high and then low?
I know
It's
it's
annoying as
because
fuck.
I understand. I got closer to the mic and it made it do that.
Okay. But okay. So like, would you agree with like you have your plethora of reasons, right, for voting for Kamala Harris?
Kamala.
But I would assume that you would disagree with like any aid that they gave to Israel over the administration, right? Like, do you think they gave too much? Yeah, you would agree with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you also disagree with, like, for example, the Willow Project?
I'm actually not even familiar with that is.
So did you not hear about like the huge drilling in Alaska? Like Biden approved like the huge.
I mean, yeah, I'd probably be against that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big like environmentalists were like really against it.
I'm confused with your points of this.
Well, my point
on
is
both of those things, Donald Trump is worse for America. And then Laura, thank you for the $50 super sticker on YouTube. Thank you so much, Laura. Can we get some W's for Laura in the comment section with the $50 super sticker on YouTube?
So you come to me and say, well, Trump said all these like creepy things. I'm like, I agree, but that's like me coming at you and saying that like it's wrong for you to vote for Kamala Harris. Like you're evil because Harris, because you sent she sent money to Israel or she supported massive drilling projects.
Because Donald Trump supported more of those things, of those exact things. Donald Trump supports Israel more, right? And he literally wants to ethnically cleanse Palestinians and explicitly, like literally take over the country or take over the area and turn it into Trump Gaza, right, for real estate development. Secondly, it is the case that for the environmentalism, Donald Trump doesn't believe climate change is even caused by humans. Okay, there's so much worse.
Yeah, I know he's kind of delusional when it comes to that.
So then you can't even.
But you're okay. So you asked me out of the blue. You're like, would you vote for someone that said, like they'll date a 10-year-old? But that's like me coming at you and saying, would you vote for someone that?
Listen, just listen to me.
Okay,
Did Kamala Harris go out there and go? God fucking damn it!
Oh my gosh!
Piss me off. Stop. Shut up. Be quiet. I'm about to mute you. Right. Literally, listen. Okay. Right. That Kamala Harris did not go out there and be like to a 9-year-old and be like, oh, I'm going to date you in 10 years. She didn't do that. She didn't do more of the very thing that you're saying that is bad, right, about the other side. So like if you were to bring that up to me, that doesn't make any sense as a critique because Donald Trump supports that more.
Well,
with the example I gave up for you, with the example I gave for you specifically, right? It is the case that Donald Trump did this, but Kamala Harris did not. Ariana, think of the $4.44. Thank you so much. I think you just have to go through I'm actually not quite sure. I think you'd have to look it up.
Look what up?
No, I'm just talking to somebody sending money. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. But I mean, the reason why I voted for Trump over Harris is my belief was that he was a better pick versus Harris, and there were a lot of things that I disagreed with Trump, and there's things you disagree with Harris. We can argue whether like one has more or less, but at the end of the day, like people can have their opinions about what's right and wrong, but then still like vote for someone for specific reasons. Like for example, like let's say there's a. Would you say it's?
I'll ask this: if Donald Trump wanted to get rid of women's right to vote, would you vote for him? For Kamala Harris.
Okay, let me say this. The answer is yes. And explain why.
Hey, can you explain why? Is he still here?
He's probably lagging. I cannot believe he just said that.
Dude, holy shit! I just finished cooking my steak. I was like listening to the conversation. I was like, this guy has like crazy beliefs, obviously, but like he
Are you
seems
there?
like
Can you hear me?
a little bit more like
Yeah.
chill than like most guests. But then he says that, dude.
Yeah,
bro.
TJ, you just said
Can
that
you
you
hear me?
would vote. You just said that you would vote for Donald Trump even if he got rid of women's right to vote.
Bro, what?
No, I thought you said if he said he was going to. And there's a difference. There's a difference, Parker. There's a difference. You want to know why? Because that would not be a credible threat. Because we have checks and balances that would prevent that from happening.
Then here'd be my question: would you vote for Donald Trump if he said he wanted to get rid of rights of black people because it's constitutionally protected that black people have rights? That you believe it's not a quote unquote credible threat?
Yeah, it's not a credible threat.
So you'd support him even though he still said that because it's quote unquote not a credible threat.
I mean,
of course he's lagging. He's got MAGA mobile. Jesus Christ, dude, that's such a fucking insane thing. Sabrina, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you for the $1. And Kristen, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I accidentally do that. What did I just do? Did I delete it or archive it? I don't even know what I just did. Oops. All right. Well, that was just crazy, dude. What the fuck is wrong with this guest, bro? I thought YouTube would be better. For the people on TikTok, YouTube is the only place where you can hear the audio. I'm banned everywhere here on TikTok. The only reason I'm here on TikTok on this account is because I have no guest requests on this account. So go over to my YouTube channel, everyone. We've currently got 3,100 people over on YouTube. I'd recommend go over there. Make sure to like the stream over here on YouTube. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes real quick. TJ, I can hear you again. Can you
hear
please
me?
explain to me why you said such a stupid statement?
Because it's not a credible threat.
So then you would support Donald Trump if he said that he wanted to get rid of the rights of black people?
Yeah, it's not a credible threat.
Okay, well, he's banned. He's banned. Yo, how old are you?
Who, me?
How old are you? Yep, it's you.
Oh, okay. I am old enough.
Did you
I
vote
don't
for
really
Donald
want
Trump?
to say my age. Yeah.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, the border policies, mostly.
What border policies?
Well, I don't really think he has a policy, but he wanted to build a wall.
Okay, so how much of the wall did he build in his first administration?
Not enough, for sure.
So
Not enough.
3.7% new wall. If you want to reference that. Also, the bipartisan border bill would have built more wall than Trump built under his entire administration. Why didn't you call out Trump for not supporting the bipartisan border bill and actually calling for people in Congress to undermine that bill when it would have built more wall than Trump ever built ever?
Well, I didn't hear Kamala saying she was going to build a wall.
You didn't hear Kamala saying that she was going to build the wall?
No. Did you?
So again, through the bipartisan border bill, one of the provisions within it was to do so. It was a compromise
Oh.
within the bill, right, in order to be
Yeah,
able to get Republicans to vote for the policy.
Yeah, that he killed. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that Donald
he
Trump
got
called for people in Congress to undermine.
Yeah, he got all the Republicans in the room, and I don't know what they're thinking. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of the issue of lesser of two evils, I guess. You know?
Okay, how is Donald Trump the lesser of two evils?
No, No. Like
Kamala
Kamala
was the lesser.
would have, yeah, she would have been the
Kamala.
lesser of two.
Okay, so then why
Kamala,
didn't you
right?
support Kamala?
Well, I mean, we live in America. You know what I mean? Like, we
Bro,
haven't
what?
had a woman president
Oh
Okay,
ever,
so
God.
she's a woman.
right?
So what about her
No,
particularly
it's
being a
not. It's
woman
not
means
that
that you don't want her as
she's a
president?
woman. It's not that she's a woman, and it's not that she. I mean, she just has too much stacked against her, right?
No, can you tell
She's
me why you don't support her over Donald Trump?
Wait, did you just say that she has the odds stacked against her? Bro, you helped stack them.
Yeah, you are the odds stacked against her, bro.
yeah. I see your point. Yeah, that
So then
when
what's the reason why Donald Trump was a better candidate than Kamala Harris? And if you can't indicate why Donald Trump was a better candidate than Kamala Harris, well, then there's going to be no reason that you can specifically provide as a reason why you would have voted for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Therefore, clearly, you should have voted for Kamala Harris.
yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you
I
agree?
can concede that. I can
Okay.
concede that for sure. But it's just I have to go with somebody like, okay, how would Kamala Harris have put to the people that the wall needed to be completed and got it done? You know what I mean? Even with that bill, if it would have passed, if Trump hadn't have interceded in it, how would it have gotten completed under Kamala Harris with all the
Again,
support?
the legislative branch would have passed that bill, and that bill would have then allocated the funding to build the wall.
So the wall was part of it.
Jordan, think of the
Yeah,
£5. Thank you. That is
for
that is
sure.
a crazy statement. Can't even. Is that a troll? That person's got to be trolling.
Who, me?
No, the person who just sent me fucking £5.
Oh, okay.
Look
5
look
pounds.
look at their message.
Oh, wow. See, that's what's wrong with the Republican Party right there. You got a bunch of idiots. See, there's a difference between
You're on our
Republicans and
side.
MAGA.
I feel like you're on our
No,
side.
no. There's MAGA, and then there's Republicans. There's plenty of Republicans that walked out of Trump's speeches or whatever rallies.
So
You
then
know.
you shouldn't vote for him, right?
Yeah. No, dude, it was a hard decision. Trust me. But I mean,
So do you regret your vote?
uh, I mean, look at what's going on in the world. How can one not, right?
Okay. All right. Well, then I appreciate you coming up, man.
No. Wait. Don't kick me yet. Don't kick me yet.
I'm sorry, but like you don't disagree with the point of the live.
Okay. Well, give me something to argue about.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Yo, Parker, do you want to see like the best steak ever?
Yes, I actually do. Go ahead, show.
Okay, but
Oh, I can't do that, can I? Huh?
I don't know if it was a good time or not, because I know we're doing debates, but then this guy, I guess supposedly is a troll. Hey guys, how do I turn my camera around?
I see you.
I don't know how to turn my camera around. Anyways, look at this ribeye.
Oh my.
It is just absolutely magic.
Oh, Dean.
I know.
It looks so good.
Dude, it has like the best crust ever on it, and it's just like a perfect medium rare. And it's so fatty and juicy.
That's crazy.
That's all for me.
That's a diabolical statement, Dean.
Well, no, like you want a fatty, juicy, good steak. You love it.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Ale, are you there? Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm gonna go and dip down back to the viewers. Appreciate you
Gotcha.
for letting me up. Peace out.
Of course, man. Are you there? Jen, are you there?
Hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Ariana, think of the $2. Why so?
Because his laws are better.
Okay, what
Barker,
laws?
you don't remember me.
Oh, are you trolling? Come on.
No, I'm not.
You're not trolling?
Barker, you know you look just like my grandson.
Can you turn your camera on?
No.
Why not? You actually literally can. Come on, wait. I would be the only one that can see you. I'm not trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Mike, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, we got no guests. We have no guests. We have over 3,000 people in the live right now, and we have no guests. So make sure to send a guest request. By the way, if you want to join in, you have to click the it's pinned onto my YouTube. You have to click the link there, and you can just join in, and I can invite you up. All you have to do is have a YouTube account signed in. All right, everyone. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Anyone can send one. We have no people in the guest box right now, everyone. If you want to support me, make sure to like the stream. You can also support me over a Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, which is in the description of the YouTube stream, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I would really appreciate it, y'all. We currently have no guest requests, so we're going to wait for some people for some guest requests. If you have any questions, you can ask me over any of those specifically. And also for the people in the TikTok chat, you can ask me there. For the people in the TikTok chat, you can also go check me out on YouTube, everyone. We currently have around almost 3,200 people on YouTube. That's where we're streaming and we're debating people off of. Yo, Jen, come on. Yo, show me your face. I gotta see.
I can't do that.
You can. I actually can see that you have the ability to turn your camera on. Not only that, but also like I can make it so that no one else can see you but me.
What? What does that mean?
SEK, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I'm the only right now. No one else can see you in the live, even if you turned on your camera. Only me.
What does that mean?
I just want to make sure you're not a troll.
Honey, I'm not a troll. What?
I think you're a troll.
I'm not. What is that?
Either of you did any of y'all vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. Yo, Michael, did you vote for Donald Trump? Michael, did you vote for Donald Trump? Yo, what's up? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Do y'all think you're ever gonna do the God lives again, you and Dean?
At some point maybe. Appreciate you though. Appreciate you. Yo, what's up? What's up? How old are you?
Just making sure it works, brother.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, we don't have anyone currently right now, everyone. All right, everyone, give it a second, y'all. Give it a second. If someone wants to come up here and they want to debate me on Christianity, I might let them, but I don't know. We need some debates, y'all. And yeah, I mean, we got no guest requests right now, so do give it a second. If anyone's on TikTok and y'all want to debate me and you don't have the ability to send a guest request, make sure to join on YouTube. Someone said, "Is this real?" Yes. Go over to my YouTube. Parker, get a job. Yes, this is real. Do you see a future in politics? I don't know. I want to do what I do right now. I really like what I'm doing right now. Jacob, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not vote this year, but I definitely would have if I didn't vote. I didn't vote, but I would have voted for Donald Trump if I got up.
Why so?
I think it's the common lesser of the two evils. I think that Donald Trump 100% has all the values that I hold myself. Not all of them, a lot of people, like no one's perfect, I don't have any idols, but I'd definitely say that Kamala Harris is
Kamala.
Yeah.
And how old are you, by the way?
22.
Okay, so what values specifically do you have that are upheld by the other side?
If I could just list a couple, he's pro-life. Not as pro-life as I'd like him to be, but he is pro-life. He supports Christians. I don't know if I mean, I've I'm a Christian, so I mean, you can already. I mean, there was a video of Kamala Harris at a rally saying Christians shouldn't be there. So
No, that's actually not what it is at all. She's a Christian herself. Not only that, but it is the case that she was responding to people who are Trump supporters that were heckling the crowd. So it was in response to them being a Trump supporter, not them being Christian, because again, she is Christian herself.
But like in the video, you can clearly hear the guy saying Jesus, yelling Jesus is king, and then like she's like, "Oh, we don't need that here," you know. Bring that.
That was in response to them being Trump supporters heckling the crowd, not in response to them saying Jesus is king.
But in the video,
Again,
literally in the video,
again, Jacob, she's literally Christian.
That's interesting to know that. But so how can she be a Christian, a so-called Christian, and then support pro-choice, quote unquote?
Okay, so are you saying that like if you are Christian or you follow Christian values, then you will restrict women from getting access to abortion legally?
I think that if you're a Christian, that means that you can't take a human life.
Okay,
I think that.
Oh, then let me ask you this question: when God commanded Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek, does that make them not Christian, given that they followed some of it but not all of it?
Okay, can you give me like a Bible verse that supports that? Can you?
Yes, 1 Samuel 15:3.
Look it up.
Go ahead, read it. Read it. 1 Samuel 15:3. You can read it to everyone. Everyone who's on the TikTok stream, make sure to join the YouTube. Make sure to join the YouTube. Parker, get a job on YouTube, everyone. We got 3,200 people over there. And all for the people on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Make sure to like the stream. It seriously helps send it out to more people, and I would really appreciate that, y'all. We currently have 1.5 thousand likes. Let's try to get to 2,000 real quick, everyone.
You said Samuel what?
1 Samuel 15:3. I can read it to you if you can't pull it up while you're on the live, because I can't hear you currently. And you can tell me what version you like too.
King James.
Dude, it's so cringe.
Can you read
it's
it
like
word
just,
for word?
but that's just so like it's so literally difficult to read. But I mean, I'll still do it.
It is hard. It is hard.
It says, "Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and do not spare them, but kill both men and women, infant and nursing child, ox and sheep, camel and donkey."
You know, it's so funny, Parker, because a lot of the time when I see a lot of people bringing up a lot of these like it's so hard. It's so hard because it sounds so silly, right? Like why? Like no one would follow a God that commands someone to go murder like innocent people. Like that isn't the story in the Bible. This is about a story in the Bible, and the thing is like I'm not like now you want to debate Christianity or like moving away from Donald Trump towards Christianity, but like
that's what you use to justify your abortion stance.
Well, no. I also use science because science tells us that life starts at conception.
Yeah, but that doesn't grant any moral value for life at conception. Science doesn't actually determine like your morality.
Science says that a human life starts at conception, and so when does a life receive human rights? Parker.
I don't dispute that life begins at conception. I agree that life begins at conception. What I dispute is that the value of human beings starts at conception. I think the value of human beings starts at sentience, subjective experience. It'd be past or present and future subjective experience in that conjunction.
Okay, so say there's a human life, or no, not a human life yet, okay, and then it experienced sentience, and then it lives for 80 years, and then suddenly the 80-year-old man is no longer sentient for whatever reason. Has the life ended?
Their sentient life has. Their biological life is still there. Like, for example, with people who are brain dead, well, individuals that are brain dead, it is the case that they don't have any subjective experience anymore, but they are still biologically, like cellularly alive. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
It depends on what they wanted, but
if they didn't identify what they wanted, if they didn't have a DNR, if they didn't have anything, should you as a family member be able to identify, or should it be considered murder if you pull the plug on them?
I think it would be, yeah, and
You
then
would?
I think that the way that's determined is next of kin. Whoever is next of kin in your family and who was, you know, most influential in that person's life, I believe they're qualified to make that decision, whether that
Oh,
be the
okay,
mother
if
or
they can make that decision, well, then why shouldn't a sentient woman be able to make a choice to literally restrict her bodily resources from going to an embryo in the first trimester?
Did you know, Parker, that what's it called when a pregnant lady gets into a car crash and then like what do you know what that's called? But like so like I say I'm driving a car, right? And I go
Are
kill
you
a
trying to
pregnant.
say because legally it's defined as double homicide, that means I have to consider it double homicide, or that I have to consider it a
Well,
person?
why do we define it as double homicide, Parker? Like have you ever looked at that?
Why do we
We just
judge how old people are based upon birthdays if it is the case that life begins at conception? So just
because
because
it
something is
because it
just
what are
because
you
something
talking about?
I'm explaining. Wait, sorry. Just because something has a cultural definition, right, in a particular way, doesn't mean that we decide to define it that way, right? You think life begins at conception, right? But if I were to ask you how old you are, you would base it upon your birthday. Those are cultural. Okay, so
Yeah,
again,
because that was my
I
birthday.
yeah.
That was the day I was birthed. It's not the day I was conceptualized. It's not
When
my
I asked you,
conception day.
hold up. I asked you how old you are,
Yeah,
right? Asking how old you are is about your life, right?
it's your age. It's the age from the day you were born, Parker.
Why?
Because that was the day you were born. The day
Because it's cultural.
you
Because
came out of
that's our
the.
cultural designation around it. So again, just because we had a cultural designation around double homicide doesn't mean that I have to consider that double homicide, or that it is the case that, right, it is double homicide, right?
So what do you
Neither of
consider
those
it
are
then?
entailed.
What do you
Like that,
consider it then?
they give the $5. It would be an unjustified termination of pregnancy, and it would be if she dies. Actually, it wouldn't be unjustified because she didn't get killed. Sorry, it would just be one person dying, and then it would also be like a termination of a pregnancy. It just wouldn't be considered a person at the point in which it's an embryo.
That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Okay,
How is
so
that crazy?
that's crazy to me.
How so? Also, you kind of backed off of the point that, like, if you call for like the death of like someone, if you kill someone, that you're not Christian, given that again in 1 Samuel 15:3, God commanded Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek. You said that no one would follow a
You
God.
need to look more into that story.
Hold up. I have. You said specifically that no one would ever follow a God that commands that. Sorry. Well, then you shouldn't follow a God that commanded that.
Listen. I maybe I made a mistake bringing up Christianity because I'm definitely like I'm definitely not as qualified. Maybe you need to debate Cliff Connectley or Stuart Connectley on this.
I would love to. I
That
would
would go
love to debate
viral.
Cliff.
But I just think that when you read the Bible and you read all the teachings in the Bible, I don't think there's one thing that I mean, maybe you will disagree with a lot of it just because like it's you're a little left wing, but I don't.
Anyone should disagree with it. It's whether or not you have basic human values, like whether or not you think it's wrong to genocide people or to
Do you agree?
enslave
Do you
people.
disagree with any of the 10 Commandments?
Yes.
Which ones?
Lying is not always wrong. I can give you examples. For example, would you lie to save people's lives? Yeah, right?
Yeah, I would, but I don't think that's not really what see the thing is, Parker, is like when it comes to stuff like that, you're taking a principle that the Bible says and applying it completely literally across the board. You see? And I see why you do it.
Is that not what you do?
It's a good way to trap. No,
so the 10 Commandments are not always wrong.
The 10 Commandments are always right, but you have to take everything in life with a grain of salt, Parker. If I said, Parker, you could jump off this bridge. I've seen a bunch of people jump off this bridge and there's money down there. You go get it. Like you're not going to jump off the bridge. You take everything in life with a grain of salt, Parker. You don't just.
Well, because there's no evidence of that. I don't believe that because there's no evidence of it. But you believe in religion without any evidence, and then you force that upon everyone else as if they should have to live by it just because you believe in the book.
Okay, listen. It's not just because I read a book. It's not just because I read a book. Parker. If you see a painting, right, a completely detailed, complete like picture. Like it's a fire painting, bro. You know, with through all the detail and all the colors and the different colors and all, it was designed. It was specifically the painting was planned out, designed, and executed by someone or something. It didn't just get the painting didn't just paint itself, right? The painting didn't just paint itself. That's why that's the problem with a lot of atheist claims, right? Nothing didn't make something, right? Nothing that had a creation has to have a creator, correct? Do you agree?
Well, because that would be implicated by it being a creation. But listen, here's the point that I would respond to that with, is that because we have priors and experiences with paintings that they require designers or creators, right?
I'm sorry,
But
what?
we have prior experiences with right paintings that indicate that they have designers, right, or that they have creators. But we have no prior experiences with universes that they are created by intelligent beings, right? And we could also say that just because something exists, if you're saying it has a creator, well, God exists, therefore God is a creator. No, you dispute that because you say that God is eternal. Well, couldn't there be something naturalistic that was eternal that led to our existence? There's nothing that's disputing that as an explanation, right? Secondly, you brought up Cliff. Cliff literally says it's impossible to be agnostic because you can't say that you don't know. But then literally when it comes to scripture, says that he doesn't know all the answers of how God tells you should act, or all the answers as to why suffering exists within the world.
Parker, we are not God, Parker. We can't answer. Okay. On the suffering part, why does God allow suffering? He doesn't allow suffering. He allows people. He allows people the choice to believe in him or not. Okay.
Which allows suffering, right?
Well, okay, Parker. If I was say I was God, Parker, and you were okay, you're Parker, right? And I'm God. You're Parker. Would you want me to give you the choice to believe in me, or would you make me? Would you want me to make you believe in me? I'm God. Would you? Right,
Yeah,
right.
I would give you the choice because that doesn't have any negative implications on other people. But for example, would you give people the choice to like murder others? Would you give people the choice to murder or to grape others? No, obviously you wouldn't.
Now you're talking
you would say
about
that wait, certain things should be illegal, but God doesn't prescribe anything to be illegal. He allows for them to do it. All right, I think people should be put in prison for grape, for murder, for all of those horrendous crimes. But God doesn't believe the same thing. God believes that they should be free to do it.
So okay, let me get this straight. You think, say that again. You said God allows people to, say that again.
Yeah, God allows people to murder others and to grape others.
He
right?
allows.
I think people should be restricted from doing that. So I believe laws should exist that restrict people from doing those things. But God doesn't believe that those laws should exist, right? And God believes you should have the free will to do whatever.
Where do you think? Where does God say that you should be allowed to do that?
Free will. You just said that God makes it so that everyone has free will.
He gave us free will. Yes.
Yeah, and God, can God restrict grapists from graping? Can God restrict murderers from murdering?
No,
yes,
God
is all knowing. Hold up, sorry, my microphone keeps reducing in volume because they're getting too loud. It is a case that God can. He's all knowing, all powerful, and all good. God can reduce people from engaging in these crimes. God knows it's happening, and God has the power to limit it. Right. And then Ale, thank you so much. I never
said
$5.
Is that what
Winnie,
you said?
Hold on 1 second. And then Winnie, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate it, Winnie. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you persuaded them. Hey. Go ahead.
No, you're saying that God okay, of course, Parker, he's not allowing people, he's not saying here's your free will, go kill someone. He commands us to do with our free will like what's according to the Bible. He doesn't like he gives us these gifts to not to exploit them but to use them for good. You realize that, right? So by me allowing you to believe in me or giving you the choice to believe in me, I'm not saying, oh, you have the choice, I'm giving you the choice to go do whatever you want and kill someone. No, that's not what he's saying.
So God is giving you the choice to do any of those things because God does not restrict.
He also gives you the choice. He also gives you the choice to donate to orphanages. He also gives you the choice.
I understand. But the point that I'm making is that God gives you the choice to do those bad things. I believe that there should be legal systems that restrict people from doing these things. God doesn't believe that there should be legal systems that restrict.
Where do you get that from?
Because it is the case that God gives you the free will to choose to do those things, and the only point in which you are punished for those types of things is after you die.
Parker. Okay, yeah. Well,
And Zach, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much on
Parker.
YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I know that's going to be the next thing I'm going to ask him.
Parker, bro. He just repeat that again. Repeat that again.
I just think I'll run a different argument because I don't think you're getting this one. Like, let me give you this one. Right? Do you think that heaven is better than earth?
You ask me, Parker, and I'll say I don't know, but I mean, heaven. It sounds like a utopia. Yeah, it sounds better than Earth. Yeah, but I don't want to die if that's what you're asking me.
That's actually not what I'm asking you.
Okay.
If heaven is better than earth, why didn't God send us directly to heaven without sending us to earth in the first place? Isn't that possible because aborted babies go to heaven?
Okay. Well, look, Parker. Why would everyone? Why do you think that everyone deserves? Like, okay, think about this. Why is a 6-pack hard to get, Parker? Why is a 6-pack valuable, Parker? Because it's hard to get. A 6-pack is valuable, Parker, because it's hard to get. Not a lot of people have it, Parker.
That's not
So
necessarily
if
the case.
everybody went to heaven, Parker, if everybody went to heaven, heaven would just be. It's not. It wouldn't be heaven. It's not. Oh, we made it to heaven. I mean, it's not. It would just be like normal. It would just be. You know, like that. The concept of heaven wouldn't be a real thing if everyone got to go there. You realize that,
Okay,
right?
let me ask you this question. If everyone had food, does that devalue getting food?
If everyone had food, does that make
Yeah.
food less valuable?
Yeah. No, people still
Kind
need the
of.
food. No,
Kind of.
people still need the food, right?
Well, if everybody has enough food to go around, it becomes less valuable. Yeah, it becomes less valuable.
Okay. Does everyone have God's love?
Yes, God loves everybody.
Does that make God's love less valuable?
No.
Exactly. So the greater existence of God's love does not devalue God's love. So perfect example, am I right?
So, okay, wait. Run me through that again, Parker. You're like moving too fast.
Although God's love is plentiful, it doesn't devalue God's love. If everyone has God's love, right, that doesn't devalue God's love.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so just because everyone has something doesn't devalue it. So
See, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're applying it all across the board. It's not the same.
That's how reason. That's called logic.
Okay, so I wish I was good at this because I could just do what you're doing right now. I could like take an example and just completely twist it. You know what I mean? Like
I'm not twisting anything.
I could take something that you completely agree with, and then I could apply it to some situation that literally doesn't make any sense, Parker, and you just sit there exactly how I'm sitting here. You know?
That's not what I'm doing. I'm not applying it in a circumstance that doesn't make sense. Christina, think of the $5. Thank you. Like, explain to me what I just said, how it doesn't make any sense.
You said that. What was the point of even bringing up God's love? What was the point of that?
Because you said that if everyone made it to heaven without going to earth in the first place, that it would devalue heaven. So I asked you the question. Everyone has God's love. Does that devalue God's love? No.
No.
Just because everyone has something.
Because you can't devalue love.
You can't devalue heaven.
You can't. Yes, you can.
You can? How do you devalue heaven?
Because it wouldn't be heaven. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be
What
heaven.
is heaven? What is
heaven? Heaven. Okay, heaven. Okay, look it up. Look it up.
I know what heaven is. I'm asking you your conception of heaven because you're the one that's acting like there's some muddy water in what we're defining as heaven.
Well, what do I think heaven is?
Yeah.
I think it's a utopia that you go when you die because God loves you.
So you're saying God loves you, right?
Yeah.
Wait, restate what you just said. Sorry.
It's a utopia that we go to when we die because God loves us and we love him.
And if everyone goes to that utopia, does that make it less valuable? Wouldn't you say it's more valuable if your entire family is there rather than not being there?
I would like for my family to be in heaven, but
so then here's my point: is God could have sent everyone to heaven before
he can't
even
send
sending
everyone
them. Yes, he can.
No, he can't.
What restricts God from doing that? I thought he's all powerful.
It's your choice whether you want to go to heaven or not.
Sid, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 YouTube super chat. We have W's for Sid in the comment section for the $50 YouTube super chat. I always appreciate it, Sid. It's always good to see you. Thank you so much, Sid. W's for Sid in the comment section. So you're saying it's your choice. Aborted babies, do they choose to go to heaven?
I think that yeah, they do.
How? What choice? When do they make that choice? When they were aborted? Before they were aborted?
It's interesting you bring this one up.
I know.
They don't have thoughts, do they?
I
Maybe
don't
they
think
do.
so. When do aborted babies have thoughts?
No, but not before they're aborted, obviously.
Okay,
Brainwaves start very early in the pregnancy, Parker.
Okay. So an embryo that's killed at 3 or 4 weeks. Okay, before the point in which there's any even brainwaves, right? There was no thoughts. Okay. Okay. If there was no thoughts, then explain to me how they would have chose.
The thing is, Parker, is it's not just okay. Yeah, you're laughing. Look, listen. It's not just because you choose. Like if that's you have to. It's love is a two-way like relationship. You know that, right? Like it's God loves the. God knows. God's not like stupid. Okay, God knows that the aborted baby did nothing wrong. Like hasn't even been in this world yet. Hasn't even had the chance to sin. You know what I mean? Like.
Exactly, and that was true for every single one of our souls prior to us existing on Earth. So God could have sent every single one of us to heaven directly without going to Earth. Given that heaven is better than Earth, it would have made sense, morally speaking, for God to send us to heaven rather than sending us to Earth.
No,
that's one argument.
You have to live a life before you die and go to heaven.
Really? Okay, so then do aborted zygotes, or not zygotes, do aborted embryos go to heaven then without living on Earth?
Well, you think that they're not lives yet. I think they are.
I do. I think they're living at conception.
Okay,
but I don't value cellular life. I value sentient life.
Okay, so you're asking, will they go to heaven?
Yeah, if they never had a subjective experience, if they never existed on planet Earth in order to make different types of decisions and choices, then will they go to heaven if they're aborted?
They never sinned, they never did anything wrong, right? They never, yeah, I think they go to heaven.
Okay, then why couldn't every single soul prior to them existing on Earth just get sent directly to heaven? Because heaven's better than Earth.
And you know what's funny, Parker? You're saying like aborted babies. Do aborted babies go to heaven? Like that right there, they should never have been aborted or killed.
I understand. I understand. You can say that they never should have been killed, but all I'm doing is demonstrating this. I could say a miscarried embryo. A miscarried embryo would also go to heaven, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then my point then, if the miscarried embryo should go directly to heaven, well then why couldn't God send every soul directly to heaven right away?
Parker, because it's just because one miscarriage happens, Parker, that doesn't mean that we're all immediately worthy of paradise for forever. Like what?
So none of us. Oh wait. So but again, miscarried embryos are. So why are they? But I wasn't prior to the point in which I existed on planet Earth, because I'd never sinned at that point.
Because you were born, Parker. You weren't miscarried.
Well, again, I'm saying prior to the point where I was even conceived. God knew that I existed. God knew me before I was born. God knew me before I existed. So why couldn't God have sent me directly to heaven without me existing on Earth at all?
Because you have to live a life first, Parker. You have to live the life.
Why?
Because that's the test. You don't just.
So then here's my point. This is what that commits you to. Then the miscarried embryo had to have been reincarnated. But the Bible talks nothing about reincarnation.
Why would
because they had to live a life on Earth. I just used your same argument against you. Now you just are committed to believing in
it's not a life on Earth. They were alive, Parker. You're literally this is exactly what you're doing. You take one thing that I say and you apply it to something that's completely different.
No, I tell you what the logical conclusions are of what you just argued. So I gave you exactly what it's going to mean.
Okay, tell me again, Parker.
So essentially what it means is that if they have to live a life on Earth, right?
No,
and they cannot go to heaven without living a life on Earth, well then it has to entail that you believe in reincarnation, because miscarried embryos have to be reincarnated to then live a life on Earth. And if they get miscarried and they get miscarried again, right? And it is the case that they would have to go as many times as possible until it is the point in which they reincarnate and live a life on Earth before they can end up going to heaven.
Look, Parker, I'm just give you the dub on this one, and I'll be back on the next one, bro. And I'll come educated a little bit more educated,
Well,
bro.
we can run back to politics. This is just the Christianity part. So you can't
Okay.
use Christianity to argue for right pro-life.
I use Christianity teachings, and I use like my human brain as well.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like you said, you support pro-life with Christianity. No, I also believe like science tells us that life starts at conception. So
I agree.
don't just
life
use,
begins at conception. Yeah.
okay, so like exactly. I don't just use my Christian ethics for. I use my like brain.
Christina, think of the $5. Okay, well, those are descriptive facts, not prescriptive. When you're talking about like whether or not abortion is illegal, you're talking in a normative, or I mean, should be illegal. You're talking in normative sense, like what should be the case. You're not talking about descriptively what is the case.
Okay.
Descriptive is referring to what is and explaining what is occurring, whereas prescriptive or normative judgments are about like what we think should be the case. So when you're talking about whether or not women should get abortions or whether or not they shouldn't get abortions, right? You're making a normative judgment that it's wrong that women get an abortion. Okay? And what you basing it as wrong is predicated off of Christian ethics, because that's where you get your morality from. So that's why that conversation divulges into us talking about Christianity, is because that's where you get your ethics from. You don't.
Well,
have
I also think that before I became a Christian, I knew it was wrong to murder. You know.
Well, like you'd only consider this murder because you're a Christian. I promise you'd probably hold to my view if you weren't holding to these commitments.
Well, brother, how is it not murder?
Because there's no reason to consider them a person prior to the point of sentience. In the same way that I don't think it's murder for a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead. Goldie, think of the $3. Thank you so much.
You don't believe that it's murder to pull the plug on someone who's brain dead?
Yeah.
Why? Why do you think that?
Do you think people should go to jail for pulling the plug on individuals in their family that are brain dead?
What if I wanted? What if? Yeah, like what?
Yeah,
if the person wants to live. Like what?
They can't want anything. They have no desires. They're literally brain dead. It means they're never coming back. There's 0% chance of them coming back. If there's
why would we just?
If there was any percent chance,
just kill them?
Because there's no reason to keep them on the medical beds. They're dead. They're never coming back.
They're not.
Why would you?
Brain
yes,
dead.
Yes, they are. That means they're dead.
Their brain is dead.
Medically, they're considered dead. So if you want to talk about what scientists or what doctors...
Okay, well, if they're already dead, Parker, if they're already dead, considered by a doctor dead, then and you know, like that, they're not in a coma or anything. They're dead.
Because what the doctor means by dead is referring to their sentient life, not their cellular life. Yeah,
Parker. So why that's not? I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
What do you not agree with? So again, people who have pulled the plug on individuals in their family that are brain dead, they should go to prison. Because there are people in the chat that have done that, and you're telling me they should go to prison?
That doesn't matter to me. If you pull the plug on a patient that's brain dead,
on an individual in your family, because you have jurisdiction over your family member, you don't have jurisdiction over like someone else's family member that's brain dead.
I actually don't. I think this is completely different than like whether it's a human life or not. Just because I think it's different, just because like it should be determined by the next by the next of kin, someone who I trust, like someone, you know.
Yeah, if the person next of kin wants to pull the plug, if they do,
then I don't believe that it's murder. The doctor can't just pull the plug on someone, though.
Okay, to clarify, so if there's no one next of kin, then yes, the doctor can. But like the point I'm making is that the next of kin person, right, pulls the plug, right? You don't think it's murder because it is the case that you don't think that a person is defined by just their cellular life. You think a person is defined by their subjective experience.
No, I don't believe that. I
believe
that.
I have a question. Next of kin, right? I'm next of kin to my dad, right? Okay. My dad relied on. This is during COVID. He got myocarditis and almost died because of myocarditis. right, relating to COVID, and he relied on medical services to keep him alive. Literally, if someone pulled the plug, he would have died. If I were to have gone up to while he was sentient, if I were to gone up to the machines and unplugged him, which resulted in his death, would I be a murderer?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So even though, right, so then here's my point. You consider it a person when it's my dad who relies on medical services, but the brain dead individual that relies on medical services isn't a person, and that's why the next of kin, if they were to pull the plug, wouldn't be committing murder. But if I were to have been pulling the plug on my dad, right, who is sentient, who relies on those medical services, right, then that wouldn't be considered murder, even though I'm next of kin. What's the difference? Subjective experience.
You're making me think hard here. I think that a life that is in the womb is just as valuable as a person who has lived a full life and they're no longer sentient. They're still the same value in my eyes.
Well, then you just proved my point. If the next of kin can pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead, and you said that they're just as much value as the life inside the womb, well, then the next of kin, i.e., the person who's pregnant, should be able to pull the plug on the embryo, right?
No, because that's not their life. That's a different life.
Okay, but then why didn't you say that about pulling the plug on an individual that's brain dead? The next of kin can do that, and that's not murder, even though that's a cellular life.
Yeah, I actually take that back. You can't do that. Honestly, this is good. You're making me think really hard, Parker. You're making me think really hard, but I don't think I take it back, because I could literally hate my mother. You could literally hate your dad, but just be next of kin and just want him dead, so you pull the plug. You see that? You see?
But if they're brain dead, it doesn't matter to me. If again, like, the reason why I consider it to be valuable is the past or present and future subjective experience. That's what I consider to be valuable, and that explains our intuitions about like when we think it's wrong to pull the plug or when we think it's wrong to kill. Or Keisha, think of the $5. Thank you. Like, otherwise, you're just gonna have like these insane views.
So you think that someone who's brain dead should just be dead? Should just we should just kill him? We should just every single person?
I think a family should be able to determine that. But if they don't have any family and there's no one to determine it, I do think that the doctor should pull the plug, because those medical services could be used for other people. And when they're brain dead, that means that they have no chance of coming back. If they had a chance of coming back, well, then I would think it's wrong to pull the plug.
Well, I think I agree with you.
Okay. Well then abortion wouldn't be the reason why you voted for Donald Trump. It wouldn't be the reason why you support Trump, because again, that would be no difference for them under your perspective, unless you're pro-choice now. Josh, think of the $5. Thank you so much.
No, I'm definitely not pro-choice, brother.
Well, then we can keep talking about that later. But then here would be my question: what is the reason why you voted for Donald Trump then?
Because Kamala Harris is evil.
Kamala, how is Kamala Harris evil?
She's a puppet. She's a puppet. Like,
how is she a puppet?
He says, and I see this a lot. I see it's a common thing. Like, this is why people call her Pinocchio, because she's literally like strung up. She can't say anything that she has a script. You see the video of her doing a debate, and she has a script. She's reading off a script. She's she's looking at the script. Donald Trump doesn't do that.
That's not true at the debates. If you look at the debates between her and Donald Trump, particularly right for the presidential election, you can literally see Donald Trump get dog walked. He literally got dog walked so hard that he said that she was wearing an earpiece to give her all the answers.
Look, I can't find a video where Donald Trump is doing an interview and he's staring at a screen, reading everything word for word off the screen, because that's what he's supposed to say.
I actually don't know a single interview where you're talking about she's reading off a teleprompter.
You have it was on Joe Rogan. You should look at it. Joe Rogan went over this.
She didn't read a teleprompter on Joe Rogan.
She's looking at it. Yeah, it's clear as day. You go look up the video.
She didn't go on Joe Rogan.
No, she didn't go on Joe Rogan, but Joe Rogan shows a video of her literally staring at a screen in front of everybody, reciting what's on the screen.
You mean a teleprompter? You know that Donald Trump has used teleprompters before, right?
Parker, my point is he doesn't. Kamala Harris has a script.
No, she doesn't. I'll give you an example. The debates. She had no script, and she completely dog walked Donald Trump.
And the point I brought this up is because it's common it's common between a lot of the left wing people, a lot of the people who are Democrats. They have to say these things. Parker, you have to say these things or you'd be canceled. You know?
Say what? Say what things?
Like, I don't know. Like, I'll sit here and say abortion is murder, and you'll come at me and say that I hate women.
One, I never said that in this entire conversation.
Well, no, I know, but that's like a common thing. Like people like, oh, you control women's bodies. That's like a common thing and you have to, Parker, you specifically, everybody has to attack you with that once you bring up,
I never once said that in this conversation. So what do I have to say?
I'm not saying you've done it here, but you definitely have done it before, Parker.
There are actively people, absolutely, they're advocating to control women's bodies because they don't give a shit about the life. They care about controlling women. That's actively a fact about certain people. Now, I don't argue against that as my typical argument, right? But there are absolutely certain people I descriptively will acknowledge just want to control women's bodies.
I agree.
And have no concern for the life of the embryo or the zygote or of the fetus. They only care about controlling the women.
I agree. There's bad apples. I agree. But
so then what's wrong with my description? You said I have to say these things. I didn't say this to you.
Well, I just think that it's a tactic people use to like dehumanize like people's arguments and stuff, and I just think it's not really like
you can't dehumanize an argument.
You can't. Well, you dehumanize the ethics of the person speaking, like, right? So like if I were to say abortion is murder, you say, oh, so you believe that women can't choose what they do with their bodies, you know? You attack me with this thing, you know, that could have the ability to ruin a lot of things in my life, right?
Sorry, can you repeat what you just said? I was talking to my girlfriend.
It's just the common, like, you see, because you see how we brought up earlier. You didn't say, you said when I ask a blue senator, do you think that abortion is murder? And then he says, no, this is his answer. He says,
Christina, I believe $5.
He says, I believe that women should be able to do what they choose with their body. And I said, no. When do you believe life begins? And he says, I believe people, because they're puppets, Parker. They don't answer the questions. Kamala Harris doesn't answer questions. Donald Trump answers questions.
Kamala Harris did answer questions, and Donald Trump did not answer questions. I don't know what you're talking about. Tell me what his answer was in terms of his health care plan. He got asked that question for 9 years, and he just said concepts of a plan for 9 years. I'm sorry, you guys did no research into looking what Donald Trump's answers were to these questions, and you are only willing to apply these standards to Kamala Harris. I have no reason why, but you're only willing to apply these standards to Kamala Harris because all of these things are worse about Donald Trump. Donald Trump constantly would not answer questions. Donald Trump didn't go on 60 Minutes because it is the case that he didn't want to get asked hard questions. He constantly, said these things, and then you guys never acknowledged it with that. And Fran, thank you so much for the $100 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much, Fran. Put the W's for Fran in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $100 YouTube super chat. W's for Fran in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
What reason would Donald Trump have to go on this where he knows he's not going to win? Like what? Like he knows nothing good can come out of it.
He went in 2020.
So like, why would he go to those interviews?
So then why do you apply that standard to Kamala Harris? That she has to go to all these interviews, or that she's go out and do all this.
No, I never said that. I just said that she has a script and she's told what to say.
Donald Trump has teleprompters. Donald Trump didn't know who he pardoned. He had to go check who he pardoned because he had no clue.
Dude, I don't care about that, bro.
Who's determining who's getting pardoned?
Dude, it doesn't really. You can see it. Just Parker. I can see right through Kamala Harris, bro. Like I can't.
Kamala. Just say Harris at this point.
Okay.
Dude, I don't know how it's that difficult to say her name correctly. Like it's really not. It's not difficult at all, right? You're just like purposefully saying her name incorrectly.
Why does it matter?
because it's a microaggression to purposefully say black women's names wrong, right, in order to take away from their validity.
What?
I'm sorry. Why is that confusing for you?
So if I say someone's name wrong,
if you are purposefully saying their name wrong to demean
no,
them,
I wasn't purposely saying her name wrong. I
okay,
guess I just
well,
did
then,
it.
well, then you can just say Harris as a preventative mechanism.
All right, I'll say Harris. I'll say Harris, just so you don't get your panties in a bunch.
That's insane to say that. Again, you're just why are you associating that with like me like doing something that you see as like unjustified?
Well, because it's just silly. It's just like
How's it silly?
I mispronounced your name. You know. It's
Yeah,
like,
but how many times did I correct you? If you mispronounced my girlfriend's name, I would correct you.
Bro,
and I would have said that shit to you. If you mispronounce my girlfriend's name, that's disrespectful. I will not stand up for you saying that about my girlfriend and keep mispronouncing her name.
What do you mean stand up about me mispronouncing your girlfriend's name?
Yes, yeah. If someone in person mispronounces my girlfriend's name repeatedly over and over again, I will correct them. Would you correct them if they did that with your girlfriend?
I'd correct them once, but if then they just keep doing it, then I'm just like, dude, like.
Okay, well then apparently you don't care about your people around your girlfriend respecting your girlfriend. That's crazy. Susan, think of the $5. That's actually insane to say that you wouldn't correct them from like disrespecting your girlfriend.
That's not disrespectful.
It is absolutely disrespectful. Unless there's something preventing them. Unless there's something preventing them from doing it, you should be doing that.
You say one time, yeah, hey, my girlfriend's name is this. I don't
know.
If
and if you keep doing it after, I'll keep correcting you. But if the 10th time you're still doing it, I'll be like, yo, say Harris. And if you're not doing it at this point, is there something purposefully that you're doing? That's totally fair for me to ask. If the 10th time you're still mispronouncing it.
I guess you have a reason to ask me, but I still, and it's debatable whether it's debatable purposely mispronouncing. Is it just black women? Or is it ever?
You could say this about any
across
other.
The board? Okay.
Yeah, my girlfriend's not black, but yet I would still consider it a microaggression for men specifically to do that because she's a woman.
Okay, so if she was white and it would be the same thing as a black woman?
No, because I believe in intersectionality.
So you think that if I pronounce a black person's name, a black woman's name, just woman?
No, a black man, you could be engaging in a microaggression against them by doing the same thing.
If I mispronounce a black guy's name on purpose, say it's on purpose.
That's microaggressive, yeah.
No. Hold on. How is that microaggressive though? How?
Because it's historically been used to demean people who are black, to demean women.
Okay, planes were used to cause 9/11. Does that mean planes are bad? No.
I don't see what the association was between those two.
Well, no, you're saying that. Say what you just said.
I said historically the mispronunciation of these of particular people's names has been used to like demean what they're saying, right?
So
and especially if you're talking about,
I call you Parker, then
I'm a white, straight, cis, heterosexual man in America. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, you said that applies to everybody.
How is that microaggressive towards me? Because you're not like shooting down; you're shooting up.
No, you're saying that. Okay, so it applies across the board, right?
I wouldn't say it's microaggressive, but I might say it's rude. Does that make sense?
So it only applies to black people.
No, it applies to any. Like it would apply if in the context of like women who are white. Like if you are purposefully saying their name incorrectly.
So just not white men.
Well, yeah, because there's no like oppressive aspects or marginalization based on any immutable characteristic.
I think that's crazy. I think
other than class.
I think that, Parker, in and of itself, you're giving someone special treatment because of their race.
No, I'm not.
Well, okay, so why is it wrong for me,
Jacob? Right, you cannot tell me that it is the same for a white person to say the N-word as a black person saying the N-word. You agree that there's a distinction, right?
No, I agree.
Are you saying it's unfair that people who are not black can't say the N-word?
Parker, don't hit me with that one. No, I don't think that. I don't think that's
unfair. So is that special? Is that special treatment? No.
Stop.
No.
Parker,
okay, so do you see the point that I'm making?
I don't think that black people should be using the N-word.
Okay, but do you see it the same?
What?
Also, I don't think you should be the one determining. That's kind of crazy, but like, it is the case that like again, right? When it comes to sorry, like I forgot what I just said. I literally just said it and you made me forget. What did you just say? Sorry.
Did oh my god, black people and
like you understand that there's a distinction between right different groups saying certain things, right? Like again, like a woman, right?
I agree because I agree. I think if a black guy wants to call himself the N-word, then I think it's better than a white person calling that guy the N-word. Yes, obviously, yes.
Yeah, you can understand the distinction based on who's saying that. That's a part of intersectionality.
Okay, but I don't think that guy using the N-word, anyone using the N-word is right.
I'm not even making that claim. But I'm just saying that you like view them differently, correct?
View what differently?
You view those two different people saying it differently.
Yes, I think that it's worse if a white guy says the N-word. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So then that's at least my point. You understand it intersectionally, right? It is the case that you're going to be able to identify, right, that it would be microaggressive, right, in the context of there being like a community that's targeted towards.
Okay,
especially
but
historically.
I'm just wondering why does it not apply to across the board?
Because there's I'm not marginalized for being white. I'm not marginalized for being a man, right?
I think you
Historically
are.
speaking. Tell me
I think you are, because you people discount your beliefs and what you say just because of it, just because you're white.
The least amount of people possible.
No, Parker, I think
I'm serious. There are more people that take into account what I'm saying simply because I'm a white man.
Parker,
you know how many people?
It's only the lefties though. It's only the lefties.
No, only the lefties would be the ones like even only the extreme left, right? Would be the ones like and we're not talking about extreme left, even just communists. We're talking about extreme left in a negative connotation, right? Where people will just like they'll dispute what you say because you're a white man, right? That's obviously an absurd position, right? To dispute what someone's saying just because they're a white man.
Yeah.
But it is the case that obviously you can recognize there's a smaller group of people that dispute what white men say just because they're a white man comparative to every other group within society. Okay?
You're saying that people dispute what white men say less?
Let me give you an example. Because I'm a white man, more people take into account what I have to say. If I was a white woman, less people would take into account what I have to say. If I was not a white man, less people would take into account what I have to say within the context of the society that we live in.
Why do you think that, though?
Because I'm a white man in America, and I acknowledge the reality that there's nothing discriminated against me on the basis of, again, my of my sex, of my race, of my sexuality, of my class. Nothing. You can't even mention a single characteristic that I'm discriminated against on the basis of. I'm a white, wealthy man in America. That's it. Like what?
No,
I'm not wealthy. Well off.
Parker, if you weren't left wing, Parker, you would be discriminated against. Exactly how you were just doing it to me, right?
No, as a conservative, I'd be discriminated. You think Charlie Kirk is discriminated against in America? For being a white man?
White, yes, because he
Shut
talks.
Up, dude.
He
Come
talks,
on.
Listen to me. People will bring exactly that up. They'll say, "You're a white man. You can't have an opinion."
Dude, what? That's such a small group of people.
But you literally just said like just because white men have not been discriminated against, that means they're not.
There's no type of systemic discrimination that I'm going to undergo because it is the case that systematic. There's no type of discrimination that I'm going to go to because there's a few people that have opinions like that. Of course,
that's discrimination.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, because it's not a prevalent amount enough to cause any level of societal discrimination.
I'd say it's like probably very, very common amongst Democrats for them to do that.
Okay, do you think
once this comes up,
I have a question. Do you think billionaires are discriminated against because some people out there don't like billionaires?
Well, why don't they like the billionaires? Is it just because they're rich?
They yes, literally.
So people hate the billionaire just because they're rich. Yeah, I think that's discrimination, Parker. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
I think.
Okay. Chat. Billionaires are discriminated against for being billionaires in our society.
Listen. All right, listen.
Billionaires are discriminated against.
If I have a lot of money, if I have a lot of money, what is there to hate on? Just because I have a lot of money? Like what? Like just because I have a lot.
Some people do hate billionaires for being billionaires because the idea that they have is that in order for someone to be able to make $1 billion, they had to exploit someone in some way. That's their view.
How exploiting? How exploit? How?
They would say that there's some unjust relationship with someone getting or accruing enough money to become or get to $1 billion.
Okay, Parker. It's funny because I had this debate with someone in my class. If I am a pencil factory worker, and if I'm a pencil factory worker,
Laura, give me the $10. Thank you.
am I more or less valuable? I'm the worker, right? Am I more or less valuable than the guy who started everything, who got the very first worker? Am I more or less valuable than that guy?
What do you mean by valuable? As a
Like
person?
for the company, like company wise, like people, like attention wise, like if I own a company,
it depends on what context you're referencing. Like, for example, right? Like if someone is a worker, right, and then you're talking about the person who started the company isn't working for the business anymore, right? They're not doing anything anymore. Well, then obviously, actually, they're more valuable as they are working for the business comparative to the person who's just reaping the benefits of what's already been previously established. But if you're talking about overall, obviously, someone who's established the company has put more into the company if they've worked more comparative to someone who's worked less. But it's going to be dependent on how much they've worked.
Well, I don't really think that you can have a successful business without working your ass off. So do you agree with me? Do you agree with me there?
No, you can inherit a business and not work your ass off.
I'm talking about the people that I'm talking
created
about
the business.
Yeah,
that's not the reality of most American firms today. Is that it was just created by one person who controls everything. Like, for example, like how it is for me. The reason why I'm in the position I am is literally because of myself, right? Because of all the work that I've put in. I did not have a team. Right?
Okay. Exactly.
So it would make sense that most of it would go to me because I'm the one who practically did all the labor to get into this position. But what I'm saying is based upon the proportionality of labor that was put into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, also at the end, Parker, like, so if you hired a cameraman, right? If you hired a cameraman, is he entitled to half of the money that you make?
No. Because I put in significantly greater amounts of labor into the certain project. Because in order for me to be able to get views on TikTok, right, it has to have so much work preceding to me of videos and stuff that I have posted, labor that I've put in that the editor or the cameraman didn't put in. So in that context, it makes sense, right, specifically to hire someone for a particular wage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. But again, that's not the case for most business scenarios. Most business scenarios, right, the laborers are typically going to be putting in more.
Well, yeah, I mean, I actually agree with you. Mostly, I think like capitalism itself, I specifically don't agree with it. However, I don't see a problem with.
Wait, you don't agree with? Okay, I agree with some levels of capitalism, but there are some
Exactly.
aspects of capitalism that I disagree with.
Exactly. Me too.
Of course. So I'm anti-capitalist within certain respects, but then I'm pro-capitalist within certain respects. Right? Like, I don't think every aspect of capitalism is wrong. Like I don't think that if I were to hire an editor, that is morally wrong for me to do. And I also don't think that if I hire an editor, that it would mean that they're entitled to 50% of everything, because it is the case that, again, the labor that I put in is significantly greater, and I do it based on proportionality of labor.
It's funny too because people will say like they'll ask me this question after I say that I don't support Kamala Harris. They'll be like, oh, like
Kamala.
Oh my gosh, Harris. At this point, Harris. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If I had a team that was working with me and doing a lot of the work, and it was just my brand that was getting them this work, making everything successful, and I wasn't doing anything other than just existing, then I for sure would be hooking up. I would be hooking up my workers. But I don't see why you can't use that like across the board. You can't expect people to do that. You see? Even though I think that it's right for if I'm eating, you guys eat too, that doesn't mean that everyone has to have.
When someone's referring to exploitation, they're saying that there's some unjustified relation. That's what they're referring to, is that there's an unjustified relation. Say someone was not paid as much. Say someone is not paid as much as they should have been paid. It doesn't necessarily indicate like quote unquote sweatshop. It could just be that someone was not paid the minimum wage, right? That's the minimum wage is the lowest possible wage we think someone should be able to get into. But even within certain markets, some people can be exploited even though they're paid above minimum wage because their labor should have been able to get them paid significantly more money.
Well, then
right?
My answer to that,
they were not paid a justified wage for the labor that they put in.
Well, it's a contract, right? It's a contract. That's the employer comes to you.
I mean, obviously, just because there's a contract doesn't mean that we would say that there's justified, because there's some level of coercion involved within capitalism, naturally, because it is the case that you have to work in order to survive. So there is some type of natural coercion that we have to take into account exists,
but nobody.
That we need to establish legitimate baseline conditions for all workers.
Your employer, nobody handed this guy anything, you know? I mean, maybe someone did, but I'm talking about the people who weren't handed it, you know? I think that if you were born into a business and you just have all this money for free, then yeah, you should be donating to children's hospitals, doing everything you can with the money. But I think that if someone works their entire life just to create something, their entire life,
can someone work enough to like get $1 billion?
What?
Yeah, can someone's work be valuable enough to get $1 billion? In your view?
That's a very vague question.
Yeah. Like, do you think it is fair to give them $1 billion for that level of work that they put in? Or is $1 billion too much money where it wouldn't make sense to give them $1 billion?
I think that effort versus like smart, they're two different things. Like you could sit here, I could sit here and I could be, let's take something like running.
Let me give an example. I think my question wasn't clear enough, right? For example, I think someone could do something so valuable for society that they should be paid $1 million a year. I think there's certain jobs out there where they deserve to be paid $1 million a year. Makes total sense to me. Now, given that I do think that there's some fair level of someone getting paid $1 million a year, does it make sense for someone to make $1 billion in their lifetime?
It makes sense, yeah.
How so? Is it justified that they got $1 billion and that they have $1 billion for the type of labor that they did? Is nobody so valuable to society that they should receive $1 billion?
If I'm Jeff Bezos and I own Amazon, I'm not telling people to buy stuff. They just buy stuff from Amazon, right? I'm not forcing people to do anything, right? I just offer a service and they take it, right? Okay. Just like how I'm offering you a job and you take it. You don't have to take this job. If nobody took the job, then I would raise the wage, right? Because nobody's taking the job. I'm not going to get any workers. But if someone takes the job and they agree to the contract, Parker, then they agree. They're consenting. But that's not my rule that I use. I would pay my workers so much more than I think that they're worth just because they're on my team. But you can't expect people to do that. You can't expect people to give up something they worked for their entire life just because, you have so much money.
Can you expect a business owner to pay a living wage?
Can you expect
Should you expect business owners to pay living wages?
Ideally, yeah.
No, yes. Point blank, period. They should be paying living wages. If they aren't paying living wages, they should not be in business. I think that's a pretty clear statement. I think it's an unfair and exploitative relationship if they're not paying living wages.
Why do you think that you get to put a number on the amount of money that people pay? If I were to
people need enough money to live.
But
what is the point of an economy?
But my point is, Parker, is the guy doesn't the guy doesn't care about that. The business owner doesn't care about people living, right?
That's exactly why we need the state to exist to then ensure that there are standards. Josh, appreciate the $2. You just gave the exact reason why we need a state that ensures baseline standards.
Well, we have minimum wage, Parker.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I was referring to. I was saying to you, when someone's referring to exploitation, they're referring to an unjust relationship that someone was not paid to the manner in which they should have been paid.
You're talking about they should be paid more than minimum wage because I think their work is more valuable. You're not talking about people got paid less than minimum wage. Everyone gets paid minimum wage, Parker.
Okay. So not everyone gets paid more than minimum wage. There are some people that are getting paid minimum wage.
Yeah.
But right now the minimum wage is not a living wage because it has not been increased since I think 2009.
Say that again. What?
The minimum wage right now is not currently a living wage. It has not increased since 2009. $7.25 is not a minimum wage, or not a living wage.
Oh yeah, that's very low in your state. I'm in California. It's like 20 over here.
Yeah. But like what I'm saying is that again, it's not a living wage in any state.
Okay, but don't take the job.
Okay. Well, if those are the
Or get
only
two jobs. Like, you know what I see? Like,
do you think people should have to have 2 jobs just to live?
I honestly don't. No, I don't think that. But ideally, Parker, I don't think that people should have to have 2 jobs to exist. But the reality of it is that you have to work your ass off today.
I don't think you should have to have 2 jobs to survive. I think with 30 to 40 hours of work, you should be able to pay for all of your bills a week.
That's not realistic though.
It is realistic. Countries around the world have been doing this for decades. I mean, in this country, we do it to a certain extent, but we need better laws for those things. This is like you're like the type of person that would argue against the weekend. It's just not realistic that we have weekends, dude. It's just not realistic. How are you going to ensure that business owners have to provide weekends for their employees? Not all business owners should have to provide weekends. Not all business owners
I
should have to provide time off. Not all business owners should have to provide lunchtime. Not all business owners should have to provide basic standard of care.
I'm not saying that.
Why are you forcing them to do that?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they give you the contract and you sign it. If you did, I would never get a job that was like you have to work 80 hours a week, no time off, no lunch breaks, no 10-minute breaks.
Jacob, what if that's your only option to survive?
Then you have to do what you got to do, Parker.
Exactly. So the point I'm saying is that if someone needs it to survive, they will accept it. And the point that I'm making is that if there isn't these baseline standards that you provide, some people are going to be forced into those conditions because they need it to survive and that there's no other options.
Okay, so if just because that I think that this job should be worth more and I don't take it, that doesn't mean that someone else in the world who maybe lives less expensively than me.
Okay, well then here's my question. Why are you against an open border?
Why am I against an open border?
Yeah. Why are you against an open border?
Because I think that our country should be protected. And the people that come in here, we need to know why they're here and who they are and what they've done. And I think that's fair. I think if someone...
Well, why do we need restrictions on the market?
Parker, if I walked into your house, you would want to know who I am, right?
Jacob, I believe that there should be an open border between California and Nevada. Does that mean I believe that people in Nevada should be able to walk into my house?
This is our country, though. This is our country. It's not two different countries.
Do you understand my point? I believe there should be an open border between California and Nevada. That does not commit me to saying that people from Nevada should be able to walk into my house whenever they want. So your argument here that people should just be able to walk into my house because there should be an open border is not an argument. Also, I'm not the one arguing for an open border. I'm just advocating, or I'm just saying, under your position, what reason do you have to be against an open border?
Because we need to know who's coming into our house, our country, bro. Like what?
MH, thank you so much. Why? Think of the $5, MH.
You see, like we need to know who's coming into our house, our country.
Why?
What if they're here for not the right reasons? What if they're here to...
What if they're like... So would you vote for a candidate that released violent criminals into the country? No?
No.
Okay, well, Donald Trump pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. So given that he released violent criminals in the country that beat cops, would you not vote for him now?
Donald Trump was the one saying, don't hurt. What are you talking about? Donald Trump said, don't do that.
No, Donald Trump literally pardoned people and released them in the country who beat police officers. For example, DJ Rodriguez, Donald Trump pardoned him after he pled guilty and admitted to driving a stun gun into the neck of a police officer.
When you bring up like, oh, this happened and oh, this happened, you're obviously maybe more like, I can't sit here and be like, oh, I know exactly what you're talking about, and this is what happened. You're a little more educated than me in that regard. Like you've done more reading than me, yes, okay, but that isn't like I can't do anything with these. Oh, Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump did that. I can't do anything with that.
Yes, you can. You said you wouldn't vote for someone who released violent criminals in the country. I gave you an explicit example of Donald Trump releasing violent criminals in the country, and now you're saying you support him still.
Okay, Parker.
That's contradictory.
Parker, how do I even know? How do any of us know that what you just said is true?
Because Donald Trump, right, pardoned explicit people like DJ Rodriguez that were convicted of.
You just
and
keep
admitted
repeating the
to-
same thing.
I gave you the person. I can show you an article. What do you want to see?
I can't.
I can
have
show
to-
you an AP News article. Will you accept that?
This is why I have to do more reading on myself. This is why I told you I'd come back, but because I have to do more.
I understand, but like I'm telling you, you will be able to find this information if you look this up later. This will be on YouTube. You can watch back this conversation on YouTube after this is done.
I will.
So then that's my point, right? Is that like again, you will have the information. I promise you that is accurate information. I say this on my live all the time.
Well, I'll come back. I'll watch this, Parker, and I'll come back next time and I'll tell you, be like, I was here before, and I'll talk to you again about this all, and we can have another intellectual conversation here.
Given that that's true, would you say you regret voting for Donald Trump or regret supporting Trump?
I would have to know all the details. I would have to know why.
Yeah, for example, if he released violent criminals into the country by pardoning them, would
that's
you?
Vague. That's vague. That's vague.
That is not vague at all, dude.
That is vague. That is vague.
Really, and it's wait. You were like,
why were they released? Why were they released?
Because they did Donald Trump's bidding on January 6th.
But what reason did Donald Trump say these men or these women?
He didn't provide justification.
Well, I'm definitely gonna look at this because sounds very.
I know, but given that everything I just told you is accurate, right?
I'm not gonna answer that question.
Ed Wolf, think of it $2. You should.
No, I'm not.
And for the 3,900 people on the YouTube stream, make sure to like the stream. We have 2,000 likes right now. Let's get to 3,000 likes.
I'm not gonna do that, but
why not?
Because I'm uneducated. Oh, I can't even speak. I'm uneducated in that space. I can't say anything on it because I'll look dumb.
If this is true.
If Donald Trump released violent criminals into the U.S. because specifically for the fact that they helped him, like I think that's wrong. Yes.
Would you regret voting for him or regret supporting him?
No, because I think that Kamala Harris is still just more evil than that.
Kamala, yeah. Okay, so how is Kamala Harris more evil than releasing violent criminals in the country?
Because I told you, like she's just a puppet. She don't even really believe any of the shit she's saying. Like,
okay, well, Donald Trump didn't know who he pardoned, so isn't he a puppet because someone else is the one who determined to pardon them?
I think all presidents are puppets to a certain degree, but I just see right through Harris. Harris is like, I just see right through her.
So what makes Donald Trump less of a puppet than Harris? Insofar as that you think that Donald Trump is a better candidate?
Because just the way he carries himself, the way he's just so real. He's just so real. Like
Christina, think of the $5.
Do you agree that? Do you
There's
agree
no way
that
you
Donald
got,
Trump
dude.
is-
I'm sorry, Jacob. You sound like a troll. Like you sound like the people who come up on my live and troll. Josh, think of $2. That was unbelievable.
Well, do you think that Kamal? You think that Harris is more authentic than Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Really? Why?
Because Donald Trump is totally and 100% dishonest. He had 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration. He lied about the results of the 2020 election. He sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to illegally steal the election. Okay? This guy is a pathological liar. He cheated on every single one of his wives. Every single one of them. And
No,
you think
I
that
agree.
This guy's not lying to you?
No, I agree that nobody is perfect, and that I definitely.
What I just said is definitely far from perfect.
No, yeah. I mean, everyone's definitely far from perfect, Parker. That's the thing you learn about Christianity, but everyone is different. But my point is that, like, I can see right through Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
How? Like, within what respect? That just sounds like, trust me, bro. It sounds like vibes.
I mean, maybe it sounds a little bit like vibes, but
Corey, think of the $10. Thank you so much. What's up?
I can see the way Donald Trump carries himself versus the way Harris carries herself.
Okay, what about the way that he carries himself?
He just says what comes to his mind. He just says, he does not. He's just straight up.
Okay,
like,
is someone who's just straight up always better?
Well, Parker, what would you rather hear? Something you want to hear?
Like for
Something
example,
you need to hear?
yeah,
Would you rather hear?
like if your girlfriend just like while you're at dinner with your family just said that you're horrible at having sex, right? Would that be okay? Like it's totally upfront, right? You never made her finish, totally upfront, right? But like, isn't that disrespectful?
Yeah, that's disrespectful, but that has nothing to do. That has nothing to do. That's not. That has nothing to do with.
She's being upfront, dude. She's upfront.
Okay,
Right? She's
Parker.
better for
Parker.
the country, right?
If she told me in private, it was like, "Hey, you're just not doing it for me," I'd be like, "Okay, we're gone. We're done." But if she told me, and if she told me in front of my family, we're definitely
not,
gone.
it's not I'm gonna get better. It's we're done. Okay.
No, but I mean, I can't really do anything just because she's been plugged with us. I can't
get better.
I can't compete with that 12-inch BBC that she's remembering, bro. I can't.
Okay, that is crazy that you just associate with that. What is life? Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. That is crazy, bro. That is crazy.
What?
You can't compete with anyone, bro.
Me?
You can't get better. That's what you're arguing.
You can't Parker. Tell me you can compete with Jason Love with a straight face.
I don't even know who that is.
Tell me
I am totally serious. Who the fuck is that?
Tell me you can compete with one of these like top paid male porn stars with a straight face. Tell me.
I absolutely can. My girlfriend would prefer me to anyone else.
Okay. I'm glad you stay consistent with everything, Parker.
Yes, bro. What? Why do I think my girlfriend's with me? Because she wants to be with me.
No, exactly. But exactly. So if my girlfriend was like, "Hey, our sex isn't good," I'd just be like, "Okay, you don't want to be with me, so I'll get a different girl."
Why don't you just be like, "Yo, maybe I need to do something different. Maybe I'm not doing it right."
Bro, what are you talking about?
I'm like, bro has no like self recollection at all. Like,
you can't. You did like
your first intuition isn't just like, oh, I should communicate to her to see what she likes. It's to leave her, bro. Come on, Amelia. Think of the $5 and
well, obviously you're not going to just leave her.
Thank you so
You're
much.
going to obviously talk about it first, Parker. I'm not going to just leave her and be like, okay, like
yeah,
I'm
you
just a failure.
About what they like, bro. Yeah,
I'm not going to just be like.
That's what you just said. You're just like, you said if she told you, you would just dip, bro.
What?
You just said if she told you, you would just dip.
After talking to her, I guess. Yeah, you're right. But like, I'm not gonna just, I would talk to her first, obviously. But after a while, it's just like, all right, you're not doing it for me. She tells me in front of my family, it's gone.
Nathaniel, thank you for the $1. Well, obviously, so like,
how do we get onto it?
Jacob? The point I was making is that just because someone is upfront and says whatever the fuck is on their mind, does not mean that it's better. Okay.
Well, I would rather my girlfriend tell me that the sex is bad if it's bad. If the sex is bad, I want her to tell me.
I understand, but not in every context, right? Like
not in front of my family.
Exactly. You see how there's different contexts. It's not you just say whatever's on your mind. You have context in which you bring things up.
But the point is I'd rather 100% of the truth 100% of the time versus someone like telling me what to say.
I'm sorry, Jacob. There is a golden mean to everything. There's too much of things and there's too little of things. And you have to find the middle of that, right? Or whatever is the golden quality of that that's the most efficient or the best, right? Between that. That's how reality works. Reality is not just, oh, it's going to be, right?
Well, sometimes it's all or nothing.
The max of this or the max of that, right? That's not how it works.
Sometimes you just have to just choose one of the 100%. You're like, you know what I mean? Like one of the one. That's what this election is. That's what these elections have been recently. Is like you have to just choose what between all the shit. Like you just have to pick the less shitty one. That's all it is.
Okay, so then again, how is Kamala Harris more shitty? You're not explaining that. Sid, thank you for the $100. Thank you. Again, give me some W's for Sid in the comment section. We'll continue to support your decision to keep the guests up. But oh yeah, their brain stopped working a bit ago. I got you, Sid. Thank you so much, Sid.
Okay, repeat your question. You just made me forget.
I forgot it. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Sid, though. If you want to go back and do research, you can. I'll talk to someone else.
Yeah, it was a good discussion. It was a good discussion, bro.
For sure. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Alrighty, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Eli, you there? Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Can't unmute your guests because they chose to mute themselves. Jem, can you unmute yourself real quick? For the people over on TikTok, everyone, make sure to join my YouTube. Join my YouTube. I'm live on YouTube. Parker, get a job. For the people who are here on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. We currently have just over 2,000 likes. I would really appreciate if you like the stream because it helps send it out to more people. I would really appreciate that for the 3,800 people in the stream. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. Also, make sure to subscribe if you have not already, as well as if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal is in the description of the YouTube stream, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yeah, what's up? How old are you, Hannah?
Hi, I was just I wanted to join when you guys were talking about the life support from the last guest, but
Did you vote for Donald
obviously
Trump, though?
no, and obviously you guys moved on, so
Okay, all right.
that's
Well, I
all.
appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Thank you, love you.
Appreciate you. Rizo, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump? And how old are you?
Bro, why did I not vote for Donald Trump, bro? Like, there's so many reasons why I voted for Trump, dude. He was just better, more well spoken. He was more put together. He believed in what he was doing more than Kamala Harris. He was like the other guy
What do you
said.
mean by he was quote unquote more well spoken and put together?
He just answered questions more clearly, and he was better.
So can you give me
Dude,
one
he
example?
just ran a way better campaign, and you can't even argue that.
Right. So here's my question. He was asked what his healthcare plan is for 9 years. Right. What was his answer?
Dude, like, okay, there's like obviously some shit that there's some dirt you can dig up, but like I just think overall he just ran a better campaign.
Okay. So you can't respond to what I just said?
No, I don't know what he said.
Okay. You're trolling. Have a good day.
All right.
Jackson, how old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a way you can fix your mic? You have an echo.
I'm not sure. Is it fine now?
Yeah, it's better now. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I just believe in
How old are you actually?
pro-life. I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
August 17th, 2005.
Okay. And you said you're 19?
Yeah.
Okay. So why so to explain why you voted for Donald Trump again?
I'm just here to say I'm pro-life.
Okay. So because you're pro-life, you voted for Donald Trump?
Yes.
When was the election day?
November 4th.
It was the 5th, bro. What are you talking about?
What does that
Flipper, thank you
mean?
for the $2. I appreciate it. Oh, okay. It just cut out. Oh, there we go. Sorry, restate what you just said.
So what is that supposed to prove?
What state do you live in?
New York,
What time is it?
11:38.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Give me the reason why you voted for Donald Trump. You said
Because I'm
pro-life?
pro-life.
Okay. So why are you pro-life?
Because I believe abortion's murder.
Okay, why?
Because it's morally wrong.
Why?
A mother should carry out the baby at its potential life.
It's a potential life or it's currently living?
It's currently living, depending on how many weeks.
Do you think it's murder for a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
So people should go to prison for pulling the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead.
It's illegal.
No, you think they should go to prison for that?
Sure, yeah.
Sure. Do you even know what you're referencing?
Huh?
Do you even know what you're referencing?
Yeah. What are you talking about?
I'm asking if you even know what you're referencing.
Yes, I know what I'm referencing. Pulling the plug on a brain dead person.
Okay. So
A vegetable.
Okay, don't
Do
use
you know
that
what you're
terminology.
referencing?
Don't use that terminology. But in terms of again,
Why
a brain
can't I use it? Isn't that what it's called?
no. You do it again, I'll kick you.
Oh, I didn't. All right, whatever.
So do you want to respond to what I said? Like again, in terms of them being brain dead, right? It means they don't have sentience anymore. They will never have sentience again in the future, right? You pull the plug on them.
Speak up.
You You would think that's murder, right?
What'd you say?
You think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Yes, it's morally murder, but legally not.
Okay, so people should go to prison for murdering brain dead individuals, right?
Yes.
Okay, so anyone in the chat that has pulled the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead, you believe should be in prison.
No one's done that, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you because that was stupid.
That's not stupid. I'm just telling you, no one in the chat's done that. It's
Jackson,
such an unlikely thing to happen.
people will. Anyone in the chat who's done that, tell me. Look at the chat.
I'm checking right now. No one has said anything.
There's a delay on the chat.
Or maybe no one said anything.
Look at the chat now.
I'm checking.
Yeah, I'm his friend here. Maybe I could do a better job of debating you.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I also voted for Donald Trump, but I'm a year younger than him, 18.
Okay, so why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Better. I feel like we would have better relations with other countries. What else? I believe tariffs will
Really?
eventually.
What relations will be better? Because Donald Trump literally made our relations with our allies worse. Donald Trump made relations with other countries other than our allies worse because of tariffs.
Well, overseas, I feel like we're in a pretty good spot right now. Would you disagree with that?
I think we're in a horrible spot right now.
How so?
Because Donald Trump wanted to tariff countries around the entire world, which has caused a trade war with plenty of countries around the world, which harms American citizens.
Are you kidding me? Most of the countries canceled their tariffs on America because they
No,
realized how much they rely
not
on us.
canceled. Not canceled. Paused for
Sorry.
90 days.
Yeah.
Paused for 90 days for negotiations, which we don't even know what the negotiations are for.
Well, it doesn't matter as long as they realize how much they're reliant on us for future negotiations where we do need something from them.
So they're more likely to not engage with us in the future because it is the case that we're engaging in threatening them right now, especially our allies.
I disagree. I think it's a good use of fear mongering.
You think it's a good use of fear mongering to threaten tariffs on countries?
I actually do. Not our allies, but yes, other countries.
Okay, so again, Donald Trump also put it on our allies, right?
I don't agree with that. However, overseas, I do agree with.
Again, in terms of other countries, right? Given that you don't agree with the ones on the allies, right? How do you say it was a net benefit?
So sorry. Could you repeat that? You cut out.
How do you say it was a net benefit, given that it is the case that it was also placed on our allies?
In time, it will eventually be a net benefit. Not yet.
So when will it be a net benefit? Do you have any idea?
In a year or two from now. And if it's not, I will come back on this live and I will say, I'm a fool. I'm a fool.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna let you know you're gonna forget about that, but it is the case that, again, in terms of the economy getting worse, we know it will get worse because we know the economic effect of these different types of political positions. What's up?
That's funny how just the other day we had such a great day in the stock market.
And you also had a day that was horrible. I'm confused what your point is.
My point is it's going to be fluctuating a little bit until it does eventually even out. And there'll be an economic renaissance.
Josh, think of the $5. The only reason why it evened out is because the tariffs were put away. So if we don't have the tariffs in place, that means that there's not going to be an increase in domestic production. So please explain to me whether or not it is the case that Donald Trump wants an increase in domestic production or he wants to negotiate trade deals.
Well, considering that there's no benefits from increase in domestic production, we're going to be relying on the foreign geopolitical relations that will have. Like, it'll be better because they'll know how much they need to rely on us.
So it'll be better because they'll know. Wait, re-say that?
Sure. So with the tariffs, they'll know like how much they really truly need the United States. So they'll be almost willing to do just about anything, anything we say.
No, that's not true. Right. Again, the tariffs we placed on Canada, they didn't give us anything new when we were getting negotiations with them.
Again, not with the allies. I don't agree with that. I don't
But
have to agree with every single thing this guy does.
If we don't get anything from the negotiations there, why do you think we'll get them here?
From overseas countries?
Yeah.
They're weaker.
Okay, who just told you that?
My friend.
Why isn't he talking to me?
Because he's not as informed as I am.
Then why is he the one giving you the answer?
I just did it once, bro.
Sorry. Well, all right, we'll do a one-on-one. I understand if the 2-on-1's a little bit too difficult for you.
See, I don't care about a 2-on-1. I was just asking why he was giving you the answer, bro.
Sure thing. Just because 2-on-1 makes it easier, but we'll remain the 1-on-1. Fair.
No, you can do a 2-on-1. I don't give a shit.
All right, all right. Good to know. Good to know. Tough guy. All right. Just kidding. Anyways, what were we saying?
Big, strong guy.
Mentally, I mean, you guys don't have an argument. Go ahead, provide anything.
All right, we could talk about abortion.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Give me the reasons why you think abortion's wrong.
Pro-life because I believe I value life at all points. Oh, so you think sperm should have rights? No.
Sperm's
when
living.
yeah, but it's unicellular. Oh, so is a fetus. Well, yeah, but it will be multicellular.
So is a zygote.
Oh, so
You
is
don't know the
zygote.
difference between a zygote and a fetus. Interesting.
Well, no, fetus is when it's like actually in the womb. So
Fetus is multicellular.
oh, yeah, so you're okay with killing multicellular organisms?
Yes.
Oh my gosh! Are you kidding?
Can't believe this guy.
Are you a vegan?
Yes.
I actually am a vegan. Unironically,
Love
yeah,
meat.
it's funny you ask that.
Really? Do you eat honey?
No, I'm vegan. Do you know what that means? Any product produced by that of an animal, I do not consume.
Okay. So what do you eat on a daily basis? Just tell me.
Sure, like my diet consists of many fruits, nuts, vegetables.
No, like give me exactly what you ate today.
Today? Okay, sure thing. So today I started my day off with some trail mix as for breakfast. And then for lunch, what did I have for lunch? I actually skipped lunch. And then for dinner, I just had like a Mediterranean salad with like croutons and vinegar.
What was in the salad?
It was just basic lettuce, croutons, organic balsamic vinegar. That's about it.
Lettuce, balsamic vinegar, and you said nuts? That is not a salad.
Croutons.
Also,
I said croutons.
Croutons. Dude, there's no way all you had was croutons, lettuce, and trail mix today. That's diabolical. I have eating issues, and that's still diabolical. Like
I also
literally
have
eating
an
issues
eating
all the time.
disorder.
What eating disorder do you have?
Bulimic.
Can you tell me how that affects you?
Oh, are you kidding me? You fucking monster.
I know that you're lying.
I'm not lying.
The way that you just said it tells me that you're lying. No one with an eating disorder would prescribe it that way. You just
Well, I just felt personally attacked. So, anyways,
what is bulimia?
Yeah, sure. So sometimes after when I'm done eating my food, I'll get insecure about my self-image and literally force myself to throw up.
Can you tell me the difference between anorexia and bulimia?
Sure thing. Anorexia. Well, first of all, I don't study eating disorders, but since I have one, it's important to know. So the difference between bulimia and anorexia is anorexia doesn't involve like forcefully making yourself throw up, and you're just anorexia is like. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Bulimia, you make yourself throw up because you're, and then anorexia is like you're sickly skinny.
It just means you're skinny?
And you struggle with self-image. Yeah, you think you're skinnier than you really are.
When did you look that up? Just real question.
I'm on everything. I'm not looking anything up.
At what point?
I like. What do you want me to swear on? I did not look it up. I'm talking to you right now. I literally can't even open another tab. Concede, bro. Concede.
Really?
Yeah.
So, do you? Okay. All right. Well, do you actually? Can you? I just want you to like just not be fucked up for a minute. Can you just tell me if you actually do? Because I don't want to be fucked up, right? And I want to just actually address this meaningfully. Because if you actually do have an eating disorder, I would never like to dispute that. But I really don't believe it because of how you originally addressed it.
I'm a monster and I lied.
Okay. Yeah, that's why. I know you were lying.
Is that fucked up to lie about?
Yes, it is really fucked up to lie about.
I apologize to anybody in the comments if they do have an eating disorder.
Do you want to give me like an actual argument or?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Pro-life. I value.
Actually, you know what? Bye. We'll talk to someone else. Hey, Connor, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Parker, you can read that.
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Same as the last guy, except I'm not vegan, and I will not claim to be vegan. I won't lie on that.
He
Pro
was lying.
life. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not vegan.
Yeah. So okay. So you're pro-life.
Pro human life.
Okay. So why?
Because I don't think it's right to kill things like people, not just things.
Okay. Are you Christian?
Yeah.
So 1 Samuel 15:3, where God commands Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek. Do you think that's wrong?
No. That was an order from God, bro. It was a different time.
Come on.
I'm,
Dude,
I'm
are
dead
they
ass.
human lives? Are they human lives?
Yes.
Okay. If they're human lives, well then obviously it is the case that like you're gonna acknowledge that that like it was wrong to kill them, right? Because that's what you just argued.
I don't think it was wrong because God told them to do it.
So whatever God commands is okay.
Yes, of course, Parker. What?
If God commanded you to sexually assault an infant, would you do it?
Dude, that's a weird question, Parker. I'm not even gonna lie, dude. Like, I don't know how you could even come up with that, but if God asked me to do that, I'd want to make sure it was God first, and then I'd think about like, okay, why would God tell me to do that?
How do you
You know,
make sure? How do you make sure it was God?
I don't know. I feel like there'd be a way to tell, because a lot of people hear voices, Parker. A lot of people.
Yeah, but how do you know? How would you tell? Just the vibe?
How did they tell in the Bible?
Real
Could be
question.
it dead.
How do they know it wasn't the devil?
I mean, it could be just the vibes.
How do you know that the Bible wasn't written by the devil?
Well, the Bible was written by a bunch of different people who corroborated the same story. But
Devil
you
inspired.
know who might have been.
I mean devil inspired, not God inspired. Devil inspired.
Okay, hear me out, Parker. You're onto something, but I wouldn't say with the Bible, but with the Quran, the Prophet
I know
Muhammad.
you would say it with the Quran, but you wouldn't say it with the Bible. Why?
No, because the Prophet Muhammad, he was like severely depressed, right? Because he was getting these revelations. That's how Muhammad, because Muhammad's the only one who heard the Quran. The Quran wasn't written down. God was like speaking to him. So Muhammad got really depressed because the
The
revelation stopped
Quran
coming from God.
was spoken.
Yeah, it wasn't written.
Like Prophet Muhammad told them, and they wrote it down.
Yeah, but if you ask any Muslim, they're gonna say, "Oh, the Quran really isn't a written book. It's not a book. It's an oral tradition."
Yeah, that's because of how it's passed down, but it is a book. It was written.
I think Muslims would disagree with you, man.
Okay, I don't think Muslims would disagree that the Quran is a book and that the word is written down.
Of course, the words are written down, but the reason the Quran lasted this long in a Muslim's point of view, and why it's actually more like sanctified than a Bible, is because it was an oral tradition.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
I understand, right? But like, you're not understanding that something can be an oral tradition, and also be written down.
Well, Parker, I know like you can go to, I don't know where they buy Qurans at, but I could go buy a Quran, I'm sure, if I wanted to.
Okay.
Right?
All
We
right.
both know it's, yeah.
But here's the point. So God commanded it, therefore it's good, right? If you knew it was God that commanded you to assault a child, would you do it?
This is a really weird question, Parker. I feel like, you know, maybe it's a test, It's like kill your son. You go up to the point of killing your son. It's like it was only a test. Who knows, man? Who knows? I'm not gonna say anything weird because that's.
So you would
I
do
don't
it
think
if
God
God.
would ask me that. I don't think God would
But
ask anybody that, dude.
you
Let's
wouldn't
be
think
real.
God. You wouldn't think God would command people to slaughter.
I don't think Jesus Christ would ever do that.
Would
No.
Jesus Christ command you to like slaughter infants? Sam, think of the $10. Thank you.
Well, you're saying he did in the Bible, right?
Yes.
Well, then he did in the Bible. Nowadays,
But how do you
um,
know that was him in the Bible?
I mean, it was written, right?
Okay, so the Quran was also written.
The Quran was spoken, Parker. That's why it's so pure. That's why if you ask any Muslim, oh, the Bible has been changed. It's actually
Connor,
been
Connor, Connor,
infiltrated.
Connor. The Bible was not originally written down. It was written down based upon, again, it being passed down word of mouth. So that same thing that you're applying onto Islam is also true for Christianity in the Bible.
Okay.
Do you have any response to that or no?
I mean, I think there's a little bit more nuance when it comes to the Islam versus Christianity thing, because that's a big point of debate between Christians and Muslims. Is Muslims will often say, "Oh, well, there's so many versions of your Bible. Um, how do you know it hasn't been changed, and how do you know it wasn't, influenced by the enemy?" The Quran, on the other hand, is perfect because it is spoken. The prophet heard
My
it
my
and
my,
he
p-
spoke
my
it. He was
point.
illiterate. He couldn't write.
Okay, again, you can claim all of those things. I would have no reason to accept either of their claims. So again, I know that you are like, oh, Christians would have to deal with the same issue comparative to Muslims. That's kind of my point. I'm an atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't believe in either. Josh, thank you for the $5, and then
So
Evie, thank you for the $2.
what does agnostic atheist mean? Because I know atheists, you don't believe in God, and agnostic, it's like, well, I'm not going to say he's not real, but, I'm open to evidence either way. What does agnostic atheist mean? Is it just like agnostic?
Agnostic atheist means I don't know what led to our existence, and atheist means I don't believe it was a god.
Okay, so interesting. I got you. Cool.
Okay. So then, well, again, I'm confused with what your response is to my point here. My point is still true. It's like you, based upon the same reasoning that you say you dispute Islam, is going to be a reason why you can use to dispute Christianity.
I mean, I'm not trying to dispute Islam right now. I believe we were
You
talking
have
about
to.
demonic influence. We were talking about demonic influence,
Yeah,
right?
but you have to dispute Islam in order to say that Christianity is true. Tim, thank you for the
I
$5.
do. I
Thank
do
you.
refute. I refute Islam. I just didn't think that was the conversation we're having now. But I mean, we can have that conversation if you want to like take the position of Islam. I thought it was about Donald Trump.
I'm not
By the
taking the
way,
position of Islam, right? What I'm saying is that you don't have any justification greater than Islam, which you consider to be false.
wait, run that back again. I don't have any
You
justification greater
Yeah,
than Islam.
than Islam, and yet you consider Islam to be false.
Justification for what exactly?
Your
I'm
position, your Christian
a little
position, because
confused.
you're using Christianity in order to say that abortion is wrong.
Oh, and so you're asking for justification for me being a Christian, which
Yeah,
justifies me thinking abortion is wrong. Okay.
yeah, because that's what you use as your argument for why abortion is wrong.
Well, Parker, throughout my life, man, I've prayed and I feel like I've seen God work in my life, and I've seen
How
what
so?
good. There's some personal stuff I don't want to touch on too much, but I mean just that principle. I pray about something, maybe I see it in a new way. Maybe I read scriptures and I'm able to, look at a situation differently, the way God would want me to look at it, and I act
But how
accordingly,
do
and
you
things get
know the
better.
way God wants you to do? None of these things are justifiable claims. You believe this just
What's
because you feel
religion?
like it. Well, if
It's
religion is
faith.
an
It's faith.
unjustifiable claim, well, then I can have faith that Ben 10 created the universe.
You can't have faith in that. You Parker,
Why
you
not?
totally can.
Oh, I can?
If
But
you
that's an
want.
insane take. It's insane
If
for
you
me just
want to, you can. I'm not going to tell you what you can and cannot do,
Connor,
Parker.
if that's a justification for your position, well then I can just say I disagree with your position. It's just as justified you as you agreeing with the position. I can say
You,
I believe in unicorns creating the universe. That's an insane thing.
and we both
A
know that's
unicorn
silly.
farted and created the universe.
We both know that's silly. So why would I even try to like engage that?
Okay, well then, in the same way that we both know that's silly, you should also know that your position, if you believe it without any evidence, is also silly. Because believing it based upon trust me, bros, is not a good amount of evidence.
I
It's
like
not
the
a good
book.
position.
You pulled that out a couple times. Well, the Shroud of Turin, that thing is pretty interesting, Parker.
No, it's not.
What? Tell me, what do you know about the Shroud of Turin? Because maybe you know something I don't.
Well, the Shroud of Turin, again, is carbon dated to I think it's either 13 or 1400. Right? Am I correct, Matt? Matt, you there?
Oh, hey.
Yeah, am I correct? Is it 13 or 1400?
Yeah, it's in the mid 1300s. So basically, the greatest piece of evidence that's against it is that the very moment that it first appears within history, right, that we see it, is where it has been carbon dated to. Like, we have no records to it prior to this date, and then when we carbon date it, it comes up within about 50 years of that first date. Like that is like super duper good evidence that this is a medieval forgery.
It's a forgery. Okay. So again, maybe I know something you guys don't. I saw some stuff about it saying that in that time period that it was carbon dated to, they did not have the textiles, I guess, manufacturing technology to recreate the imprint of Jesus on the shroud.
Well, hold on. Yes, you are
Like,
correct. We don't know how it was made.
okay.
That is correct. But there's also many things in ancient times that we have no idea how it was made. For example, do you know what Byzantine fire is?
I don't actually.
So
What is
it's a
that?
type of like fire that has been used in ancient Greek and Byzantine times. And what it is like it's like sticky and it sticks to like ships and it burns extremely hot. Right?
Dude,
We
we know what that is, but we know what that is. It's called napalm.
No, no, no,
No,
no,
I'm
no.
just
It's
kidding.
like no. It's like napalm. It's like it, but we don't know
Yeah.
what it exactly is, right? We can
Yeah.
tell you what it most is like, but it's not napalm. We still are trying to figure out based on text what it actually is, but we know that it's not pure napalm.
I got
That's the
you.
difference. And so there are many things from the past that we have no idea how they were built, right? But we know still that it's like a forgery or a fake or that it's not like divinely inspired.
Who's to say, right? If we don't really know, I mean, you can have faith in your worldview, and I can have faith in mine.
Well, yeah, but then
At
who's
the
to
end of the
say
day,
about
with that,
anything? I can claim that a Zeus is real, and I can take you to his temple. Like I can show you his temple, and I
but
can show you
but that'd be a
everything
lie
within
because you
it.
can't. That'd be a lie because you can't do that. You
Actually, you
can't.
can. I've been there.
You've been to Zeus's temple. You've seen Zeus.
I haven't seen Zeus, but I've been to his temple in Greece.
No way, dude. That's sick.
Yeah, in 2007. So I mean, yeah, I mean,
Wow.
so like
I'm gonna
I'm
say,
just
I guess you
telling
could
you.
take me to Zeus's temple, right? But could you tell me Zeus is like the creator of the universe?
I've met people who
Could.
believe that.
Probably could. Hey, and they could tell me that, but given what I've seen in my personal life, I know it's an anecdote. I've prayed to God,
Someone would claim
read
that
the
as well.
Bible,
I'm from their
Yeah,
side.
that's the point.
and that's cool.
It's like
That-
anybody can claim anything.
And that's cool. One of us will be right at the end of the day, at the end of all of our lives. Parker, does
Again,
it
not
turn to
good. Wait,
black?
wait,
Who
wait, wait,
knows?
wait. Here's my question, right? Why don't you believe E. Jean Carroll?
Yo, that's not related to Christianity at all, bro.
Why don't you believe E. Jean Carroll?
Why don't
And
I believe her?
Fate of the Illusion. Think of the $5. Yeah,
Why are you bringing up Eugene Carroll? And why are you saying I don't believe her?
E.
We haven't
Jean,
talked
E.
about
Jean,
Eugene.
E.
Sorry,
Jean, E. Jean,
Eugene.
and Sabrina. Think of the $7. He doesn't
Eugene
have
Carroll.
a camera on.
Why don't
Uh,
I believe her?
yeah.
Because if I'm not mistaken, she's the one who accused Donald J. Trump of grape.
Okay. So then again,
Is that correct?
held him civilly liable in a civil court unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. That's what it happened. Okay. But like again, based upon that, there's way more evidence to believe in that than there is to believe in Christianity.
No way, dude. No, I disagree with that completely.
Okay. Well, then
Because
you provide any
there's
of the
not a
evidence
Bible
for
written
Christianity.
about that, dude. There's not. Show
Okay.
me a Bible with the amount of cross references that the Holy Bible has. Nothing in comparison. Nothing.
There is a first person account of E. Jean Carroll's story. There is no first person account from the Bible.
What?
Yeah, there's no. It's passed down word of mouth for generations after.
There's no first-hand accounts in the Bible.
Not in
First-person accounts.
not like written down, right? In the same type of way that E. Jean Carroll is.
So Jesus' disciples didn't write anything down. Is that so?
No, they were very much illiterate. And
How's
the Book of Acts tells you so.
Okay, and in Revelation, John didn't write any of that down.
John of Patmos, different John than Saint John.
Right.
So, did John? I mean, we have no evidence that was John of Patmos, but if it was, then he wasn't that skilled because the Greek of Revelation is very bad. Like it's used as like a case study in like bad ancient Greek. So he was very uneducated.
So what, like, what does that mean? Like you're just saying it's bad. Like his Greek is
No,
bad,
but
so he wasn't
John
written
is
down
not
because
a
his Greek is
witness to.
bad.
But John is not a witness to anything. John of Patmos is not a witness like Jesus and his life and his crucifixion. John of Patmos is not a disciple.
Right, he's not a disciple, but he is witness to Jesus. Yeah, in the divine revelation. Yeah.
If
Okay,
you, yeah, okay.
here. Let's run it back into the politics, right? Is
Yeah.
the only reason you voted for Donald Trump pro-life?
No, of course
Okay,
not.
so what are the other reasons?
Yeah, so I know he banned bump stocks. I know, guys, I know he banned bump stocks, but him opposed to Kamala Harris, like in terms of me keeping,
Your guns?
yeah,
All
Donald
of
Trump
those
all the way.
all of those are against the Constitution to get rid of. So
That's great.
then how is she a threat to your guns any more than Donald Trump?
Well, because we've seen how rights can get eroded away, guys. Let's be real. The Patriot
Nope.
Act,
The
after
Constitution.
the Patriot Act didn't erode any of our rights.
I'm not disputing that, but like if the Donald Trump is the one that's going to throw away more of your rights, whether it be relating to abortion, whether that be relating
It's
to
not a right.
yeah, it is absolutely a right. It's
I
right
don't
over
think
your
so.
own body. Absolutely is.
I
It
we
absolutely
do have a right over our own bodies. Do not force me to get any, inoculations. I don't do that.
so
But
that is literally us talking about a bodily autonomy, right?
yes, my body though. I can't say
Only
what
your
you can
body, not
do.
any woman's.
No, a woman can do what she wants with her own body, but inside of it, that thing living inside of her, that baby, yeah, that's alive, buddy. Can't kill that. That's
Okay.
wrong.
Okay,
Well, we're getting back to the pro life thing, which is what we just got away from. I'm
yeah,
sorry that I brought that up, guys. That's
I
my
understand.
fault.
So is there something else you want to bring up other than that?
Yeah, I mean, you didn't really refute the firearms thing. You kind of just said like, "Oh, those are
Yeah,
constitutionally protected." Like,
because
bro,
I'm going to
what?
give you this. I'll give you why that I brought that up.
Tell me.
Donald Trump wants to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, after the 2020 election. How do you feel about that?
You know, I'm all for it. If the election was actually stolen, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican,
Connor, we know that
those
the election was not stolen.
okay, Parker, we all
Wait,
know
hold on,
that.
hold on. I
We all
want
know that.
you know what you just said. Did you just
Yes.
say that you are
Yes.
willing to suspend the
Martial law.
Constitution, martial law, if the election was quote unquote
Continuity of
stolen?
government is very real, yes, and it exists for a reason because if there is a, subversive subversive, what the hell did I just say? If there is a subvert or if the government is co-opted from the inside out, from the outside in, there needs to be a way to, continue on. There needs to be something to do about that. And in those situations, you can't rely on the Constitution because the Constitution wasn't written with that purpose. That's why
But hold on,
those
okay,
powers
okay,
exist.
but
Yeah,
but
continuity of
like
government.
one, the United States Constitution does not grant the president the ability to do like martial law for one, and he can only quell. The only time he can actually like suspend certain things of the Constitution is in a time of military unrest. So that like wouldn't count. So you can't just suspend the Constitution because you think it was stolen. You have to
Right.
adjudicate it.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like I'm all for him just like on a whim doing that because I don't think that's what he was trying to do anyways. What he was insinuating, I think he was insinuating, adjudicating it, evoking those emergency powers if there really was a problem, right? But we all agree there was no problem. Joe Biden was the president for 4 years. God bless the USA. I'm glad he's gone. Goodbye, Joe. And I'm glad Kamala's not here either. Um, seriously.
But
But
that
I
doesn't
mean,
get back
yeah,
to
I'm
the
all for
argument
that.
that Parker brought up the guns. Donald Trump actually said that he thinks in some cases you should take the guns first and have due process later.
That's
That's
what they
like
did in. That's what they did in the Schwarze Germany, right? They took
yeah.
them first.
That's exactly what Donald Trump is
So
advocating.
He's not gonna do that.
Oh, cell
No,
phone, cell
oh yeah,
phone.
he's not going to do that. He's just talking about it. Yeah, because we
that's
want our
against the
president to
Constitution, guys.
talk
You can't
about
do
things
it,
like
right?
that.
Hey, think of the $5. So Kamala Harris wasn't actually going to take your guns away. She was just saying that she was going to do it.
Yeah, like
That
She was
see,
just
it's like
talking.
it's like the same thing both ways, you know?
Oh, okay. So then why are you using that against Kamala Harris?
Why are you guys using that against Trump? You know, it's like
I'm not.
it
I'm
goes in a
not.
circle. Seriously.
I'm not. I'm just showing you that you view it as just as bad with Kamala Harris as you view it with Donald Trump. So given that's true, then guns aren't a reason why you voted for one candidate over the other. So what's
It
the reason why
is.
Donald Trump is a preferable candidate?
So yeah, the first of all, the pro-life, the guns, and then the third thing. I mean,
Dude,
there's a
we just
couple.
talked about that. We just
No,
talked
no. I'm
about
just recapping, because I got a bunch of reasons. It wasn't just one thing. I was a multifaceted issue. Uh, the third thing that comes to my mind is the way he presented himself to the outward world. A lot of people don't like him. He's an asshole. He's snarky, short-tempered. Some would say. I'd prefer that miles and miles and miles, like way, way more than Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris came off as like way too calculated to where it wasn't even her coming up with the things she was saying. She was like waiting for permission to say the things she was saying. But who was she asking? I'm not gonna make claims. I don't know. But it didn't seem like she was competent, right? Just with the way she spoke, and that's even with all the editing that was done.
Really? I just want to let you
Yeah,
know, Donald Trump said he thinks windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He brought up nukes
they're
to
very loud.
combat.
They're very loud.
He brought up nukes to combat hurricanes. He literally said that we need to look into
Electromagnetic pulse.
utilizing. He said we need to look into utilizing disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19.
Yeah, that's silly, guys. Come on, that's out of context, right? Maybe
No,
he's
it's not.
No, it's not.
cleaner.
That's not
That's the
even out of
cleaner.
context.
I watched it live when it happened, and I remember being as dumbfounded then as I am now.
Like the bleach, like the Clorox, like the
Like,
cleaner.
dude, like clearly Donald Trump is like totally incoherent.
I
The
disagree.
sharks and the batteries.
The what on the batteries?
The sharks in the batteries. Remember that statement?
No, I don't remember that one.
Oh God, we need to play these.
What did he say about sharks and batteries, guys?
I probably can play it on the stream, unironically.
Yeah. Trump's a
Go
public
ahead.
figure, so you can play it.
Trump, sharks.
He has a thing for like marine like
Marine
type of
biology.
creatures. So like he says sharks, batteries, whales, and windmills. Next it's gonna be like starfish and like solar panels or something.
How do I get it to look
That's a
at
good one,
something?
Matt.
I don't even know.
I have a present thing that where I can share my screen, but that's all I have.
Hey guys, to be fair, those
Oh,
windmills are
I
very
can
loud.
present.
Those windmills are very loud, and the vibrations might throw off the whales.
Then why don't you devote money to researching how to make them quieter?
Bro, because windmills, no, that are how versed are you on windmills, man? Because they're
Do you disagree that they're a viable alternative source of like energy?
no, in the current state, they're not, man.
Thus, we need to put
they're terrible.
money. Thus, we need to put money into developing them.
Okay, I hear
Correct?
that. I get that logic, but like, or we can spend money researching something better than windmills altogether, because you can only like optimize the technology so much
Or how about
before it
this?
becomes a sink.
We are the wealthiest country in the history of the planet. Let's do both.
God bless the USA.
Yes, and let's do both. How about we research all forms
Yeah.
of renewable energy?
Hey man, I'm
Yeah.
not even against that. I'm not even against
Well,
like,
okay.
nuclear.
Then
We can do that.
like it's not. Yeah. Then like let's walk and chew gum at the same time here.
Yeah, but I mean I've seen windmills firsthand, what they're all about, and Connor's firsthand experience. They're not all that, man.
Well, yeah, but
They're
like
very
just
loud.
because Trump
Kill a
doesn't
lot of
like
Watch,
them.
animals.
watch. Do y'all see?
Yeah, I
please.
see it.
At a time. So I said, let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people too. A lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted, I'll take electrocution every single time.
How about some dressing with that
Can you
word
please
salad?
tell me? Can you please tell me what the fuck he was meaning in that statement?
Right. So batteries are very dense, of course, right? And why do boats float? Buoyancy. So when you have a very dense, if the boat, suppose the boat sank, Parker, let's be honest, that, okay, man, like, but if you want to go band for
It was
band,
Kamala Harris. It was
if you
He's
want to go
Kamala.
trying
band for
to
band,
explain it
if you
away.
just fell out of a coconut tree, Parker. Come on, let's be real, man.
Yeah. Wait. What about what she said in referencing the coconut tree? It didn't make sense.
I don't get it. Maybe I'm just not smart enough.
But that's an idiom. Like she's saying, like it doesn't fall far from the coconut tree. Like it's
Well,
an
yeah,
idiom.
and Donald Trump, he actually is connected to MIT, guys. His uncle, he was like a professor at MIT.
Well, his connection would be he graduated from it, which he didn't. So I mean, I have an uncle who's like connected to like Harvard, but I'm not gonna be like, I have a connection to Harvard. No,
Hey, you
obviously I
guys can
don't.
fact check this. Donald Trump's uncle, this is real, was the like person who was sent to like rummage through Nikola Tesla's study in New York, like to get all of his files or something. Because Nikola Tesla, he passed away, and MIT wanted that stuff. So they sent Donald Trump's uncle. Y'all can look that up. It's like kind of weird how history's interconnected like
Then
that.
I'm
Oh
going
wait.
to.
Oh wait. Are you a QAnoner by any means?
No, no, my name's Connor, not Q. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not a QAnoner, Parker.
Ask yourself. Think of it. $2. Thank you. I can't see the other one.
Which
There
other
is no other one.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what the other donation. I don't know what they mean. Yeah. So yeah. Well, then what is the association? Who cares about
Yeah.
the Nikola Tesla point?
No, I'm just like he actually was connected to MIT. I don't think that was a lie, but the whole shark thing, like, yeah, it's kind of silly, but you can't sit here and say Kamala Harris didn't say anything silly a couple of times. Okay,
No one said
Give
that.
me one example.
one example. Okay, there's one coming to my mind. It's
Like that, by the way. Give us an
wasn't she?
example like that.
Well, man, you're putting me on the spot, and I didn't really come prepared or with the video like this, but I don't know. Can I get back to you on that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that doesn't make or break it? I don't think.
No.
I think we all know there's probably something silly out there. Okay. I kind
Yeah,
of
Maybe
silly,
somewhere. Maybe somewhere.
silly, like that
maybe
word salad that we just heard.
maybe possibly. Um, but yeah. So we touched on pro life, pro 2A, pro coherency, right? That's up for debate. Obviously, we'll touch on that again later. But fourth thing, I like Donald Trump's attitude in regards to the world stage. We just had these tariffs hit. I love that. I love what's going
That
on recently,
destroys our
guys.
relations with like the international community.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about
He
that.
pulled out of the
Seriously.
World Health Organization
That's
in
good,
terms of
dude.
funding.
What's so good about the World Health Organization? No, be for real.
Do you support
They
Donald Trump? Do you support Donald Trump pulling out of NATO?
Yeah, dude. But let's talk about the World Health Organization.
No, so much
for,
better for the
for
international
NATO.
community. Chat. Go
No,
ahead.
seriously, man. Like we can go one at a time. Like World Health Organization, what do they do for us?
They provide like regulatory standards for like health.
No,
for
not
people.
just that. No, not just that. They help
What does that mean?
coordinate. They help coordinate health emergencies and make
Yeah,
sure that
that's true.
places that need it get the service they need. You know why they do that? Is because we realized that the countries that don't have the infrastructure to deal with it, those diseases eventually make it to us. And so we would rather prevent them in those countries than wait for them to come to us.
Okay, and when was their like most recent success with
Ask
that?
yourself. Think of it. $2. Thank you.
What do you mean?
When did the World Health Organization fulfill that mission statement?
The World Health Organization, through help with Bill Gates and Jimmy Carter, have eradicated 2 whole diseases. Smallpox was eradicated in part because of the World Health Organization. We got rid of a deadly parasite because of it. Right? There are current epidemics going on in Africa and Asia that the World Health Organization is doing work trying to contain them so that they don't spread. Right? That's what they do, and they don't do anything. They have no jurisdiction. none to tell us what to do. They can't tell us what to do. All they can do is
That's
say,
right.
"Hey, we would like to have your money as the richest country in the world. Give us some money so that we can go to poor countries and help them with their health, because if those spread to the United States or to Europe, you guys will be in a hell of a lot of trouble." And that's what makes it so great, is that we can have a huge coordinated system where we can get money to go to places that don't have these well-structured infrastructures.
Ask yourself, thank you for the $2. They said, don't forget the Isaac Noon and daylight savings.
Oh.
So
That's what they
yeah,
wanted me to
Right.
respond
to
to.
touch on what you just said, is it Matt, by the
Yes,
way?
Matt. Yeah.
Yeah, Matt. So just to touch on what you said, like, I don't feel obligated to pay for these, like, less fortunate countries to, manage their disease outbreaks. That's not my problem. It's not your problem.
No,
It's not
no,
Parker's problem. You might feel like it is, but it's really not.
It
is
is.
our
It
problem.
literally is our
It is our
problem because
problem.
the disease that spreads in those countries impacts us. Did you
Yes.
not know that?
It impacts
What disease? What disease has
I'll give you examples.
most recently?
HIV,
Yeah.
the flu, COVID, right?
malaria.
Malaria, literally measles, fucking everything. Like literally polio, Ebola, right? Do you want me to like give you a million things? Diseases spread. If we do not address this as an
AIDS.
international
AIDS, as
community,
an example.
more
AIDS.
people will die.
I don't
Smallpox.
agree. Like, all those diseases
Don't
like have
agree?
been in the United States, Parker. Like,
No,
that's
no, no,
they
no.
didn't.
You're not understanding the main point. New
Am I?
diseases arise in Africa and Asia all the time. And the health organization has ground people in there right now all the time who are constantly monitoring, making sure that if they find something new, they can coordinate a strategic response to get those countries in there to contain it. Because if those countries don't get it contained, it will easily spread. That's one of the problems that happened with COVID, right? With COVID, it spread so fast and we didn't contain it well enough. But the World Health Organization in Africa and Asia has been able to contain those diseases.
Benjamin, think of the $2.
Really?
And it is our problem. It is our problem because it impacts us every single day with not just through our health, but supply chains, things like that, allyships. All those things matter to us because if we don't do it, China will.
And Will,
China
think
will
of the
be
$2.
filling
I
those
know, right?
voids. China will be going to Africa and saying, "Oh, the United States won't give you money, but we will." And
They've
they're
been
making
there.
people.
They've been doing that. It's called the Belt and Road Initiative.
Yes, because we
They've
have been
been doing that.
withdrawing. That's why we have been pulling back for decades. We were there promoting American values and saying we are the good guys. Just like trust us, let us rebuild and help you. And we had peaceful relationships. Once we started to pull back in the 90s, what happened? China went right in. So did Russia. That's why we need to be interacting in these countries, because eventually they will matter and we want them to be on our side.
Josh, think of the $2. Thank you. True.
I don't know, man. It's just like this whole notion of like, oh, we have to spread American values. We have to spread free to spread. We're the good guys on the world stage because we understand this nuanced problem over here in the Middle East, for example. So we're gonna go to war. Oh,
I didn't
the
say
whole
war.
Gulf.
No.
None of
We
us are
had peaceful
advocating
It
ways
for
turned
to
into
do
war.
war
that
though. That's what happens, man.
under a
Afghanistan.
Republican, by the way,
We don't
and that's a
support
war that
that.
I did not support. But like one of the reasons why a U.S. aid was spending money, for example, to get like Sesame Street to like Afghanis was because
Yeah.
because we wanted to teach children there basic values and morals that they would not get anywhere else. They just wouldn't get them, and so we
No, they
needed
would
to.
not get Western values out there, and they probably don't need that. They probably do not need our
Yes,
Western
they
values on
do.
them. You
Wait,
colonizer.
you don't think? Oh, give me a break. Yeah.
Seriously, no, I'm just serious. Like, bro, come on. Like, these are like
No, there are
third world
some.
There's
people.
no
No,
way he's unironically saying that when Trump wants to turn Gaza into Trump Gaza, right? For real estate
yeah.
development.
Trump
Shut
Gaza.
the fuck up.
But like
Shut
no,
the
hold on.
fuck
By the
up.
way, me wanting to promote American values and not making a colonist. I'm not going in there and telling them what to believe. I'm giving them an alternative belief system to say, if you want to choose something, choose us because of X, Y, and Z. I'm not making them choose. That's the
Exactly. That's a
difference.
big difference. Also, like, it's totally fair to be like, yo, if you like support these things that we value, we'll give you money. But if you don't support these things that we value, we're not going to give you money. That's also fair. That's called conditional allyship.
Right? It makes it
Living through. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the
kind of what.
$20. Thank you so much, YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. No, but for the tariffs, Donald Trump was like, "Hey guys, do not retaliate. Everything's going to be okay." Everyone was really mad, right? But China retaliated. What happened? Everyone across the board, we lowered it to 10%. We threw them a bone. China threw it up to like 140. Is it now?
Trump already admitted why he did that. It's because he got spooked by the market. He said so on the lawn. He said they got a little bit yippy. People were starting to complain a little bit, and I had to like pull back. He already admitted that the reason why he pulled back wasn't because of anybody else. It was because he saw the fact that he was tanking the market and the dollar and the bonds, and people were calling him saying, "Hey, I lost $20 million in the last hour. Get your shit together." And that's exactly what happened. He just like went back on it in like 24 hours, which is classic Trump.
If he really went back on it though, why did he like raise China's tariffs all the way up to? Is it like 140 right now? 130, 140, one of those numbers, right?
It's 125, I think.
125, yeah.
It's because China retaliated on us, and then we retaliated on him, and then they retaliated on like us again. So it was a tit for tat, which always happens. No other country did that yet, right? They were the first.
Sid,
So
thank
to
you for
me, that
$5.
seems
Thank you
like
so much.
to me it seems like that means he did what he said he was going to do. Don't retaliate. Everything's going to be okay. So he lowered it for everyone else, and he put the tariff on China. If he was really
145.
scared, if he was really trying to just like raise the market back up, which by the way, the stock market, guys, it's just these emotional investment
Hold up one
bankers.
second. Sid, by the way, I shouldn't do that because we'll get more people to do that. I would just ignore those people, to be totally honest, because it would get more people to do it. Zayam, think of the dollar, and then Ava, think of the $5, and Nathaniel, think of the dollar. But go for it, Connor.
Thanks, Parker. Yeah, what I was saying is, where was it? I think I was talking about how, dude, I just lost my train of thought. Do
I'm
you
sorry.
guys remember what I was talking? No, it's okay, Parker. You're doing your job. Parker got a job. Let's go. Yeah, Matt, do you remember? I think I was talking about how Donald
You
Trump
said
was
it
really
was like no. You said that the bond market is like just a bunch of like investors that like
not
it
the
doesn't
bond
matter.
market. No, the stock market. Thank you for
Yeah.
reminding me. The stock market, guys, it's these emotional investment bankers speculating. That's all it is. That's all the stock market is right now. Speculation. Okay, they speculate, oh my god, the world's gonna end, and the stock market reflected that. People were like, it's going down forever, and then Donald Trump does the old reverse card, the old Uno reverse, 4D chess. Some QAnon people would probably call it, right? And the market goes back up. They're like, oh my gosh, everything's okay. Like on a dime, it can change like that.
Do you think
I
millions
don't
of
think the stock
Americans?
market
No, I think
is a.
millions of hardworking Americans have 401ks, and this week has been very hard on that. And we shouldn't just dismiss it out of hand. People's livelihood was like on stake. People were calling the like members of Congress saying, "My 401k is dropping precipitously, and I need you to do something about it because that's my retirement. Like I have nothing else to go on."
If it's their retirement, they've been invested in the market for a good while, right? Way before
Justice,
even
thank you for
No,
the
that's not
2020,
true at
$5.
all. No,
right?
Not
that's
necessarily.
not true at all.
How
People
so?
my age, like I'm 32. People my age are like also very concerned because we want it to grow and be strong, and I don't want Donald Trump's
Of course.
incompetence to like tank it.
Yeah, but so far, right? I mean, it's probably safe to assume they're like, over 5 years, 4 or 5 years invested,
It
like
doesn't matter.
well above that.
People have
Laura,
concern.
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I was gonna run that right after. Thank you so much, though. I really
We
appreciate the
we
$20.
we just got the consumer index report. It is the lowest. The a con- uh consumer sentiment is the lowest it's ever been. It's down to like 11%. And that's because of Trump. It was at 34. Now it's at 11. Trump in 1 week managed to make it go from 34, which is like a kind of a high, down to like all the way down to 11. The dollar has slipped in value. Bonds has still slipped. Even though the Dow closed today at like 600 points higher, it still is lower than it was last week, right? A BlackRock says that we might be in a recession right now, right? JP Morgan puts the chance of a recession at 65%. So all of this for what? Show me the evidence right now that Donald Trump got anything out of that week of chaos. What did he get? Because we
He
still
got
have the
some
tariffs.
respect on that name. I think
You really think
he
so? No.
he
What's
still
happening?
man, because he was getting a lot of crap from everybody. If he was really folding, like you got to think of this like you're at the poker table, right? If he really folded, he would have been like, oh, all right, man, Really messed up. Everyone across the board, it would have been the same thing. Like, take it all back. I take it back, guys. I'm sorry. Here's some money. We're gonna invest in this now to a payback.
No, it would
No,
look
it seemed
exactly
very
like what we saw.
calculated. It
Was
seemed
it a
very
negotiating
calculated.
tactic
No,
or
you
was it
guys
here to stay?
seriously, no. They would have said it's calculated no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah.
could have done
Some
anything. And he
people
was
would.
like, it was calculated 40 chess. No, that's you. That's you right now, Connor.
And I love how
Parker.
the administration has mixed signals on this. Scott Bezzett said this is a negotiating tactic. Caroline Levitt says no, these are here to stay. Donald Trump says I'm not backing off, and then he backs off. Howard Lucknick says this is a negotiating tactic. They have everything all over the place. They don't know. They don't have one consistent message because they don't know what the fuck they're doing because they are playing it hour by hour and they have no plan. That's why the market has been so fucking up and down because they hate chaos and Donald Trump is a chaos agent.
Dude, it's like, there's QAnon and then there's like blue and unironically, guys.
No,
Seriously, it's
no.
like there's
Dispute
trust the
every.
plan over here, and then there's like there is no plan at all over here. It's like, come
I
on, guys. Like
quoted.
I'm
Hold
pretty
on.
sure they know what they're doing, at least
Look,
somewhat. Let's be real.
look. Don't like gaslight me here, okay? I
I'm not.
quoted Trump administration officials, the press secretary, the commerce secretary, who gave conflicting messages just this week. Just this week. There was no. Did you know that the trade representative was before the House representatives at the exact moment that Trump took back those tariffs, right? He's the guy whose job it is to work with other countries, right? That's his job, right? He didn't know that Trump was going to do that. He was left out of the loop. So the very person who we assign to work with other countries, who are representative of the United States to other countries, he had no fucking idea. He's like, oh, well, news to me.
Well, who knows the motive behind that? One could assume, though, he didn't want that information getting out there. Maybe,
You
right?
wouldn't tell
Is
your
that a
trade
foreign
representative?
concept?
He's
Well, I
before
mean,
the
we had
House.
that General Miley, was it? He was out there talking to China about what could possibly happen with the United States. Like it was
Yes,
basically
that's his
treason,
job.
man.
Yes, that's his
I
job.
don't know, man. I
Joe
don't know. It didn't seem like
Milley,
his job.
no, Joe Milley's job was to talk to foreign nations, military leaders, and to coordinate and like tell them what the United States is going to do or like not going to do. That was his job.
I don't know. Telling another nation like, "Hey, if we're about to do something to you, I'm gonna let you know beforehand." Like, is that
If it's our
that seems like
ally, then yes. But like
that
with
seems like
China,
OPSEC
no,
problem right there.
no, that's what I don't remember what.
Rob it, think of it $10. Also,
Milley,
just want to let everyone know there's no other guests, y'all. Just letting everyone know.
yeah, Milley may have been like the joint chief person. I think maybe. I may be wrong with that, but that's his job. Like that's his job. His job is to talk to foreign nations' military leaders. That's his job. It's in the description. So like he didn't do anything wrong there. Just as it's the job of the trade representative to have up-to-date information about the latest in our trade policies so that he can go to other countries and say, here's what the president wants to do, and here's how you can do it. He didn't know that. He was before the House. Under perjury of law, he was sitting in front of lawmakers and he had no fucking idea what was happening. That's a problem.
So you see it as a problem. I see it as perhaps a calculated a move, man. Like I don't know, the General Miley thing, or Millie. I don't want to say his name wrong, but Millie. You guys know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I understand his job description was to talk to other nations, but there's a line you cross, right, where it's like, okay, is he fulfilling his duties, or is he doing a little bit too much, as the kids would say nowadays?
I
Yeah,
think
it
what you
seemed like too much, and I think
you
Donald
just don't
Trump is probably
understand.
trying to avoid that.
No, I think what you just don't understand is that in the last 3 months of Donald Trump, we have had more chaos than I think anybody imagined, and that affects real people's lives. All the cuts that have happened, all the changes, right? All the things that have happened have affected average Americans, like people on Social Security. When they had the changeover for like a couple days, people were calling because they couldn't get their they didn't know how to log into their account because the website was down because they fucked up the system, right? When people cut, Trump today proposed to cut NOAA, which is the National
It's like the
Oceanic
weather
Atmospheric.
stuff.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
weather stuff, right?
they do the weather
Who do
stuff.
you
Yeah.
think gets data about hurricanes and about storms and droughts? Who do you think compiles that and gives it to businesses? It's NOAA. He wants to cut it. So what's going to happen to like hurricane monitoring? What's going to happen to like fire monitoring? Right? It's going to be them. And so Trump
That stuff
is
would still be
proposing
around.
cutting them by like 30%.
I mean,
Those have
but
real world impacts.
yeah, but it's give and takes, right? It's a, you know, if you're paying for this NOAA thing, what is it giving us in return? Yeah, we know the space weather. We know there was a solar flare. You know, oh guys, the
What does
geomagnetic
it give us
storm.
in return?
Yeah,
It is
it's
the
just that's
very
the
no. Do you know
conversation.
that every single weather app that is out there, you know, the weather.com, AccuWeather, all of them base their data on NOAA because it's free and publicly available. And it's been there for like 50 years because they are good at it. That's what they do. That's their job. And that's one of the reasons why we have it is because we want to. Do you know that the sirens and the early warning system that like goes out for hurricanes and tornadoes is from NOAA?
Like, dude, you're talking about getting rid of like fundamental government things, like where like
Well,
severe
Yes.
I'm
weather,
not. See
like
the
being
thing.
able to identify severe weather. Come on.
Well, see, I know there's a like here where I'm at, College Station, Texas. By the way, Parker, I can't wait to see you on the 22nd, Parker. Seriously, there's a we got a
Wait,
company
you're in
called Doppler Rate.
Texas?
College Station,
Oh
Texas.
my
We're
god,
in
he's the
Texas
type of guy
A&M.
that's gonna be there. Oh
Yeah,
shit.
No,
you're gonna be
no,
there, aren't
Parker,
you?
I'm not the type of guy who's gonna be there. I will be one of the guys there. Seriously, seriously, Parker. Yep. Hey, I talked to you the other day. You might not remember me, but hey, you're gonna remember me. I'd like to take you guys out to the bar after. I don't know if Dean can drink because I know you're of age, but
Dean's not old enough, but also I'm just gonna let you know there's gonna be a hell of a lot of people there. Like,
I've heard,
there's gonna be a
man.
hell of a lot of people there. So good luck.
Hey, whatever happens, happens. Just know it's a Southern hospitality, regardless of disagreements or whatever.
That's
But
nice.
yeah, the Noah thing though, like cutting it, getting rid of it, like what are we talking about here? Are we gonna like make
I
it more
just told
efficient?
you.
You said
No,
30%.
no, no. 30% in cuts, not like more efficient. It's 30% in cuts. It's layoffs. It's
What if thirty
getting rid of
percent is
this.
like? What if 30% is fat? You know, just cut out the fat. What?
30% is not fat. I'm
How
sorry.
do you?
Doge has
How do
only
you
been
know?
able to like come up with like $100 billion in supposed cuts, but like even once you go into the data, it's like actually not there. It's only like a few billion because they like lie all the time about like what they found in it and shit. And so
Yeah.
like
Also,
they're not going to
I just
find
want to
fat.
mention this, Sam. Also, Donald Trump signed off more debt-related spending by $4 trillion, over $4 trillion comparative to Kamala Harris, and his next administration. I mean, comparative to the Joe Biden administration, comparing Kamala Harris's plans to Donald Trump's plans, $4 trillion more again for this next administration. So $8 trillion, right? If you were to have Democrats rather than Republicans in office, $8 trillion less debt-related spending.
What is
Also,
it being spent on though? You know, what if it's gonna make
Tax
us more
cuts for
money?
millionaires and billionaires.
You got to spend to keep this beast going. You know, you got to
State of
spend.
Evolution, take it to $5. Okay, again, but like you're only okay with the spending when it means tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, but not when it means providing healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, right, or any of the democratic policies and social services that
see
we advocate
Connor.
for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like Connor, the problem with these cuts is that we as Americans have taken all these services for granted, right? Because because we have become so accustomed to this being a normal part of life. Like us getting hurricane warnings, right? That's a normal part of life. It just happens, right? It just happens, and we assume that it just happens as a function of like living, but it has to come from somewhere, right? All the benefits that like we get in life normally that just happen probably come from some government agency that's been there for like 60 years, and we just assume that that's how it works. But the moment you cut it, or the moment that you get rid of it and it impacts your life, people start to complain, and that's exactly what's happening now. Is people are actually seeing good impacts on their life, like in a bad way, and they're like, hey, I don't like this. We need like to like fight back and change, and I don't want things like NOAA or the IMLS or things like that to actually be changed.
Hey, you know what? If you want to know whether or not there's going to be a hurricane that can literally fucking destroy your family's house, you need to pay a $20 a month subscription.
and that's what it'd be, right? That's the alternative. Yeah, like
Yeah, and
private.
that's dumb. That's dumb.
Some call it
Safety
dumb.
should not cost money.
See, that's I don't agree with the safety is a virtue thing. I don't.
Wait, do you
That
think there should be private police?
I mean, there already are kind of, right?
No,
Like
do you
they
think
just
that?
can't
Do you think
arrest
that there? Do
people.
you think there should be no public police, and do you think there should be no public firefighters?
Very interesting stipulation, Parker. To that, I'd say let me think about the firefighters for a second. Police.
Yeah.
Um, with regards to law enforcement, no, I feel like that's directly government, right? So like the law is the government, the private corporation.
Sure. Firefighters.
But
Do you think
firefighter.
there should be? Do you think there should be public or private firefighters only?
If I had to choose one or the other, that's I mean probably the way it is right now, right? Public.
Probably.
Yeah, public.
He
Yeah,
said
yeah,
probably.
Isn't that
yeah.
related to natural disasters? And
Oh, how about this?
I mean,
Connor.
like I'm not like against anything that helps
Yeah.
out with natural disasters, guys. I'm in favor, like 30% to
what is
NOAA.
NOAA? What
Honestly,
is NOAA?
I don't know the acronym off the top of my head, but I know what they do. It's all about weather, whether it's on the Earth or they even do space weather. That's like I check their website a lot for the geomagnetic storms
And we need that for
that been
like
happening
So
on
satellites.
you use
Pluto.
it. So you use it.
Yeah,
And you
I
make me
use
fund it.
admit guys. Admittedly, I've used the NOAA website. Yeah.
I do too. Yeah.
And he wants to defund it, dude. I
Yeah.
I mean,
can't.
honestly, if they got rid of that, if that was that 30%, just the space stuff, I'd be like, oh, that blows, but I'd get over it,
No, do you
and
know what
it'd
that
probably
does?
save us a
You
lot of
know
money.
why we study space weather?
Because the ionosphere is weakening, and there's going to be a
Well,
massive
sure.
pole
Okay,
shift.
sure that, but also because of our satellites. Because we have
True.
to maintain our satellites.
That's what we got the Space Force for now, right? So, do we need NOAA? Let's just move it to the
I don't
Space
want
Force. Let's
why does it
consolidate.
No, why do we
Seriously.
have to consolidate it within the military? Let's keep it an independent agency, man. Come on. Like this is not hard. Like let's just keep it independent. Oh, by the way, okay, but how about this? You said that you're not big on like safety and like sharing and stuff. How about this?
Sharing.
Yeah, but
I
remember you
mean,
Rodney,
said
think of it
remember
$2.
like 20 minutes ago you said it's like not our problem to like care about like other
yes,
people and
like
everything.
international affairs. I'm not sharing
Well,
internationally. I'll
okay,
share
well,
with
you
my
know what?
homies here in the United States. I'll share with Parker
You
any
know
day of the
what?
week. I'll
It
share
is
with you,
my
Matt.
belief. It is my belief that I shouldn't care about red states. So you know what I'm gonna do? I know that Texas has an independent electrical grid, right? And
Yes.
sometimes they get big ass blackouts. If Texas asks us to like tap into the larger grid, I'm going to say no. Why? Because you guys are independent and you're self sufficient.
You have
Deal
a
with it
yeah.
yourself, right? Deal with it yourself. Right,
I
but
think
no,
you're entitled to say
no,
that, though.
I'm obviously
Honestly,
not going to
yeah.
say that. No, you know why? 'Cause I'm not a fucking sociopath.
I
Like
mean, you
obviously,
could.
I'm not going to
In
say
my
that.
opinion, you could say that,
I
right?
could,
Because
but I'm
if
not
we
going
want
to because I'm a decent human. That's why.
okay.
I mean,
Thank you,
I'm
I
just
guess.
saying that like sharing and having compassion and caring about other people in other countries that are like less fortunate than you is a virtue, not a vice. And you saying that you really don't care isn't like a big power move. It's not. It makes you
I do
look
not.
like bad. I'm saying that as somebody also as like you as like being like a strong Christian, you should care and you should want to help these people. And we have tons of money. 1% of our budget, 1% goes to like foreign aid. It is so minusculely small. And we
Yeah, it
could
is a
do
very
so
small.
much to prop up these countries where hate and poverty and famine and disease are rampant. And we can do so much good. And I think it's actually a good Christian value to want to do that. But like, what the fuck do I know? I mean, you know, I'm just a liberal. So, I mean, you know, who the
No,
fuck cares?
don't be so hard on yourself, Matt. Seriously,
I
I
was
agree.
joking. It was
It's
sarcasm.
good. It's good to care about other people. Pragmatically, what has pouring all this money into these other countries done for us? What has it done for them, even? Why?
A lot. Global poverty has gone down in part because of us. In part, not like fully, but in part because of us. Global poverty is down. We have eradicated two of the world's greatest diseases that have been with mankind since God knows when, right? Smallpox and there's like some kind of parasite. We've gotten rid of them. We have eradicated them off the face of this fucking earth. And thank God. And we're close to doing a third one. Right? Why do we want to
What's the
do those?
third one?
It's like another parasite. It's a it's a like a
It's not
parasite that like
important. I got you.
yeah, but it's like it
Factual. Thank you
causes
so
like
much
blindness and stuff.
for the $27 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Love you.
Factual. Thank you so much for the $27 YouTube super chat. All right, I have something that we can bring up. So like, dude, I just
Yeah.
honestly think that like your position's kind of crazy on there because like the waste spending is so much worse for Donald Trump and his administration comparative to Kamala Harris's administration. Plus, like if you really cared about efficiency, right? Like you wouldn't be supporting the tariffs that decrease efficiency of of the market, right? Because again, you're arguing for all these privatization and lack of government when it comes to like Doge, but when it comes to like other things like that, then for some reason your position changes, and it's like you want restrictions and you want the government to be there. Christina, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's not like, I guess it's kind of nuanced depending on what's going on. You know, there's like
And Texas A&M, the April 22nd is where I'll be.
Hey Parker, seriously, I'm so hyped, dude. If I get you something, would you accept a gift from me, like as a homie to a homie? You know, we might not agree on some things. If I got you a little Texas gift, would you at least
What type
accept
of
it?
Texas gift is this?
I was thinking maybe like a hat, you know,
What type of hat?
like this one right here, cowboy hat, not a MAGA hat. I know you wouldn't take that. Don't, let's be
I
real.
definitely would not take a MAGA hat.
What about a cowboy
Maybe
hat?
I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
I'll take a cowboy hat. I mean, hell
I
yeah.
Hey Matt, are
actually
you
like.
gonna be there?
I'm serious.
No,
I have never done an event like this before. Don't even know what to expect or like what I'll be able to do or like what security will like make me do. So like
Yeah,
it
no,
obviously depends on like what's going on at the event. I don't know how like open I can be to just like, just like
take
hang out
it.
with anyone,
You're good, Parker. Nah, dude.
I have to make sure before, but
Hey Parker, it's all good, dude. I would give you my address if I wasn't worried about getting doxxed.
Yeah,
Maybe.
don't do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
be
wouldn't
safe.
do that on a live with 4,000 or 3,400 people, you know.
Guys, I mean, well, seriously, I am in College Station. You guys know that much about me. Um, but no, seriously, dude. I heard it's at 6:30 at night. Um, I don't know how that's gonna go down. Like there's been a couple events on campus. I'm a senior, by the way. I'm giving more and more information about myself, guys. Please go easy on me.
So you
I've
What's
need
your
done
to
well.
major?
so make sure you let everyone know to show up. Like seriously,
Yeah,
let everyone know to
Oh,
show
dude,
up. I
yeah,
want this to
believe
be a
me, I
huge
have.
event.
Oh, dude, Parker, I'm telling everybody,
Yeah, think of it $2. And also,
everybody.
Loki, tell people just to show up to our event and not to show up to Charlie's.
Yeah.
Do you
Our
have
event will be
any
so much
like?
better.
So
What's
with
up?
that, I'm a little curious. Like, do you have any like know-how about how it's gonna go down? Because I don't even know how Charlie Kirk's is gonna go down. I know he's gonna be there, and there's like tickets, but
I don't know what I can say and what I can't say. So
okay, yeah,
I'll
don't get in
also
trouble.
like look back, but like I'll try to keep people informed. Obviously, check out my Instagram. All of the stuff's on Instagram.
Of course, of course. I'm on Instagram too.
Sid, don't worry. We can set that up before. Don't worry. Sid, thank you so much for
Yeah,
the $20.
Connor
Um,
W. That's me,
Connor W.
Connor W.
All right. Well,
My
I
last
mean, like
name.
I'm really excited for Texas. I'm not gonna lie. I don't mean to like get
You
off of
should
all
be.
of this, but like it just like I just
Yeah,
want to say everyone like I'm really excited for this. It's something that's really cool. And also, everyone, if you want to help out, if you want to help with the pack and whatnot, because they need certain funding targets for like the next ones if we're going to
folks.
continue this tour like on. You can always look at that. I was gonna talk about that as well more,
If
but
if it does continue past these two, there's a good chance that I will join Parker and Dean on one of them. So if it's successful and you guys want it to be a success and you want me there, I will join on one of them. So just saying, just saying. So
yeah, we got to do as much as we can to like do that. That'd be great. Because I really would like. I mean, this is fucking really cool to me. Like, it's like I get to
Yeah,
go do shit in public. Like, that's what I would love to do.
yeah, and it's good content, right?
Yo, it's gonna be incredible content.
Yeah. I don't know. I please do not get your hopes up about Texas A&M. Like they say, oh, we're super conservative or whatever. It's like I don't know. Sometimes it seems 40-60 in favor of the left or just left leaning. I wouldn't say like liberal or super left, but
You know what,
I
Connor?
think
If you
it's
could
just
let
our
me know
generation.
other Trump supporters there I could debate and wanted to debate me, I would be able to film a bunch of conversations with people.
Parker, I got just the guy for you. He's my roommate actually. Hey, you up, buddy? Yo, Parker, he wants to just confirm you're gonna debate him.
Yeah,
This is
in
my
person.
guy. This
I'll
is my
debate you
What's
in
up?
person.
What's up, Parker? Hey, we're being cordial right now. This is my guy. Parker, I just want to let you know, dude, like I appreciate our conversations because I try to talk to Dean and he gets a little heated quickly. And I appreciate you like the dialogue between us. Like seriously, but this guy right here, he's booked. He got a
All right,
ticket. We'll be there. We'll be there. No, I
all
look
right, for
forward
sure.
to it.
All right, for sure. I mean, literally, like, let me know. I'll follow you on Instagram just so I can set up debates with people. If you know other people at Texas, I would love to be able to
yep.
debate a bunch of
Show
people.
up, show up.
Yeah, yeah. You want my IG?
Yeah, just tell me your Instagram right now.
All right, guys. Yeah, it's private, so because I don't need the whole internet coming after my Instagram. It's my first name, Connor.
Okay, let me. Just anything that I can use to find it, so you don't have to get as many people.
Okay, could you stand by for like 2 seconds? Let me just.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you,
He
Parker.
has to look at for it. Give him a second, chat. Ellie, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
How much
But
longer
yeah,
are you gonna be on, Poker?
but yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be on a while tonight. I'm
Oh
by
wow,
myself tonight. Like my girlfriend's out doing stuff.
nice.
So
Stand by 1 second. I'm still here.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll probably just like debate and hang out tonight.
Nice.
Brooke, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. That's crazy. That's crazy. That guy's an insane person.
Okay, Parker, I got like a burner account I made a while ago because I like the username. I'll send you
Okay,
like my real one through that one. How's that sound? We gotta
that's
do
fine.
it.
What's your name?
Okay, the burner account is you got a college Aggies. I'm gonna type it in the chat because it's like kind of long.
What does that even mean?
Dude, it's a semi long. It's like a. I was just securing the username one day, basically for this like idea that someone else had, and
Did you put it in the chat? I don't know.
yeah, I just threw it in the not the YouTube
Oh,
chat. You want
I see it. Yeah.
that's my burner, and I'll send you my real one on there. It's just like 4,000 people. Like I don't want to get
You could have
overwhelmed.
just sent it. I mean, the chat you're in literally has like only the people in the guest box.
Oh, are you serious, dude? I'll just do that.
No, you're good. I already sent the full. So
Okay,
I'm doing
cool.
that because I really need some debates there. That'd be perfect to be able to just set stuff up for
Parker.
debates.
Yeah, I'm gonna DM you my real thing right now. Dude, I
Yeah,
got.
and now I need your credit card information,
Oh no, dude.
the 3 digits on the back, and the expiration date.
I'll give you a Visa gift card that has like probably $5 on it.
Okay, that's diabolical. I'm not actually being serious. But yeah, okay, we got more stuff to go through. I'm gonna convince you that Trump's a horrible person by the end of this.
Yeah, let's do it.
Would you vote for someone who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Would I vote for someone who said he'd date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Yeah,
Who did you say that to?
a 10-year-old girl.
Um,
On
well, I
audio,
voted
by
for
the way.
I
On
guess,
audio.
dude, I voted for Donald Trump, so I mean, I guess I already did, if that's the case.
Yeah,
So,
no.
but
Would you have?
would you regret your vote?
Um, I would want to know about that situation.
Okay, well, I just told you. He said to a 10-year-old girl that he's going to be dating them in 10 years. As a 50-year-old man.
Yes. That's
Okay,
exactly true. I got like
I feel like that has nothing to do with him as a president because I've heard some old people have said some really weird things to me in passing, and like 50-year-olds, I mean, they're getting up there, dude. I mean, maybe it's just like I
What
know
are you saying? A 50-year-old? It's okay for 50-year-olds to say to wait. I have a question. If a 50-year-old said that to your daughter, how would you feel?
well, 50-year-oldish women have said it to not daughter, but you know, little boy, like, are you flirting
that's
with me,
not
honey?
okay.
Oh, you're smiling at me. You're flirting with me. It's kind of weird, but they're not like they don't mean it. You know, they're not.
What?
No,
What?
like,
I
you
have
know
never
what,
seen
dude?
that in my life.
No, you haven't heard like an old woman going up to a little baby and saying like, "Oh
No,
my gosh, like, are you flirting with me?" I've heard it. I've heard it.
no,
No.
Right?
no! I've never heard this.
I don't think these old women are out here like trying to do bad things. I mean, I feel like there's a
Okay, I'm
culmination of
sorry.
factors, right?
You've got to be trolling? When did you hear this, dude? That's actually I'm not trolling. That's actually crazy. And
If
also,
that is
by the way,
true,
just
that's
because
like awful.
that's literally awful. Like that caught me off guard. I was like,
No, maybe I'm saying it wrong, guys, but it really wasn't like it was obviously a joke. You know what I'm saying? Like the old woman didn't really mean it to the
I don't think
baby.
that's okay to joke about.
I mean, yeah, it's like I said, I'm bringing it up because it reminded me of this situation with Donald Trump because it kind of hit me weird too, but it wasn't like
But like, would you vote for
anything more.
someone as a 50-year-old man who said that they would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
I would vote for Donald Trump. I would vote for Donald Trump, bro. Over Kamala Harris. Yeah, I would.
Okay, what about if that guy who said to a 10-year-old girl that he'd date her in 10 years also said this about Epstein, that that Epstein is a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. And what about if
See
he
that FC stuff
also
though? Yeah.
what about if he also bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place, where the victim that was 18 years old at the time of this happening said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old there. Where Donald Trump went on Howard Stern's podcast and show and bragged about walking in the changing rooms to inspect them without their consent. All right, what if that was true? And what if it was also the case that same guy was held civilly liable for forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will? He bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking. What if that guy also said he had sex in common with his daughter, said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, and said that he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter? Then would you at that certain point would you be like, maybe he's a little bit bad insofar as that you wouldn't vote for them, you know?
Well, a lot of these things, man, most of them, all of them, I'd say, are like pretty like shocking, pretty shocking to hear. Um, we know he's a felon, right? I voted for a felon. He's not a felon.
Wait. Why do conservatives
As
do this? I just listed a bunch of legitimate things that were horribly, terribly bad.
those are
Some of them
horribly, terribly
sex
bad.
crimes. And then what you bring up is a felony that I didn't even talk about. A lot of like this is what what's it called? Micah did when I was at Jubilee. I was debating Jubilee, and I asked them, "Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?" And none of them addressed what I said, and all they responded with was saying, "Like, if you might, I think that." You might think that he's a felon. I don't think that he's a felon. Like, I didn't even talk about the felonies. I was talking about the sexual abuse, right? And just completely just evades the addressing any of the
Perhaps
crimes that I just brought up.
I hear you. Perhaps if he was a like, I don't know what words I'm allowed to say. I don't want to get anything like blacklisted, but or just restricted. Like if he was a sexual offender,
Mm-hmm.
felon, like he got what's that word in prison they do when someone like runs your papers
I know what you're
and
talking about. Yeah, I know what
yeah,
you're
and
talking
they
about.
jump him. If he was one of those
Yeah.
guys who got jumped by the whole prison because like he got checked in there,
Hold on,
man, like
Connor.
I probably wouldn't.
Like
No,
Connor,
but
hold on. If you met somebody, right?
yeah,
Just a guy, and let's say his name is Ronald, right?
that was
And
one of my best friend's names way back
okay,
when.
okay. How
Yeah.
about John? Okay, John. How about that? Okay,
Okay.
John. Okay, and
Sure.
John tells you that he has been held civilly liable of SA by a jury, and that he had to pay a large sum of money to the victim. Okay, would you be highly, highly, highly skeptical of anything that this like guy says? And if this guy was to run for a some kind of public office, would you be like, "Oh hell no"? Like he has admitted, and we have evidence that he was found civilly liable of something and had to pay restitution for that. Would you be like, "Yes, I want him as my like county commissioner"?
Well, I'd be like, yeah, skeptical is a good word of John. I'd want to know like what do you mean you were held civilly liable? Because before this whole, before the election, this most recent one, I didn't know people were held civilly liable for stuff like that. That was the first time I ever heard of that. Maybe I'm 22 years old. Like, it might be an age thing. I just haven't had enough time on Earth to hear something like that. But I'd be like, what?
Yo,
What do you mean
Connor,
you were held civilly liable?
I
What does
just want to
that
let you
mean?
know, I just turned 23 on the 7th. So I was just 22.
Yeah, no, I seriously before this last election, I had not heard of anyone being held civilly liable for like something like grape. You know,
Sure.
like
I
that's
mean,
like a
say you've never heard of that before, but I mean, given that you know that
that
that's
them
true,
yeah. I'd be
that's
like,
probably
what?
good reason to not want them to be president of the United States, given that like you probably wouldn't, think that they'd be good being a babysitter or being a gym teacher. If someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, you wouldn't let them to any of those positions. And if you wouldn't let them to any of those positions, well, clearly you think there should be greater qualifications on who's allowed to be president compared to just being a gym teacher or a babysitter, right?
Right,
Or
but
like being able to legally immigrate into the country. So clearly we put all of these standards on all of these other sort of positions, but we put none of these standards on the position of presidency?
I'd say there are standards for it, albeit they're different than that of a babysitter or a gym teacher. Because a babysitter and gym teacher, their whole job is to work with children. The president's whole job is to run an entire country
Does
with.
the children look up to the president, correct? Do you
I
want
would hope
children
so.
looking up to someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Do you want children to look up to the guy that literally tried to undermine the election results in 2020 and subvert the Constitution, who
I
speaks
mean,
about women in the way he does, who treats women the way that he does? Is that who you want children to look up to?
I would hope children look up to the pure show of overcoming adversity,
What
like
adversity?
the
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 being
uh,
a rich
the
white man in
the
America.
firearm
Sorry,
round,
orange.
the firearm round that went like pretty close to his
Oh my God.
that's like adversity. That's serious adversity, dude. Like that's the definition of cutting it close. Like at the very least, the youth can look up to that and be like, wow, like that was almost really bad.
I'm sorry. What did he do? He just got lucky. That's it.
I'm not saying it was anything more. Like he got incredibly lucky, in my opinion. Yeah,
So
like
that,
that
like,
was
how does
like
that show anything about him? He didn't like die. It's not like he like did that knowing that that was gonna happen.
yeah, and he didn't drop out of the race after that. Like
Why would he? Why would he?
because he's in fear of his life.
Why
You
would
know,
he be
like
a
it
greater? Why would he be a greater fear of his life? Billy, thank
because
you for
that
the
was an
membership subscription.
attempt. I mean, that's why didn't Ronald Reagan like do the assault weapon ban because like the and he named it after the guy who shot him or like tried to shoot him. Am I thinking of the right president?
If Matt doesn't know, I'm not gonna know.
Wait, what's the question? Sorry, I zoned
It
out.
was like wasn't Ronald Reagan the president who named his assault weapons ban after the guy who shot him or tried to shoot him?
No, that was a Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton. Well, no. You're all thinking correctly. Brady got shot under Reagan, and then the bill that was signed under Bill Clinton was named after Brady.
Yeah, okay. That's it. Yeah, so like they probably banned the assault weapons for a valid reason, fear for their lives, right? Fear for people's lives, and I understand that. We don't agree on that, but
Yeah, but
I
like,
mean to
what are
be
you gonna
threatened,
expect him to pull out of the race, which is gonna put him in prison?
I would hope not.
He'd probably like he's so much more likely to go to prison if he's not president right now.
I don't think anybody's denying
He
that either.
seriously could be in prison right now if he wasn't president.
Yes, actually, I think he would have been either he would have got some punishment under the New York felony case had he not won the a larger presidency. Absolutely.
Yeah,
The
and
that's the only reason why he didn't get any jail time or like house arrest or anything.
I honestly think you guys are onto something there. Like he definitely would be under a lot more scrutiny if he wasn't president, but you know, he got incredibly lucky. That thing missed him and he stayed in the race. I don't know about you guys, but if bullets are flying at me, I don't know how I'm gonna react because like I've never been in that situation before, but he was put in that situation, he got back up. That's something to look up to. All this other stuff, no. I wouldn't say don't look up to the you know, the civil case and the locker room talk, as he put it, not me. Those are his words, not mine. Don't look up to that stuff. No. Look up to the good things.
Okay. Why don't you just get a new person so that you don't have a risk of people looking up to the bad things?
I mean, I'm waiting.
Because inevitably people on your side are looking up to the bad things.
Donald Trump, he's only gonna he got one more this is it for him, you know, unless I hear there's talks of a third term, a Trump kingdom. Yeah, Parker rolled his eyes at that one.
Okay.
Uh,
Do
that's gonna
you
happen.
what do
I
you think?
posted about this by the way
Yeah.
on my Substack, so you can read it.
What
I
do you
don't think
think? What do you think about Donald Trump? Right, literally saying that he wants to do a third term.
honestly, it makes me chuckle because I think it's hilarious. Do I think he's gonna pull that off? No, not at all. Um, that's pretty funny though, in my opinion. Like, cause that like let's be real, guys. You guys think that's gonna happen? You think there's a possibility it could
I
happen?
didn't. There's a lot of things that I thought were like impossibilities, and they happened. So you know what? So I'm taking it very seriously.
Hey man, yeah,
Dude,
it's fair.
you're just like totally okay with the guy just like threatening to be a dictator.
Well, I mean, who it a third term would
You're just
mean a
like you're
dictator, right?
seriously just totally okay with him threatening to
No,
be a
a third
dictator.
term would be a dictator under under rules right now. Yes,
Yeah.
like
Right, but knowing
prior
Trump,
to
he'd probably,
22nd,
if he wanted to be a dictator, he'd probably say so, right? Like, let's be real.
kind of
He says
has.
just about everything that comes
He
to his
said he
head,
wants
it
to be a
seems.
dictator on day one.
Yeah.
I mean, day one's
You,
been passed. He was. I don't know if he was quite the dictator that he promised he should
Would
be.
you not agree, Connor, that he has authoritarian musings? Like he talks quite a bit about having like concentrated power, and he likes the idea of that.
I'd say yeah. I'd say he does.
Okay, then and that's an issue, right? Because I don't like strong presidents. Like I don't like executives who like want to like concentrate their power.
I feel like he is. It's a. I want to phrase this correctly. It's the natural effect to the cause that was the last like 20 years of United States governance, right? This is the natural reaction to all that. Is Donald Trump wanting to consolidate power back to the president? That like this is what he says is for the people, right? Because we've seen other presidents consolidate power, and they were quite authoritarian. Obama, he was pretty loosey goosey with those those missiles, those unmanned missiles.
That's not
Or-
unconstitutional.
I mean, it's hey
I,
man,
like
he was exerting his will on the world
I
though.
didn't like it. No, I'm not saying I didn't like it, right? But that was within his authority. That's the difference. Is Trump can do something within his authority, and I disagree with it. But as long as it's constitutional, right? Then I'm gonna disagree with him on like the grounds of like basic politics. But I don't want to disagree with him when he does something blatantly unconstitutional. And I'm like, oh God, now we have to go to the courts and we have to like make sure that he follows the courts and all this other stuff, right? That's the problem. Not that like he does stuff that's like in his constitutional protections, but I just like disagree with.
Yeah, I hear you. And so far, like I think this is why I like Donald Trump, guys. This is the reason because you guys are both older than me. You've met a lot of people throughout your lives. I can speak for myself personally, like people who talk the talk and walk the walk, those are people you don't want to mess around with, right? Donald Trump seems to be doing that on the world stage, and even with his enemies, because he has enemies in America. Like he almost got, a couple times, but one was really close, and he's not backing down. In fact, he's like showing that, hey, despite you doing all these things in opposition to me, I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna take care of business, and that might come off authoritarian. Um, but if there really is this problem of I know I'm not QAnon, not QAnon, but if there is a concerted effort against this man and they are not good people,
who?
it might be necessary to for him to, lock in.
What do you mean by lock in?
I mean lock in like on those people, like lock what's the word I'm looking for? Like
Target.
target, nah, not I don't know, like
Austin, thank you for the
cat. It's like I'm
$5.
thinking of chess when you castle. You take your pawn to the other side of the board, and or not. That's
Checkmate.
What?
not. That's not cat. That's when you queen turn a pawn into a queen. It's like that type of thing,
I have
man.
no
He's
fucking
like
idea. I don't
What
know.
is this guy?
it's a
What are you
dumb
saying?
analogy. Dumb analogy, guys.
Can you just
It's like
clarify
All I'm
what you're
trying to
saying?
say is, I think in desperate times call for desperate measures. That's why in the beginning when
And
I
what are
said
those
like him
desperate
saying,
measures?
so like we talked about in the beginning, you asked me, oh well, Donald Trump said he was going to suspend the Constitution. I was like, yeah, if the case of like the election being stolen, yeah, he should suspend that shit. Go
Do you
continuity
think
of
he would have been
government,
justified in violently overthrowing the government?
violently overthrowing the government.
Yeah.
Would he be justified in doing that?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, it depends what like this hypothetical world is we're talking about, dude. Yeah, if there's like evil people who are in the
We're
government,
talking about the world that exists now. If the election were to have been stolen, would it be justified for him to literally violently overthrow the government?
for are you referring to the election?
Yeah. 2020.
So in the world we live in right now, no,
No,
I
he
don't
wouldn't.
think so. Um, Well, we all know the election was like not stolen, and Joe Biden is our president for 4 years.
Yeah, and why do we know
So,
that?
because he was certified as the president, right?
Yeah. So, like, do you think he's rightfully the president, or do you think it was stolen?
Joe Biden. I mean, I saw like there was some weird stuff, but by and large, I think he was the president. I think he got elected as the president.
So rightfully.
I mean, that's a question of like.
So then Donald Trump is
Moral.
delusional and believes it's justified for him to undermine the Constitution, and you still supported him?
Yeah, because I think I know where he was coming from in the sense that Joe Biden got elected by people, right? What made those people want to vote for Joe Biden though, right? Why
Donald
was
Trump is
what?
bad. He had a horrible response to COVID. He shit the
Yeah,
bed on COVID. It was horrible.
I do
People
not like
forgot
what he
about it
did
this
with it.
election. People literally forgot he was president during COVID. Like, actually.
I think a lot of people, yeah, I can agree with that. They forgot like who was responsible for those inoculations. I don't like those. I don't agree. Like, yeah, I know.
Oh, no,
I'm
no.
terrible.
Save that talk for when you're at A&M.
No, let's
Jacob.
just do it now. Let's just do
Oh,
it
okay.
now. Dude, you believe vaccines are not effective?
No, no, I believe that the Operation Warp Speed was probably not a good idea. I don't
Why
think we
not?
should have rushed that technology to the market
Why
that
not?
quickly because unequivocally there has been more adverse events with that one compared to all the
Oh.
other ones combined. There has been.
Oh, okay, wait. So is that evidence that like it's more risky than it was rewardful?
Me saying that in and of itself is not. However, I think for our age group specifically, it was more risky than rewarding. However, older people,
Here's my
it starts
question.
to get. What's up?
Here's my question. How do you identify there were more adverse events from the COVID comparative to other vaccines all combined?
So, yeah, the primary thing that comes to my mind is the vaccine adverse event reporting system, VAERS. It is
Yeah,
self-reporting.
that's not evidence of a causatory sort of like a situation where like it was the case that it was caused by the vaccine. It's just correlated.
Well, I hear you, but pragmatically speaking, if all of these similar events, like a myocarditis in young men, for example, if that is occurring at a
You know what's
higher
been crazy?
rate,
Every
what's up?
single person who's ever died drank water.
No,
Yeah,
don't tell me
dude,
about dihydrogen
are you
monoxide.
gonna blame water for their death? Because every single person that has ever died in the history of the world drank water.
Parker, let's be real. We're not talking about water here. We're talking about mRNA um, inoculation technology. It has never been pushed to the market before. There's talks like, oh, they've been working on it for the past 12 years. Why didn't it come to the market then if it's this great technology? Because in those trials, they could not get it approved because it was harming too many animals, right? Um,
Wait, so
and that's,
are you saying the COVID vaccine led to more risk than reward?
yes, I
Okay.
am.
What
For
study
most people,
what study indicates that?
I believe the post-marketing analysis that Pfizer did for their own shot indicates
No,
that.
it
I could
doesn't.
pull it up.
No, it doesn't. You can actually check
What?
out the bibliography in my bio made by Matt, who's a librarian. It has like
Okay.
25 plus pages of just straight sources of vaccines being effective.
Well, again, we're not talking about all of them, right? We're talking about this one.
And
It's
there's
very
plenty
different than
of
the rest.
there's a shit ton for COVID.
Wait, hold on. No. That document that he's referencing is only COVID. It's 25 pages of
Okay.
only on COVID.
Well, then I'll check it out. Yeah, if it's only about this one, then
Yeah.
that's fair. That's fair.
That's diabolical.
It is diabolical. And it's sorted
That
by
is
topic and by side effects and by all that. So it's all there.
I mean, I can't argue with that. You guys have 25 pages that I have yet to look through, so I'll look through those and I'll get back to you on that. But I can tell you, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, it's not just anecdotal either. Um, it's worse than the other ones by a pretty decent margin, an observable margin.
No, it's not. If you
Okay.
look at the per capita effects, you will definitely see less negative impacts from these different vaccines per capita.
Per capita? No, I'm just
Absolutely.
kidding. Um,
Yeah, that's the whole point of us using mRNA is to put the body at less exposure for risk.
what do you mean by that? Less exposure for risk. So it's like, could you elaborate?
Hold up. Sorry, it is a step up from other sorts of vaccines in the same way that it's a step up to use a dead virus, right? When you're using a vaccine comparative to the live virus for a vaccine. So you see how I'm saying it's a step up from that. That's the point of
Well,
this technology.
in what regard though is it a step up? Like,
In terms of how it transports it, it doesn't have to actually produce any type of illness within the body. It's based upon it just essentially transports the information to your cells.
well, see, the thing about what you just said though, that's not 100% true. If you get a live virus and yet yes, there is a higher chance you're going to show symptoms of that. The immunity, however, after you get that is going to be far greater if you get the actual virus than rather a dead one or an attenuated one.
And if you have the vaccine, right, you're going to have a better response because then you do not have to be right at risk of all of the possible negative impacts
That's exactly what it is.
of the virus itself.
Yeah, the whole point of a vaccine is to confer some kind of immunity without all of the terrible tissue damage and side effects that come from the actual virus. Because the actual
Exactly.
virus may grant you, if you're lucky enough, may grant you
More.
better immunity, but it actually damages you. Like, it actually causes physical damage to you, whereas a vaccine is very unlikely to do that. It is orders of probability less likely to do that than the actual virus. And that's true for all vaccines, by the way. All vaccines contain either a dead or some kind of attenuated virus in them, where
Correct.
it just can't cause the type of tissue damage that the actual virus causes.
And
That's
that's
what makes
why,
it good.
yeah, and that's why, I like to differentiate between the one Donald Trump warp speeded through, which, that's like if I'm gonna call out Donald Trump, that's a big thing I'm gonna call him out on. These new vaccines, mRNA vaccines, as we all know, right? Messenger RNA goes into the cell through lipid nanoparticle. That's how it, gets through the cell. And it goes in there and it starts replicating over and over again the spike protein, right?
Mhm.
So who's to say the buildup of that little spike protein isn't harmful? Who are you to say that? Does it ever stop producing it?
We have tests, we have evidence to show that it's significantly less harmful than if it were to be the case that you got the virus without the vaccine. Right? Because again, the vaccine is preventative, right? And all of the negative impacts. So think about it this way. Vaccine plus natural immunity is the best immunity you could possibly get. But in order to be able to get to that, you have all of the risks of the virus. Okay? So the best scenario you could be in is vaccine without the virus.
Yeah, and I'm not like an immunologist, so take it with a grain of salt. But I'm
Neither am I.
somewhat,
I'm not going to claim that.
I'm somewhat certain that when the spike protein, right, is attached to the cell copies it and builds the antibodies, and then it breaks down the spike protein.
That's actually, Matt, I have researched this part of the shot thoroughly, and that's not true. It actually, if you, I don't know, you guys probably got it considering how you're speaking about it. Hey, and I respect your decision, right? That's a personal decision. I think everyone has the right to choose to get vaccinated. I don't know about the right for abortion and all that, but we already talked about that, right? The spike protein doesn't actually stop. It doesn't get broken down by your body, and your body doesn't stop making it. To this day, I guarantee if you guys tested your blood or any of your cells, matter of fact, for the spike protein, it would still be there, and it would still be at high enough serum levels to be a deep dark blue
Actually,
on that little test.
give me a single source indicating that.
I will, Parker.
Isn't it
Yes,
a few
stand
weeks
by.
after that it
The only thing that I've
Stand by,
read,
Parker. I got you.
no, the only thing that I've read is that in cases where someone develops myocarditis, they do typically have a higher level of the spike protein in their blood, and so they're thinking that that's one of the reasons why it leads to it, because it's staying in the blood. But we already know that a myocarditis is rare, and so that then we can assume that also that the spike protein lasting in the blood more than a few weeks is also rare.
Lasting more than a few weeks is rare.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the spike protein is. By the way, Jesse, you can join. They said they're an epidemiologist. Join
Oh,
the
nice.
link
Okay.
that is at the top, and then you can just send an invite. And then once you send an invite, I should be able to add you in. Or once you join the invite, you have to join in though.
I love this that we have actual doctors.
Yeah, like we can and also it's just like anyone can send a request now.
Yeah.
That's
And like I can see them before, and I can also make it so that I can prevent people who are trolls from coming up because I can like ban them myself.
This is pretty cool.
I like YouTube a lot better.
Yeah.
I just wish it had better algorithm push, you know? Like how
That's
TikTok does.
well, that's why TikTok is the king, of short form content because their algorithm is miles above anyone else's.
Mm-hmm.
Like especially YouTube, and YouTube's been in the game for a while. You'd expect them to be better at it, but no. Okay. I'm working on that source freak, Parker.
Gotcha. In the meantime, everyone on the YouTube stream, make sure to like the stream, everyone. I think right now, let me check how many likes we have on the stream. Because this stream's doing pretty well, actually. I'm having fun on this stream. This has been way better than the TikTok streams recently. I'm just not gonna lie. Having a way better time. Like y'all have no clue. It's been horrible recently. It's been horrible on TikTok. Let's see how many likes we're at. We are at. Oh my gosh, my mouse just cut out. We are at 2,600. Everyone, we can get to 3,000. We can do it. We can get to 3,000. We're almost to 3,000. Everyone. So 100% improved. I know, right? Anyone who's accredited, you can join in. You can send a guest request. It's in the pinned comment.
Yeah, if you want to come up.
CG, if you want to send a request, go for it. This is much better. Yeah, I know. YouTube has been my main platform since Facebook. Yeah, I like YouTube honestly the best. It's better once you get the algorithm going. Yeah, if I get the algorithm going, this will just be unbeatable.
Yeah. Connor, what's your major? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so my major is marketing.
Ah,
yeah.
Okay.
Nice. All right, everyone. In the meantime, make sure to like the stream, everyone. Make sure to like the stream. I got to get better at posting videos too. I gotta tap into the YouTube algorithm. That's what I gotta do.
Yeah, you gotta get up there, Parker. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna be working in. Also, everyone like TikTok probably will go away. This will probably be the future of everything.
I mean, we have another 75 or 90 days, but like, yeah, I mean, if it keeps going like that, then, I mean, at some point, unless there's a deal, which isn't likely now, but if it doesn't, it likely will go away at some point.
So, can I see the full one right here? I have the name of the study. I'm just trying to pull up a link where I can like see the whole thing, so I can send that to you instead of just, yeah. Here we go. Cool.
Night, Lupe. Have a good night.
Yo, Trinity Austin in the comment section. Join the YouTube live.
Oh God, Trinity's here.
They said all of you are disrespectful. Join the YouTube live. Come on. It's disrespectful that you won't join the live and debate me.
There's someone in the chat who's named Susan Collins. I was shocked, and I love that.
What's up, Social Approach? Everyone on TikTok. Everyone on TikTok. Make sure to join the YouTube stream. TikTok has been unusable. All my accounts are banned. Every single one of them. We've been over on YouTube. There's about 3,000 people with us. We've been on here for almost 6 hours today. It's been way better on YouTube, honestly. I've been having a lot better time on YouTube. Genuinely a good time.
And if you all want to, I'll put in the chat my YouTube. I don't have anything on there yet, but just in case I have to go to YouTube or anything, please follow. It's always nice to just follow me so you know where I'm at. So there it is. But if you want to follow,
I think you should make more YouTube videos. I think you would be great.
I
for
should.
YouTube
I
videos.
know. I know.
Dude, Matt, you are perfect for YouTube videos.
I know.
I think I told you this a while back, and you were like, "Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I don't
I should
think I'd do
react
it."
to like Wes Huff stuff. That'd be interesting.
Dude, you could do reaction content. You could do like just informative educational content.
Oh yeah,
Matt,
I
it's
could, yeah.
like YouTube. I feel like is just like better. You know,
It
way
is. Yeah, I
better.
know. Yeah, I should do that. I should. Yeah, but follow here, everybody. If you I just want to follow and everything, just to know where I'm at.
Yeah, chat. I'm also less stressed here because we actually like will get debates, and I mean we have like no one else in the guest box, but like
Also, I'm not that afraid to
we
like
can actually
say. I
debate.
mean,
I know.
I know Parker that I think you're streaming on like TikTok too, but the fact that you're here, it also helps to like you don't have to
Oh,
be.
the streaming on the TikTok is kind of helping. I know. I definitely
Oh, is
noticed
it?
it.
Oh, good, good, good.
It helped us tick up. We
That's
hit
the
up to like 3,600.
yeah, it's a duel. But I got the name of the study. If
Go
would
ahead.
you link it or
Just
I
tell
can,
me the title, or you
Yeah,
can
do
put
it.
it in the private chat, and I can.
okay. I pulled it up on my computer, but I'll type the name of it and I'll say it. So the name of the study is Immunological and Antigenic Signatures Associated with Chronic Illness After COVID-19 Vaccination. Okay, and I'll put that in the chat.
And Matt, you can Matt can send it to me once he finds it as well,
I
and I
found
can
it.
also just bring it up on the stream.
Yeah, and I found the. If y'all need the link to see the full thing, I got you. I'm gonna manually type in a link right now, like a old person.
Wait, hold on. Was this published?
Yes.
Hold on.
I mean, some everyone do make sure
Oh.
to like the stream. We're almost to 3,000 likes, everyone.
Okay. No. So. Okay. No. So this has not been published yet. Sorry.
It's not been
So
published
no.
yet.
So it's not peer reviewed yet. So I'll read it and I'll take it into advisement, but it's not peer reviewed. It says so right on the front. It says right on the front document. It says this is a preprint and has not been peer reviewed. And I also found it in the archive, the Med Archive, which is one of the big life sciences archives.
Yeah, I put the link in chat just now, so it's
Yep, I
cool.
found
Yeah,
it. Yep, that's what I'm looking at.
yeah,
So you see where it says Med Archive?
yeah.
If it says archive, any archive that's a preprint server.
Okay.
And so this is a preprint, which is fine. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just saying that it's not peer reviewed, so it hasn't been thoroughly critiqued by people. So
I hear you.
Matt's also a librarian. If you
yeah,
didn't
this
know
is my
already.
job. So you kind of like
That's why his name's Rockin' Librarian.
yeah. So you kind of pick the wrong
on.
person to like.
He is quite literally a Rockin' Librarian.
Yeah.
I tell you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will read it though. I mean, I'm interested in like what it says, but
I believe it was done by Yale students. I mean, it was posted February 25th of 2025. So
yeah, it's
it is
new. It
fairly
just
new,
hasn't
guys.
been.
This is fairly new. So maybe
It just hasn't been peer reviewed and published yet.
we'll
So
get a big battery on the bottom of it and peer review it from top down and ocean. No, just
And once it gets peer reviewed, we'll see. We'll see.
yeah. So I mean, it is. We got to remember this whole thing. It happened like 5 years ago, which feels like yesterday. A lot of this technology has never been deployed on the mass market.
So I just read the abstract, and the abstract kind of doesn't prove what you're saying because it says that what they're studying is PVS, which is post-vaccination syndrome, and they admit that that is rare. And they said in the circumstance that it's rare, they find the elevated spike protein. So they're admitting that it's rare to like find.
Right, but what does rare mean? You know,
Christopher, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Low
okay. How old are you?
23.
For sure. All right. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for Trump because he is against affirmative action in college admissions.
Okay. All right. You voted for Donald Trump because he's against affirmative action. Did Kamala Harris even come up with a policy that was like pro affirmative action?
Not even that though. Why does he have to be pro or against? Because the Supreme Court already ruled that it was unconstitutional, so it's
That's
gone
true.
anyway. So you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Hmm.
Yeah. So
So then why'd you support Donald Trump?
like it
So I
wasn't an issue.
supported. Well, I supported Trump because if the Supreme Court had not ruled it as unconstitutional, I think it would have mattered that Trump was against affirmative action in college admissions.
But it
While
doesn't matter given that that's not true.
But if it did matter to you, he couldn't do anything because it would then be constitutional because the court wouldn't have ruled on it. So he couldn't do anything anyway.
yes, but I'm aware that Trump is responsible for appointing those Supreme Court justices, which who are responsible for ruling affirmative action in college admissions as unconstitutional.
Sure, but it still is not an issue anymore. Like, sure, like that would have been a point to make in 2016. You know, it was like, oh, I want him to appoint justices who are going to rule against affirmative action, right? But that already has come and passed, and so you don't really have to, like worry about it. And so, like, you worried about a non-issue. Like, I'm just saying that, like, it was a non-issue.
Yes, you have a point, Matt. I think you are right in that it wouldn't have mattered in some sense. But to me, I still wanted to vote for Trump because of that fact.
Oh, okay. So you
So
voted for
no,
Trump for an
even though
issue
it
that
has
doesn't matter.
yeah,
Okay.
even though it has no impact on the election, you know that there's gonna be no difference, then why would that be you vote on that if you know that there's gonna be no difference?
I think the fact that the Democratic Party would have condoned affirmative action if the Supreme Court had not ruled against it matters to me, at
Why?
least.
Why?
Because I'm under the impression that, well, I don't think affirmative action is a fair or just concept.
Okay, how do you feel about Donald Trump calling for a Muslim ban? Is that a fair or just concept? Him calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution. Is that a fair concept?
So,
Those actually meaningfully impact things, right?
you're saying that Trump called for a ban on Muslims entering the United States.
Yes.
And when was this ban, Parker?
When did he do it?
Yeah.
I thought it was just based upon them calling it. It wasn't based upon them doing it. He did ban like a few Muslim majority countries though.
Is that the ban you're talking about? Him banning people coming from Muslim majority countries?
Yes.
How do I feel about that?
Yeah.
Well, I feel indifferent because I have no
Whose name I
particular.
will not use or ever say in the first place to know. But if I get in there, it's going to change, and it's going to change quickly. We're going from totally believe me. Was met with great scorn and anger. But now, many years, and I have to say, many years, but going on. We have to properly and perfectly screen the immigration laws. It really is, and it's as he or she, and perfect with 50, just the opposite, believe me.
Oh my God! Wait, it's the wrong video. 1 second. Hold up.
I have it, Parker. You have me pulled up.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. Let me see if you can see this. Can you see this okay?
Yeah.
Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
There you go.
I mean, you said until we figure out what's going on. Maybe he just like
Connor, do you think that it would be okay for him to call for the complete and total shutdown of Christians entering the country until they know what the fuck is going on?
well, I'm biased, but it depends like what's going on with the Christians at that time, you know? Right? Like
What
seriously, like
what
if
what are the
Christians are
what are the
like
Christians doing?
well, no, okay, because that makes it yeah, that's not even my intended response. My what I'm trying to say is like if there's a bunch of things happening and they just so all happen to be like super radical Christians, maybe it's not too far out of the realm for him to say something like that,
To
right?
ban all
I'd
Christians
imagine
from
that
entering
was.
the country?
I mean, it's extreme, but that's we talked about this. That's what he's all about. You know, he's showing his like swagger, I
That's called a
guess.
religious persecution, and that's literally against the Constitution.
Well, persecution and just saying like, "Hey guys, just put on pause for now. We'll get back to you in a minute." You know?
That's persecution. Can you define persecution?
Probably can't give you a formal definition of
Uh,
like the
Parker,
un
would you explain how religious persecution is against the Constitution?
Yes. So, do you agree that there's separation of church and state?
Um, uh,
And do you agree that someone cannot be discriminated against based upon their religion, according to the Constitution?
yeah.
That's against religious persecution by definition. Yo, Matthew, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I actually didn't, but I wanted to get your thoughts on.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I did ban you. I'm sorry. I'm very unfortunate. Yo, Jared, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm a member. Hold on, I'm going outside. I'm a member of a church, and Trump is very pro my religious beliefs, and I feel
Which
a
one's in
country.
specific?
Which one? Oh, like I'm part of like my church.
Yeah, like what church?
Oh, the
Like
church,
denomination, I mean.
the LDS.
You said what?
LDS.
Oh, okay. You're part of the Mormon church?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, then I guess I have a few questions then.
Sure.
Yeah. Would he even consider you Christian?
Trump?
Yeah.
I guess. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, I can see your point, but we do believe in Christ.
Okay. So does Kamala Harris.
But didn't she at a rally say that she made fun of Christians at a rally, if I'm not mistaken?
Nope. I can't believe how effective that messaging from the right was. That like she did that and she was just against Christians. She literally is Christian herself, and that was in response to a Trump supporting heckler of the crowd. It had nothing to do with them saying that they believed in Jesus or they thought that Jesus was king. Because she was talking about the Trump rally that they could have gone to.
I mean, it definitely happened where she was like, "Oh, they're in the wrong place."
They're in
Like
the wrong rally because
essentially that's what she said.
because they're Trump
Yeah.
supporters and they're at the
Yeah.
Kamala Harris rally when they should be at the Trump rally.
Yeah, honestly, like even I saw that, and I gave Kamala the benefit of the doubt. I don't think she was doing it because they were Christian. Now I don't think she doesn't seem like the most Christian woman.
And Trump is?
Yeah, Trump is. He's a
Come
serial.
on, bro.
He's a
Come
serial
on.
cheater. Right? He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking the changing rooms of girls and making mistakes. He quote unquote owns the place. He's an incredibly rich man. Right?
He violates like one commandment a day. Like,
Like, dude,
Yeah, we're all
seriously?
sinners. We're all sinners, and that's why I give Kamala the benefit of the doubt.
yeah,
You
but
know,
like sinners have to like repent and have to
Repent.
be
And
sorry.
Trump has acknowledged that he's never repented. He said he's never asked God for forgiveness.
Yeah, narcissists don't like to repent and say sorry.
maybe he feels like he doesn't deserve God's forgiveness.
So
Do any
he's
of us?
so he's willing to risk hellfire. Like under his belief, he's willing to risk hellfire because he's too like I don't know, self-absorbed or something. Like all he
I
has
don't
to
know.
do is like under his idea, all he has to do is say I'm sorry and like show like actual contrition. But like that's too hard apparently.
I don't know what he's willing to accept. I mean, you know, the
Well, Trump is very pro-religious freedom. That's why I voted for him.
Yeah, like banning Muslims,
You're
right?
you're totally trolling. We just talked about the fact that he wanted to ban Muslims.
well,
Oh, you did?
Yeah, that's
I just
totally
got.
anti-religious freedom.
Wait, he did that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Matt, you want to play the clip again?
Oh Jesus. Yeah. Hold on.
I just joined like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hold on.
yeah. I mean, well, we actually did it within the last 10 minutes.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm getting it.
But
Okay.
don't worry. We'll play that. We'll play the audio.
Here we go. Share screen and here we go.
Calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
And then he did it. So
Dang, that's rough.
So do you take that back? Do you regret voting for him?
No, I feel he very upholds the Christian values that I hold dear.
Yeah.
and what values are those?
Yeah. Which values?
Like how he said that. Well, I like the quote he said is that in America we don't worship government, we worship Almighty God, and I agree with that.
You know that Kamala Harris would agree with that statement.
Also,
But
in
she didn't
America,
say
we
it.
don't
She
worship
didn't say it.
anything.
Yes, we worship God.
We're secular. We're
No,
secular.
we don't. Yeah, we're secular. The government doesn't dictate jack shit. You can worship anything you want. If you don't worship a fucking cat, you
But
can
our-
do it, right? Because the
but
government
our-
doesn't have to say.
But our country was founded on Christian
Wrong.
Wait,
values.
this country was
Half of
founded
the-
on this.
Oh,
This
sorry.
country was founded on colonialism. It was founded on genocide of indigenous Americans. What are you talking about? Like, just because some of the country is founded on something doesn't mean that it should be that way. Also, like, there are plenty of historians that dispute the idea that it was founded in like a Christian context, and oftentimes we would associate it to be more secular based upon the religious freedom aspects, right, and the separation of church and state.
Even the ones who were very religious, right? They were at the Constitutional Convention and they argued for the fact that religion has no place in the government. Like that's the
Exactly.
problem that you guys need. Even the religious ones said, "Yeah, we don't want this shit." Like in
Then why
because
is
they
it in our
saw-
Constitution? Why is it in our
It's
Constitution?
not. It says that we
It
shouldn't.
is.
No, it says one. No, it's in there in like 2 or 3 places. It says one. There can be no test for a religion to
All
get off.
people are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights.
Yes, because the person who wrote the Constitution, or well, hold on, the person that wrote it was a deist, and so he believed in a kind of almighty creator, like the one who like makes the clock and everything. But he definitely like Thomas Jefferson. That's who you're referring to, right? Thomas Jefferson did not believe in like Jesus. He edited his Bible. Like he went through and took out all the miracles and shit. So and so did like James Madison. James Madison was like Anglican, but like he didn't feel that there should be like a test for religion, that the government should have a say in religion. He wanted it to be wholly separate.
Okay, well, I mean, I didn't know that, but still doesn't destruct the fact that Trump is, I don't know. He's very pro-Christian, and I feel that's very important in
What does it
Is it?
mean to be
I
this
have
day and age.
I have a question. Is it
Yeah,
pro-Christian to
yeah.
never repent?
No, it's not. That's a good
No.
point.
Okay. Well, I can show you a clip right now of Donald Trump saying that he's never asked God for forgiveness.
Okay.
Yeah, but also like what does it mean to be pro-Christian? Why are you singling out Christians for like special treatment? Like why is that a good thing? We live in a multicultural democracy. Why should Christians get like higher standards than like everybody else?
I don't think they should get higher standards per se, but I think Christianity should be like at the forefront.
Why? Why? There's nothing in the Constitution that says that's allowed. Why
It
should we?
should. It should.
The our Constitution should mandate that
Yes. We should
Christian.
have a national religion of Christianity.
I find that hilarious
That's
because
insane.
the founding
Watch
fathers
this. Watch this.
disagree
Hold
with
up.
you.
Watch this real quick.
One more, because you used the word Christian. Have you ever asked God for forgiveness?
That's a tough question. I don't think in terms of, I'm a religious person. Shockingly, because people are so shocked when they find this out, I'm Protestant, I'm Presbyterian. And I go.
Oh, it didn't. It literally. This is the clip that doesn't provide it. Why do they fucking do that? They add extra clips. Like, why doesn't it just?
I know what you're
keep
talking. Yeah.
Dude, the same normal fucking clip that. Why is it 20 seconds, bro? Jesus Christ! I'll play
That's
the
why
whole
YouTube
one.
is going to the gutter, man.
This is C-SPAN.
It's not YouTube.
But you
No.
can't say that
My
a
bad.
lot of Christianity was
Okay,
the
so
basis.
the hold up. You know the point that. Go ahead. You were saying.
Oh, I was just saying, like, a lot of the good that's come out of America is based on Christianity.
I actually disagree with that. I think it's held us back because every time there's been like a like uprising of like Christianity, everything, we always have like division and we have like people like attacking each other. Like I don't think it's a good thing. I think the founding fathers actually had it right that government and religion should be entirely separate. They should not be intermingled at all. I don't care.
So we've got people lined up for questions. I just got one more, because you used the word Christian. Have you ever asked God for forgiveness?
That's a tough question. I don't think in terms of, I'm a religious person. Shockingly, because people are so shocked when they find this out, I'm Protestant, I'm Presbyterian. And I go to church and I love God and I love my church. And Norman Vincent Peale, the great Norman Vincent Peale, was my pastor. The Power of Positive Thinking. Everybody's heard of Norman Vincent Peale. He was so great. He would give a sermon, you never wanted to leave. Sometimes we have sermons, and every once in a while we think about leaving a little early, right, even though we're Christian. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, Frank, would give a sermon. I'm telling you, I still remember his sermons. It was unbelievable. And what he would do is he'd bring real-life situations, modern-day situations, into the sermon. And you could listen to him all day long. When you left the church, you were disappointed that it was over. He was the greatest guy. And then, you know, he passed away, but he was a great. He wrote The Power of Positive Thinking, which is a great book.
But have you ever asked God for forgiveness?
I'm not sure I have. I just go and try and do a better job from there. I don't think so. I think if I do something wrong, I think I just try and make it right. I don't bring God into that picture. I don't. Now, when I take, when we go in church and when I drink my little wine, which is about the only wine I drink, and have my little cracker, I guess.
I like how he's calling like let me describe the Eucharist. It's a little bit of wine and a little cracker.
Wow, that's very. I didn't know that.
How do y'all feel about that?
I feel personally,
that's wrong.
About
yeah.
what? Him like talking about the cracker and like the whole thing about not repenting?
I have a question. Do any of y'all believe like that when you're doing communion that it's the real body and blood of Christ?
Yes, it's not the real, but it's a representation.
Oh,
Okay,
so it's symbolic.
I asked, yeah, it's symbolic. I'm asking real.
Real?
Like it transubstantiates into.
Well, I mean, my religion is a little different than Christianity. So, would you like my explanation?
What is it?
So when we take the sacrament, we renew our covenants we've made with God.
Yeah, but we're asking if it's just like literal blood and body.
Do you believe in like a transubstantiation? Yes or
Wait,
no?
what is that?
It's the belief that once you eat of the body and blood of Christ, then it like turns into the actual body and blood of Christ in the body.
No, it's like symbolic. It's not
Okay.
like
Okay.
you're
So no.
actually eating. It's not
So
like you're actually physical. Are you asking if you're like physically eating and
Yeah,
drinking Christ?
I was just asking.
Oh no,
Yeah.
it's symbolic, but it's symbolic in the way that, like in my church, we break the bread, and that shows how Christ's body was
Yeah.
torn for us.
Oh, okay.
And
When I learned about breaking the bread and we broke the bread at church, it was like we broke the bread at like dinner, right? Like they were like, "Oh, this is what Jesus did at dinner. He broke the bread."
oh, it's a little different in our religion. A little different.
what's your religion?
LDS.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, but I
Mm.
do find that like Christianity is good as a whole. I mean, some people don't
I don't
consider
know who's
me.
talking, so I don't mean to like cut you off. I just want to know: were you the one arguing for more religion in government life, or was that
No,
somebody else?
I don't like mean like legally. Like I think people should have like freedom of religion and like they
Okay,
should be able to.
because the only why I asked that is because the person who was arguing that like we should base it on Christianity, those Christians who are saying that would exclude the LDS Church
Yeah,
because
that is.
So
because they
Connor,
don't think that you're a
Connor,
Christian.
do you not take into account? Do you think Mormons are Christians?
See, I believe
See?
they believe in parts of Christianity. By and large, though, I don't
Yeah, see? So like he would
necessarily.
exclude you.
All right,
Wait,
I mean,
Connor.
I wouldn't exclude him. I would exclude the parts of his religion that are like
That's
No,
excluding.
blasphemous.
but Connor, do you think he's Christian?
Not really. I
Yeah.
mean,
well, we
See?
the
believe in Christ. We believe in Christ, so we are Christian. We worship Christ as our Lord and Savior. So we are. That's like
Christian
basic
on
what
Christian
Christ.
crime.
What?
Sorry, nothing. I was making a joke. Sorry.
Oh,
I
Yeah.
mean,
So not Christian?
not
we
particularly.
don't.
No.
The big thing is we don't believe in the Trinity. That's the big thing that the Christians get tripped up about.
Yeah.
Like, what? Could you elaborate on what you mean by you don't believe in the Trinity?
We believe
Like,
they're three separate beings with the same purpose.
okay, yeah, I just think that's where the disagreement is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big disagreement. There's others, but that's the
And see,
biggest.
who's the constitutionalist now? Because I believe that all religions and those without religion should have a place in government. That because that doesn't matter, right? So I don't give a shit
No,
what.
I feel that Christian as a I feel like Abrahamic religions or no, like Christian religion as not like in law, like not like restricting people's freedom, but as a national religion. Like when people think of United States, they think Christianity,
Hold on,
and
a
we hold.
national religion would make it would restrict somebody because you're saying that you want people to be baptized into a national church. What
No, I
church
don't.
are we
I
going to
never
have?
said that. I never said that.
You said a national religion. That means we have a
Well,
national church.
well, I meant national religion as like because we've let so many immigrants in that there's so much like
No,
what even
no,
are we?
no,
What are our values
no.
anymore?
Most immigrants are Christian. In fact, they're overwhelmingly Catholic. That's like helping you guys. What? Like that's a good thing. Like on your behalf, most immigrants are like Catholic. Check the data. I'm not wrong. Like most immigrants coming from like
Oh,
Central
that's
South
right.
America are like very much Christian. They are known for their strong conservative Christianity.
Oh yeah, Hispanics are predominantly Catholic, right? Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot
so
about that.
like yeah, so like
Yeah.
what are you complaining about?
Actually, you guys should be arguing for more immigration because you want to make the country more Christian, and people who are coming from those countries are proportionally more Christian.
Yes, and you know who's turning not Christian? Uh,
Us.
uh, white people. Yeah, white people are becoming less and less Christian. So you want more Christians? Have the immigrants come.
Yeah, have
Wait, I have
non-white
I have a
immigrants
question.
come to the country, but like a bunch
Uh,
of MAGA is going to be against that.
Parker, are you atheist or like agnostic, or what would you identify with?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Can you explain that? I don't
It
understand
means
that.
it means I don't know what led to our existence, and I don't believe it's a god.
Oh, okay. So, do you have any like theories?
No.
You, it doesn't really matter to you.
Well, I mean, it matters to me. I just don't think we have sufficient explanation.
So you think, okay,
Like
like it,
he's simply saying that like we don't know. Like there's no explanation that like can fully account for it. Like sure, like I am biased towards a scientific explanation that's like, going to show something, but like at the end of the day, it's not there and it's not like complete or anything. And so I'm agnostic about whether or not it's true or not.
Yeah, that's how I would say.
okay, that makes sense. Um, yeah, but Parker, I guess like the big thing is like that I disagree with is like that you have a lot of like uh qualms, I guess, or problems with Christianity, and what would those be? You like you
Yeah, like
mentioned
I'll
like
give
in the
you a few
Bible a
examples.
lot in the Bible, yeah.
Yeah, like do you if God commanded like a group of people to slaughter men, women, children, and infants, would you not think that's a god?
Well, God is the good and God is morality, so anything that he says is it
Okay.
can't be immoral.
Okay, so God commanding the slaughtering of men, women, children, and infants is good because God commanded it.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a difference between killing and murder, right? And murder would be the unjust killing.
Yeah.
And God is justice. It's impossible for God to be unjust.
Okay, so then here's my question. If God commanded you to murder infants, would you do it?
Yes.
If God
But
commanded you to sexually assault an infant, would you do it?
no. No.
Wait, but
No.
God commanded you to do it.
Because that would be, that's like grape and
Yeah, but
evil.
like why didn't
But
you evil? It's
but
not
we
evil to like murder infants? That's
well
pretty unhinged.
well God, it's impossible for God to be immoral or unjust. And
Yeah,
let
well
me
then why
explain.
didn't you say that when I gave you
Let
the example of graping the infant?
let
Because
let
it's
me
clearly intuitively wrong. Why don't you
let
say
me
that about murdering the infant?
hold on. Give me a chance to explain. We don't understand all of God's commandments as mortal beings. So when like you're referring to like in the Old Testament of the slaughter of the firstborns, right? Is that
I'm not even. I'm talking about First Samuel.
yeah, where they slaughtered the firstborns?
Amalekite infants. Are you?
Yeah,
What?
the firstborns, yeah, where they went door by door.
No. No. Matt, you're muted by the way. Firstborns are what verse is that? Numbers?
No, he's talking about Exodus.
Exodus. Okay.
Oh, is that different?
Very different, yes.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
That's one of the plagues.
Wait, which one are you referring to,
First Samuel
Parker?
15.
First Samuel.
And what happened in there?
Alex J.S. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
God commands the wholesale slaughter of the Amalekites, man, woman, child, and infant, cattle, and ass, donkey, and something else.
Okay,
Yeah.
so my explanation is knowing these facts that God is the good. There is no good without God, and God, it is impossible for God to be unjust. Therefore, any commandment he gives cannot be unjust. So we don't know why we may not understand completely why he did that. One day we will, but it was obviously for a reason.
Okay, but like,
Possibly
why don't you say that when talking about the infant, like assaulting the
because
infant?
there would
But you
be
do say that when talking about murdering the infant.
there wouldn't be any reason. Like what if the Amalekites were to be an extremely corrupt, evil people?
The
Hold on.
infants?
We don't need to
The
be like
infants? You think it's okay to murder infants?
we don't need to be like what ifs. By the way, God tells you why he did it. And so we know why
No,
he did it, and it's
God
not
does not
because
always explain why he tells
he
you to do
does in
something,
first he does in 1 Samuel 15.
but not every commandment.
We're not talking about every commandment. We're talking about 1 Samuel 15. And in
What
1
did
Samuel
he say?
15, he says, because of what you did to the Israelites as they were coming out of Egypt, he then puts them to the sword because the Amalekites attacked them when they're in the wilderness. And so this is like justice for that. So apparently attacking some people means that your entire nation, man, woman, child, and infant get like slaughtered, which seems wholly disproportionate.
Yeah, well, the Amalekites were an evil people, and culturally they were evil, so the children would have been raised in evilly. They would have been raised.
Hold on, was that? I don't know. Hold on. Sorry,
Wait,
hold on.
God could have teleported them to a different culture.
No, but not even that though. That is the justification then for every genocide in the history of all humankind, because anybody can claim then that the infants of the society that they are against will just grow up to be like them and will be evil, and so we have to kill them.
But
Like
it's a difference.
every genocide and by the way, every genocide person can say God told me to do it, and you
That's
can't
not
disprove
true.
them. No, it
That's
is.
not true.
You can't disprove it. How do I know that God did not talk to a mustache man and told him you have to kill every single Jew because of this reason, and that includes the infants because they're going to be just like every other Jew?
Well, no,
Right?
by
How do we not know
actually
that?
by his own account, we know that that wasn't the case because he said he was like possessed by some kind of like spirit or something, like from a
Well,
ancient.
no, but he also
Mean
said in Mein
robots, thank you
Kampf.
for the
No,
$2.
but he also said in Mein Kampf that like that he was doing the work of God because they had killed his Messiah. So like this is like both a double-edged sword.
True, I
I have
guess.
affirm
Yeah.
my explanation. He was fucking insane. That's why. But I'm
Yeah.
saying any person can claim that God talked to them, and you can't disprove it, and they can make that claim and say God told me to do this to like kill this baby because that's going to be like an evil baby or something, and we can't disprove it. That's why in courts that type of defense is not allowed because we can't cross-examine God.
Yeah, but
Ari, thank you for the $5. Ari, thank you.
God's judgment is different than our human judgment. So you're relating to the courts is not like comparable to God's judgment.
No, I'm saying the reason why we don't allow people to even mention God at all in like court systems or anything like that is because we can't cross-examine God. But like we can't like cross-examine somebody who's like not there and then we don't have like access to. That's why you can't say God made me do it. Right. So
Well,
so my only point is that you saying that, well, we don't know why God made him do it, but he must have had a reason. That is the justification for every single slaughter and genocide by a crazy madman who uses his religion to like kill people. That's a justification, and you have no evidence to say
Ari, thank you for the
that
$5.
God
Thank
did
you.
not tell them to do it.
I do
Thank you,
have
Ari, for the
evidence.
$5. Thank you
What?
twice. Thank you so much
You
for
can
$10, actually.
you
The
can go
Holy
into the mind of
Spirit,
people.
the Holy Spirit reveals truth, and you can't mistake it.
Okay.
And
Oh yeah.
my religion
Yeah.
is a
So
little
does the
different.
Holy Spirit reveal the truth that like that was actually God that commanded the murder of the Amalekites?
Yes.
How do you
And to
know?
Hitler, and to Stalin, and to Pol Pot, and to the
Hitler wasn't
Crusades.
religious.
He
Hitler
very much
was religious.
very much, yeah.
He just argued that to you.
He was,
Wait,
but Hitler. I feel like there's way better
I
examples.
thought he was atheist.
I mean,
No.
think of the $2.
No.
No, he was not atheist.
He was
Wait, Matt
not.
literally just explained that in the context of Mein Kampf, he literally argued
That's not,
that.
yeah.
Go ahead, Matt. You can.
No, yeah. I mean, he blamed the Jews for killing his Messiah, and that's only one line of evidence. Another line of evidence, he mandated that all the belt buckles of all the Nazi soldiers had to say, God met uns on us. God is with us. And so he was a conflicted man, right? He used religion to his own effect, but he definitely believed in a God, and he used Christianity to effectuate what he wanted to believe in. And
Well,
yes, Stalin was an atheist, pulpit atheist, right? I'm not saying, but I'm saying, how do we know that God didn't just whisper into their ear and he took it as some dream or something, right? How do we not know that? I'm saying you can't prove any of this, which is why saying saying like that, like what if claims about God may have had a reason or not, we can never prove those, and you're just guessing, and there's no point in even talking about it that way, because in that verse, God tells us exactly why he's doing it.
And then also, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. Ask yourself. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so true. And then Confused Penguin with the $20. Thank you so much, YouTube super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And that's why they are doing. Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. It's crazy, the hypocrisy. It's actually
And you're
unbelievable.
right. I don't know enough about the LDS Church to say what like your guys' theology is on that. So all I'm saying is, from what I know about traditional Christianity, one of the reasons why people don't like making the argument that God may have had like an ultimate reason, because then you can justify so many bad things by saying God may have had an ultimate reason, or God may have talked to them.
you
And we see that to this day. And I think it's a bad way to go about trying to explain this problem.
we can't we as mortals can't justify something. God is does the justice through the Holy Spirit. He reveals truth through the Holy Spirit.
Again, but like the Holy Spirit is something you can only access internally, correct?
No, okay, so it's a little different in my religion. Um so we have so the Holy Spirit is given to every child of God, so everyone on earth, but only when you receive the gift of the Holy Ghost through the holy priesthood do you have a more constant companion of truth and of the Spirit.
Okay, so only certain people have this, and it's only designated by your religion.
It's more, I guess an analogy you could say is like,
and you have to be religious in order to get that designation, correct?
you have to be a member, you have to be baptized, yes.
Okay,
In
so
my
then how do you
church.
know it's accurate? Isn't that just saying like, oh, you only will accept the source from within the religion? So it has to be someone who's already buying everything that you're buying.
Well, because like I said before, is that the Holy Spirit is within all of us, so it's what conveys truth, which is what pushes us to baptism and then receiving the gift of the Holy Ghost. So we all have it, but an analogy I like we commonly use is like the Holy Ghost is like in a room. It's like a parrot squawking around and telling you what you should do, but when you receive the gift of the Holy Ghost, it stays on your shoulder for the rest of your life, and it is always there for you to reveal truth. And as long as you remained worthy and faithful, it's impossible to mistake its truth.
All right, Jesse, thank you $2. All
Thanks,
right,
Jesse.
I think that's where I'm going to end it for the debates for today. Does anyone else want to add some extra stuff before we end it for today?
I mean, great talk, guys, as always. I disagree with the Latter Day Saints a little bit, as he touched on. His religion is very different from mine, but I don't even necessarily believe that. It's not an what's the word? It's not an unforgivable difference, right? Albeit I don't see you as like the same type of Christian as I am. If you truly accept Jesus Christ and your Savior as your Savior, into your heart, like you're pretty good in my book, dude. I don't know about the golden
God,
tablets, stuff like that,
the
or the
Lord
priesthood.
requires effort on top of faith.
I agree, but I
That
don't think that means effort in the Mormon Church
what
necessarily.
but you just believe that complete salvation is just by accepting Jesus Christ with
No,
your lips.
no, I think that that's a very big first step that a lot of people have yet to take, and I think that's a good start. Is that the only thing? Of course not. But like you said, the Holy Spirit's in all of us, and it'll lead you to the truth. I don't think the truth is the golden tablets and the Latter-day Saints, the Mormon Church, all that stuff. It's silly,
That's Christian for
honestly.
$2.
But
So you think God doesn't? So you think when people ask for revelation, like for example, the scripture James 1:5, if any of you lack wisdom, let them ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and shall be given him. And then when Joseph Smith asked for wisdom, did God deny him wisdom?
I feel like I'm back in like Bible camp.
All right. All right. Well, have a fantastic night, y'all. I appreciate y'all coming up.
Parker, thank you so much, man.
Bye,
Good
guys.
I
night.
DM'd
I
you
can't believe I got on your
my
show.
I sent you my real handle on that burner account on
Wait,
I'll
Instagram.
make sure.
Parker,
Look
one
for it.
question. One question.
Go ahead.
What is your opinion on Luigi Mangione?
Mackenzie, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I think a lot of the concerns that with like the healthcare system like are valid. I don't think the murder is valid. I think it's murder. Like I don't
And
agree
I
with the death
definitely think,
penalty. I think
yes,
murder is wrong.
yeah, murder
But
is
like
wrong.
there are legitimate concerns that
Yes,
exist with our
murder is
healthcare system.
wrong. However, let's just end it there. Murder is wrong.
We can agree on
Do you
that,
think
Parker.
do you think he should have some mercy when it comes to the
I don't
court
think he
sentencing?
I don't think he should get the death penalty.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
I'm
Yeah.
anti-death penalty, so like I was already a no, so it didn't really
But you
matter.
do agree, Parker, that he should like it should be
It,
different than
yeah,
like him assassinating like a president or something. You think it should be a little. There should be more mercy because it.
There should be mercy for everyone because I'm anti-death penalty, so I don't
I
think
mean,
it's like
it's
valid
like
on his face.
yeah, like we're anti-death penalty, but like we would say that like he should still be tried if it's murder, you know?
I know,
Murders
but
happen all the
Right? Like
time too.
again,
It's so
if he
unfair.
again, given that he's the one who did it, because obviously I don't have full knowledge of things, but like
Yeah.
yeah,
it's most likely is indicating
Allegedly.
Assuming he's convicted, then I think
yeah,
I think he should get some jail time. What that is, I won't speculate, but he definitely should not get the
yeah,
death
like
penalty.
okay, like let's
like
say
I don't think he should be killed, but I definitely think he should be like he definitely like shouldn't be on the streets after
like I don't
murdering someone,
I don't know the
That's pretty unhinged.
I don't know the New York law, but like let's say it's for first degree murder, let's say it's like 20 to life. What do you think would be like fair for that?
20.
Yeah. Yeah.
20?
Yeah.
I think that's pretty
I
fair.
agree.
There's
I
so many
agree.
murders in New York anyways, like it'd be unfair to put Luigi to death when there's so much more bloodshed. Like I feel
Oh,
like there's gotta be some
all
justice.
murderers should get like 20 to life. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not hard for me on like that. It's hard. It's more so just like making sure he doesn't get the death penalty because I think, as I said, I think
again,
it's
I'm anti-death penalty in
yeah.
general.
I'm anti, and so I think it's being weaponized here. I think they're trying to
Yes.
make a point out of him, and I don't like that.
Yeah, he's the wrong guy to do that too.
Yeah. So
We
okay.
all agree on that. I
All right.
think it sounds like.
Alyssa, think of the $5. Thank
Bye,
you.
guess.
Peace out, y'all.
See ya.
Yeah, it's definitely this. Yeah, okay, for sure. All right, everyone. All right, everyone. Good night, y'all. I'm gonna be getting off right now. If you have any last questions, I'll let people ask real quick. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the description of the YouTube stream, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I'll give it a few minutes for people to ask questions. Otherwise, I'm about to get off right now. Thank you, everyone, to come through on TikTok. Make sure to go subscribe to my YouTube channel, everyone. Seriously, that's where everything is right now. Y'all couldn't hear anything here. But if you want to go back and watch the rest of the YouTube stream, I have 6.5 hours of content that I streamed today that you can watch on YouTube. So make sure to listen to that. You can watch the whole thing. If you missed part of it, go back and watch some. We actually had debates today, so I was really happy to see that. All right, everyone. Yo, Sid, thank you so much
Sid,
for the
W.
$100. Thank you so much, Sid, for the
W, Sid.
$100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Sid. Can we use some W's for Sid in the
W,
comment
Sid.
section right now?
W.
Thank you so much, Sid. W's for Sid in the comment section. Thank you so much, Sid. It's always good to see you. Always good to see you. W's for Sid, seriously. Yeah, I love y'all so much. I'm gonna have some good sleep tonight. I love y'all. Jesse, think of the $2 for sleep good and keep it up. Thank you so much. No one has any questions. I'll probably get off here real
No.
quick.
I don't see anything in the chat.
Yeah.
So
all right, everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Check out some of my other videos. Make sure to like the stream. I think we got let me see how many likes. Did we get 3K? We're so
Follow-
close, chat. We need
we're so
we need
close.
literally like 120 likes, 130 likes.
Follow Parker, Dean, and I on all the socials, everybody.
Let's try to get to 3K. Come on, chat. We can do it. 120 likes. Seriously, 120 people.
You can do it.
We're so close, chat. We're so close. Please like it. I know it takes a second. I love y'all. All right, everyone. Have a great night, y'all. Have a great night. Go make sure to like it. Seriously, we need 100 more people.
Bye, chat.
I might sit here for a second until we get it because I want to. Actually, we'll get it later.
Parker wants to see it.
Yeah, that's me.
My YouTube is a rockin.librarian. Here I can post it here real quick. I think. Oh no. Let me get it. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Okay, we need 60 more, chat. 60 more. And then I'll get off for tonight.
Here's my a YouTube.
Alrighty, everyone. We're so
Someone
close.
said I'm cringe. Someone said I'm cringe. Well, thank you.
We're like 40 more away, everyone.
I am cringe just for you. Your name is Sithel, so I'm cringe for you.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off right now. I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. I will see y'all later. We're so close to it, but we might not get it because people don't want to like right away. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see y'all later. Peace out, Matt.
Bye.